Oh, no, 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 no. Welcome, everyone, to another episode of the LANCESCURV Live. I was getting in the spirit over here. Let me just get a sound check for everybody. Sound check, sound check. Make sure the sound is going through good. Just say yes really quick. Let me know if the sound's good before we get on with this. Master Glam, I see you. Indigo King, Lady Prophetess Deborah Jones. Yes, Sun Kissed by the Most High. Angela Burnley. Burnley. Yes, the chat was a little bit further away from me. I've been eating on my carrots, you know what I mean? So let me see now. Reese, I know you're going to be here for this. Indigo Cancer Sunshine. Yes, we're going to get them. Let me make sure that my screen, my lighting is right. It kind of slid into a home place and took a nap, had a good Mrs. SCURV meal. And as you can see behind me, I'm in the church. Let me check one setting really quick because my green screen is acting up a little bit. So, I guess it's all right. Let's talk about the Jezebel spirit. Let's talk about the church whores. Let's get a shot of that voluptuous woman that we had on the banner. We have to show that for a reason, okay? Because you see, they will do what they need to do to gain control. When you see a Jezebel dressed like this, even if she's not overt, trust me, it's not about sex. The sound is hollow? Okay, let me see how I can correct this sound. I think there's something I need to do here. Okay, input, output. How does it sound now? And how does it sound back again now? Okay, we got a problem here. We gotta take care of this right now. It does sound hollow, and I'm gonna fix this thing really quick. Okay, let's see. It's hollow, right? Okay, let's see what we can do. Let me go down in this part. Let's go back to the settings. We don't want to miss a syllable of this. And I can understand why it's hollow because it's coming out of the wrong mic. Okay, let's go into audio. Let's check the audio. Hey, it should be. It should be okay. Let me see something. The way it's looking over here, it seems to be okay. Let me get some more feedback on the sound. Now, let me just check these headphones here, make sure I'm on the right particular. I think that did it. I think that did it. Let me know if that sounds better. I think that did it. Yeah. From my side, definitely. Okay. Let me know. Yes, Angela, before I got a bunch of mics piled up over here and it was the wrong one, but you did hear the music come through clear. I hope so. Let me get one more word. Okay, good. Before we blast off, we'll just come on back down and show my face here. But y'all know what I look like, so it's no big deal. Let's put it up here this way. Okay, cool. Let's take that out. We don't want to block out that face over there now, do we? Yes, this is a vast subject that I know many will enjoy and many understand. I'm not the one who knows everything about the Jezebel, but I've dealt with Jezebels in my life, and I've known a lot of Jezebels in my life, and it's not just the church. It's in the workplace. It's in the neighborhood. It could be a neighbor. It's about control. It's about using and shape-shifting what you have to get more. And it's not about getting more like, okay, I'm going to use my body, All right. Thank you, Jack Griffin. Yes. Now, I know about them church whores. I know about them whores. I know about. We're going to make this humorous tonight. And I made the title really over the top with the photos really over the top. But we all know these types of people. We all know how they operate. And let me just change this so I can kind of advertise the app. If you don't have the LANCESCURV app in your phone is not really on and popping the way it should be, right? And I will be looking into the comment section, and I will invite anyone at the time. I know Master Glam, if you want to come on in, you can come on. We spoke earlier. And anybody have their own kind of Jezebel type experience, you can share it. And you can name names here. I might name some names here. And it's not about chastising them that way, because it's almost like when you eat a big slab of cake before a photo shoot, well, it's going to show up the next day in the form of a pimple right in the corner of your nose. Trust me, it's not going to show up on your butt, on your back, on your hand. It's going to be right there. And you're like, why did I do this? I know I had to take these photos a day, right? So whenever you deal with one and get rid of one, here comes another one. If you're trying to really live righteous and do the right thing. They always want to come around when you're trying to do the right thing. They always come around when there's peace and harmony, and they want to come in and mess it up. It's almost like these Jezebels have a resentment toward anything good, toward anything pure. And we know nobody's perfect, right? But when you're striving to do the best that you can and mind your business and walk the straight and narrow, here comes this manipulative person towards you. And again, it's not about sex. It's not about the body. But they will use sex and they will do the physical thing to blow your mind if you're so weak. I've dealt with a lot of Jezebels who have come to me in certain ways to kind of destroy what I have. And in the past, I have fallen. And in the past, I loved it. Maybe I didn't have as much to lose, but I'm like, hey. But they realize I'm crazy. They can't get nothing from me. Like, this guy, I can't really whip this guy. He used me. But there are a lot out there. And like I said, it's about power, it's about control, and it's about taking over. I have a little snippet here that I'm going to read. I'm going to open up the screen. Let me see if I can get this on up. Okay, am I sharing now? What? Okay, let me see something here. Okay. I'm still learning this thing because the minute I learn it, it's like something else pops up. Okay, let's see if this pops up here. Now let's open this up a little more. Okay. Woo, we got it right there. Now let me pop back to this screen and let's read a little bit. I'm not going to read every detail, and I got the camera right in my face, so if I look funny looking sideways, that's why, right? Okay. I'm not going to get into the technical parts of the Bible because I'm not as well versed as many who I know here, right? But I'm going to just throw these 8 characteristics. There's probably like 1,000 characteristics that we'll talk about, right? 8 characteristics of the Jezebel spirit, or the spirit of Jezebel. Number 1, it operates in men and women. Before I even read the rest of this, I'll just say that we look at it as a woman, shapely, sexy, busty thing, but it could be men too who want to operate that way, who have that spirit. Here's what they said in this article. I remember a time when I was doing deliverance on this man and the spirit of Jezebel manifested. It had been causing lust in his life. And after the guy was delivered, he was free from pornography. It is a lie that the spirit only operates in women through the means of control. Number 2, it causes control, manipulation, and domination, a form of witchcraft, most definitely. Manipulation, intimidation, and a desire or impulse to control people is a characteristic of Jezebel. Remember, this is not just women. I've known people who want to control you, manipulate you, and I'm going to say some real things tonight that were real for me, and the people who have said it, they're going to know who they are, and I don't give a damn if they know who they are because it's real. You spot them, you call them out. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. I'm not trying to be anybody's preacher. I'm just going to read up the scripture, Galatians 5:22. I'm reading from something else, y'all. The fruit of Jezebel is people control. It causes a desire to control the surroundings and even people while never producing self-control. Number 3, it causes fear, flight, and discouragement. Ain't that something? They always want to rouse up this thing and stir it up and mess it up. Jezebel is good at causing intimidation in people. Scripture highlights that she didn't kill Elijah. She simply sent a messenger to discourage him and make him run in fear of his life. Elijah was afraid when he got her message and ran to the town of Beersheba in Judah. He left his servant there, then walked another whole day into the desert. Finally, he came to a large bush and sat down in the shade. He begged the Lord, I've had enough. Just let me die. I'm no better off than my ancestors. They can cause confusion and make you think there's something catastrophic. These are people too. Let me tell you something. If you have a cold and you got the sniffles, here they come. Oh my God, you might have pneumonia. You better check that out. You might have pneumonia. Or you got a sore throat. Oh, I know what you've been doing. Something's wrong. You caught germs from going down on that woman. You got a sore throat. She probably got the worst thing for you. Come on, man. It's always the worst. And they're always coming at you. Oh, what are you going to do about so-and-so? What are you going and you cool about the situation that you're in. And they trying to amplify it up. And you're looking at them like, fool, I know you a Jezebel. Stop trying to make me worry. You might not have any money until next week and have to pay a bill tomorrow. They ain't offering to help you out. Oh, what are you going to do? If you don't pay that bill, they're going to repossess your car. If you don't pay that bill, they're going to cut the lights out. So understand it doesn't have to be always a seduction. It's whatever it takes to get to you. It may be seduction and sexuality for someone else, but for you, it might be to discourage you if you're too positive. They don't like you to be too positive. They want you to have fear. So they're shapeshifters, and they don't want anybody feeling good. If you want to attract the Jezebel spirit to you, appear to be at peace, even if you're not, but just appear to be at peace, appear to be content. They will come around you to find out what you're going through if you're going through something. And if you open up when they act so nice, you're giving them the way to destroy you. They'll listen to you. They'll even encourage you because they're pulling it out of you slowly but surely. And now that they're armed with this information, they're going to act friendly, but then slowly but surely things change. They may not come at you negative all the way, but they'll drop a seed amongst the positive things that they do. Come on. Listen, you may not have much money. Let me take you out for dinner tonight. And you're thinking like, wow, what a friend I have. And it could be either sex.
and you're talking over dinner different things, and they're treating you. Go, you want to get more? Go ahead, order some more. That's not enough. Go ahead, get some more. And they're trying to get in to your psyche. And then at the end of the day or the next day, they may try to take you out to dinner again, but you'll listen to them. And they'll tell you something real negative masked in something good. Like I said, you know, if you try to lie and tell me that you put chocolate icing on feces, don't lie and try to make me believe it's chocolate cake, because I'm the kind of person like, yeah, you take a bite first. This ain't no chocolate cake. This is shit with icing on it. And that's how they come. And you see the icing, and you're like, oh, man. Okay, here we go. I went off on a different tangent, right? Okay. A lot of times after, this was part of the one previous, I didn't read that. A lot of times after great victories, the spirit will try and bring deep despair to a person. See, that's what I was just talking about. They might even feel as though they don't want to live, and it causes cycles of burnout. They know that you have to get to bed, but they want to keep calling you and keeping you up late and laugh at you when you can't wake up. Just anything to throw you off from getting this a positive momentum. Here's another one. Okay, number 4, it seduces and provokes sexual immorality. Like I said, y'all know how I lived before, and that's the way it will come to me. It ain't gonna come to me in cocaine. It ain't gonna come to me unless you put your hand on me, beating somebody up and having a crazy temper, although I do have a temper, but thank the creator for outlets like this so I can just get my stuff off. Could you imagine if I didn't have this to get my energy off, right? Wow. Many of us have heard stories of men of God who have fallen into this sin. They have been seduced, have come under discouragement, and have fallen into the enemy's trap. When Jehu came to destroy Jezebel, she came out of the window and made sure to have makeup on. Her plan was to seduce Jehu. Right now, we know that it wasn't just makeup, but that's the Bible's way. We know she had her titties half hanging out. We know that she had something short and showing them thighs and that booty. It wasn't just no makeup. Makeup alone don't do it unless you have the backup amenities behind it to let the person know, okay, I got to look behind this camera. Jezebel is after ministers of God. This is very common because of the authority in which they stand. Now we're reading this now. We're going to get juicy after this, y'all. When someone in authority falls, the news doesn't just affect the immediate family, but also affect those who believed in them and followed their ministry. And that's really what it's all about. They're coming at you, but they're really coming at all the people who feel that you have something of authenticity to give in the spirit, right? Okay. Take time to pray for your pastors, for the men and women God has placed in leadership roles around you. The higher that God takes a person, the more the enemy wants to attack them and will fall into sin, affecting the faith of many as a result. Okay, when David committed sexual immorality with Bathsheba, the Lord said, however, because by this deed you have given great occasion to the enemies of the Lord to blaspheme. His sin was given leeway for others to doubt and blaspheme God and David, the God that David served. The enemy will also use this tactic to cause ministers of God to fall into pornography, adultery, and other sexual sins. And let me tell you, when they come at you, they come at you strong. It ain't like, oh, he's so weak. No. They come at you strong. Let me tell you something. Back in my wildest days, there were times when I said to myself, I can't be doing this. I can't live like this. I can't keep going on with this stuff like this. And the minute I said, I'm chilling out, because y'all know I'm not going to detail the life. If you don't know how I live with all these women, there'd be times when it was just downright nasty, right? And it was like, I knew I was digging into the very fiber of my being. But that was my Achilles heel. And it was almost like binge purge, because the minute you say, okay, let's just say you like chocolate cake, and you say, I ain't eating no chocolate cake for a long time because I keep eating it, I buy it, I bring it home, and I keep eating it, I'm putting on weight, getting fat, doodling all funny, guts blocked up, pimples on my skin, and I don't feel right, but the chocolate cake is good. The minute you say that, a day or two later, You're going to drive by a bakery that you never saw before, a brand new bakery, look in there and see the best chocolate cake that you ever saw in your life. And you're going to see a sign in there that says free samples, free samples. And you go in and taste that thing and you bring 3 of them home and you're back at square one. With the sexual thing, it is a very powerful thing. Best you just move and go somewhere up in the mountains where you can't see certain things. Because the more that you have a destiny ahead of you to be powerful and influential, and where the Creator has a purpose in your life, is the more they want to come at you. And yes, you just might slip and fall. I'm not saying that it's impossible, but it's like a person who's been sniffing coke all their life and they're struggling to go by it and they feel bad when they slip and fall. It's just like a boxer in a great fight. Muhammad Ali got knocked down. We all take losses. So when you fall because of a Jezebel and what they put inside of you, don't believe that lie. Get up and rebuild. Get up and know that they're coming for you. This is their purpose. This is their purpose, right? Okay. Oh, let me see where I'm at right now. Okay. Now, teaches false doctrine. This is this, what's her name? We did a show on her. The biggest Jezebel there. What's in the black girl? We did a show like 12 years ago about her. In the Old Testament, Jezebel was full in control of religion, was in full control of religion. Not only was she a queen, but scripture describes her as a religious leader in charge of many prophets who worked alongside her to control the religious climate of that time, right? In Revelation, we see the same thing. She calls herself a prophetess, and we see that she is influential enough to persuade the culture of the church through her teachings. Jezebel is someone who preaches other truths other than the gospel. No matter how good a person's outward appearance is, if the doctrine they are presenting goes contrary to that of scripture, steer clear from them and their message. That's who I was talking about, Juanita Bynum. I don't care who don't like it. She got that vibe on her. As soon as I saw her, I already knew, and I'll tell you why in a little while. Jezebel is not just seductive and controlling. It also has the characteristic of a teacher. Always be cautious that you don't fall under the influence of Jezebel by teaching something that is not true according to the scriptures. Love leadership's positions, right? Jezebel was not just a servant, she was a queen. In Revelation, we see that she was a prophetess. I am always cautious when I see young men and women who seem to love the spotlight. They can't live without a microphone or a podium because it feeds a sense of worth and value. And I'm glad that we spoke on how men could be Jezebels also, because I've had a lot of Jezebels, male Jezebels, come around me. They tell the word, oh, I'm humble, right? But they really want that spotlight. They really see, because they see me as a way to get on. No, I have no problem with anybody coming on and the guests that we have and the family that we have coming on. But this is my experience. They want to get on and they want to ease up on it so bad. And when you spot them, right? When you spot them and you know, and they know you know who they are, they'll back off sometimes, if not trying to destroy you, if not trying to turn into a whispering spirit to turn people against you. That's a Jezebel. They come different ways. You understand? And they can be very, very, very influential, you know? Number 7, thrives where leadership is weak. For every Jezebel, there is an Ahab. Ahab has a very passive character and was unwilling to confront Jezebel. God had to send Jehu to take her out because Ahab couldn't. Jezebel thrives in areas where leadership is afraid of confrontation. I love confrontation. I used to try to be nice, even though I'm a fighter at heart, and I have no problem telling you like it is. But it's not going to get anywhere. Where you are weak, that's where they get strong. So if you shut up or you try to keep the peace, that's the area they go in. When you see something, you attack it. I had to deal with the Jezebel spirit when we first moved out here. That's why certain people ain't around me. Jezebels. And they will feel so comfortable because you have shown that, oh, I'm trying to be nice. But then you start to see the things that they do working directly against you. So once you realize that, you let the world know, if they think that you're crazy. You come around me as a Jezebel now, after what I've been through, I'm going to call you out. I'm going to call you out on the spot. Why'd you do that? Are you a Jezebel? Exactly. You are. Because if you weren't, you wouldn't have done this. You wouldn't have done. They want to control. They want to, and it's male and females. They'll get mad when they find out the size of the house you build, and they suck their teeth and tell you, you don't have to do that. They get mad when you get an interview with a big radio station, and they do whatever they can the next morning to change the schedule so you can get there late. Y'all know who I'm talking about. And if y'all looking and listen, I don't give a damn if you know who it is. I attract Jezebels. Do your own thing. Jezebels can have a higher position than you. Jezebels can have more money than you. And you could be a little blue collar dude like me. But when they see your light and see your talent and your ability to push forward, they want to fight against you and crush you because they want what you have, because they can never have what you have. I've seen it in churches. I've seen pastors' wives do witchcraft and all kinds of things, or think they're doing something. They hear a woman who may have a bunch of kids, right? Struggling. Maybe the husband's sick, but they're doing okay. She's content, but she's struggling. And she has a good voice. She's charismatic. And this pastor's wife doesn't like the attention that she's getting. I'm telling you about a true story. And so she tried to get these little matchsticks, and she prayed and put oil in them and patted, oh, your hair looks so nice, and try to stick something inside. This is how they operate. When you have that light, and when you're true, and I'm going to use a churchy word. I don't mean to sound like I'm some preacher, but when you're truly ordained for the mission that you're manifesting, trust me, they don't like it because they want that attention, right? Okay, we don't have to love confrontation, but part of the challenge of being in leadership in the church or being a pastor, and in life, y'all, not just church and pastor, but these things are true. This is a churchified written article, but this is something in your life. You don't have to be nowhere near a church. You'll be on a job and see somebody who doesn't like what you do, and they want to go to the supervisor and tell a lie or see people against you. Well, you know what? You better be prepared like I'm prepared. I don't give a damn. I'll walk alone. I see the light at the end of the tunnel for the things that I have to do and the healing that I have to come out of and what I have to do, and ain't nothing gonna stop me. And they always want to throw you off, and they'll laugh at you when you fall in the mud. They'll laugh at you when you've almost got there and they did something to you, whether it's talking to somebody else, dealing with you directly and sabotaging you. And this is not just the church. This is just life, y'all. It's just life. Okay. Before you run off and confront everyone that you don't get along with within the church, deal with Jezebel within your own life. Certain habits, desire for control, discouragement, sexual sins, desires for fame. Deal with these areas first before you deal with them in others. Afterward, don't be afraid of men, but confront these behaviors. So you may have these things inside of you. You might be a baby Jezebel. You may have that desire. People have come, oh, yes, this other fat granny that don't come on the show no more, telling everybody, oh, he's a narcissist and he likes to, but you the one who want control. You're the one who want to sneak up on the mic. See, they don't just always come obvious. They'll come at you sweet, and you confront them and tell them like it is. But usually when they see that thing inside of you where you know what the next move is before they do, they run. And so I'm in predatory mode when it comes to these people, because I just finished telling Mrs. SCURV a little while ago, and for the last few days, I said, I'm 60 years old in April. From this point on, I'm not dealing and having to waltz with these demons. I'm going to chase them out. Once I see who they are, you get rid of them. You get rid of them. I have never had so many women come on to me ever since I got down here in Ghana. It's like, wait a second, I left these situations. I come, these people don't even know me. And here they come, looking good too. But they see what you got. They want money. They think you have money, and they want to just bash up what you got to get a little bit of something and laugh at you because their lives are jacked up. Not everybody. I'm just saying, I'm throwing some personal stuff out there, right? Anyway, not repentant. Jezebel is usually not repentant. We see in 1 King that she never repented. She had to be punished. And in the book of Revelation, God gave her a chance to repent, but she was unwilling. Let me move from the screen and make sure this sound is still popping. It is. Yes, yes. Okay. All right, here we go again. We're going to go right on back. I'm going to finish. I think that was the last one anyway, right? Saying she was unwilling to repent. I have given her time to repent of her immorality, but she's unwilling. There are consequences to allowing this wicked spirit to operate in your life. If you notice your behavior being influenced by this spirit or others around you, repent and confront that witch head on. Don't give a place to Jezebel in your life. You can overcome Jezebel by the blood of Jesus, repentance of sin. I'm reading it, right? And seeking to bear the fruit of the Holy Spirit. Now, let me just knock this screen off. I think there was another one I wanted to read, but I don't want to do too much reading. I just want to talk, since that's the word on the street that Lance likes to talk. Of course I like to talk. What you mean? What I'm going to do, come to the show and say, welcome to the LANCESCURV Live Show, and go like this. I'm not going to talk that much because they say I like to talk. It's like Larry Holmes, former heavyweight champ, used to say, it's not that I like to talk. I got a lot to say. Some of us have a lot to say. A lot. Let me move this camera to the side a little bit. You ain't got to take the camera off. Just push it to the side. Doesn't want to see what's going on the screen, and I'm kind of blocked. Let me move to the side here. Look at that. I'm looking at me from behind. What that fool talking about? You know he want to come over here and get with this thing? Nah. Okay, let me start. I wanted to read those few little things. And this green screen looks terrible. Let me fix this thing here. I think my light. Yep. You know what? It's my lighting. That's why it looks that way. So just give me a little second to correct this if I can. We're going to go on. We're going to hit the spirit, y'all. I'll be right back. Not really. It's not that much better, but I had to add a little more light like I had last night. I know what I had to do with this background, but I wanted to keep it clear. I was going to blur it a little bit and makes it look more. I'm learning, y'all. I'm learning. Let's get back to this chat room and this talk. Yeah. Like I said, it doesn't have to be about church. Most often it's not. It's just that you have that in the church, but it's out there in real life also. You can have a happy marriage. You can have a marriage that may have some issues, as most marriages do. And you might have a woman who befriends your wife, and she tries to become everything to your wife as far as a friend. But she's pissed that she's married to the loser that she's married to. So she sees that your husband is doing well and well-liked, and she will try to slowly but surely and indirectly mess things up for you. Be careful of that. Because see, when you are living your life, in certain areas, none of us is perfect, y'all. None of us. And we all got things to work on. And oftentimes you have others who don't see the things that you have to work on. You're not hiding it, but you're not getting a bullhorn and say, hey, everybody, when I'm with my wife, I come too fast. Hey, everybody, I got to work a second job because I don't have enough money, whatever. You'll fix those things. We're gonna buckle our seatbelts and we're going to get raw tonight. I ain't holding back, damn it. But they see the good parts. And they don't want your wife or your mate, because this can be a man who befriends the husband to turn you against your wife. Hey, man, we need to hang out sometime. Maybe go drinking. I don't drink. Why is this fool asking me if I need to go drink? I don't drink. But he want to find out and get me drunk so he can find out if I got a pretty little young thing around the corner that services me well. See, This don't have nothing to do with the church, but in the church is very prominent. We got all kind of Jezebels. Let me tell you something. I knew, let's get down to some dirt. Let's talk about some real dirt. This is back in 1980. I was 17 years old. 16 in the beginning till April, and after April, I was 17. Jack Griffin, this was around the time when I first started competing, and, you know, that January, you and our brother gave me an assessment, and my body wasn't looking good at all. It looked good for the regular street, but I was like, man, I got a lot of work to do. But later on that year, it was in September, I met a young lady, and she was like a little, around a year older than me, which is a big thing when, you know, it's a 1 year difference, and she's up. And I got to know her real good. We got real close. And at that age, yes, things got sexual. Yeah. I mean, been doing that stuff for years. But we were over her house late one night over there on 165th Street, 2 blocks below Linden Boulevard. Boy, that was a long walk because I wasn't driving then. Thank God for the bicycles. And all of a sudden, somebody tapped on the front door, but this was 3 a.m. And I was mad because I was in the middle of something. So we kind of, it's the front porch, not an outside porch, it was an enclosed porch. And so we looked, she opened the door, she went, it was dark, she opened the door. Evidently she knew who it was. It was the pastor. The pastor, 3 o'clock in the morning, I was like, you messing with him? In my mind, because I'm watching things play out. So he came in with his jerry curls and his gold teeth and his chains. This was a pimp preacher. We need to expose him. I'm probably going to call his name. He might not even be alive. I don't care. Because these people, they will destroy your life. He was outlawed from coming anywhere near my old girlfriend's older sister. And she was only like maybe 2 or 3 years older. I won't call any names, but the parents had their the bedroom on the first floor. They had it different. They had an enclosed porch, a living room, and after that was a bedroom next to the kitchen and little dining area because there was some sickness with the mother and she couldn't climb the steps that well. Understood. So all the bedrooms were upstairs, and he had already set it up with the older sister that I'm going to come over and I'm going to get me some. And this is Saturday night. Saturday night. Another Saturday night, and I need me some booty. I am the preacher because I just got to hide. Yes, he was, and she knew. She said, oh, she do what she wanted to do. I said, I didn't know that. And here he is with a big church up on Liberty Avenue. A big church. And he saw me. Because you know how he sounded like the guy, he got papers on me. Remember that song? He got papers, or she got papers on me. At the end is, well. And he had this little funny voice like, and that's the way he sounded. Hey, brother, how you doing? He wasn't no sissy, obviously, but he sounded like one. But he was skinny and all pimped out. He's just a piece of crap, though, when you really look at it, right? And it didn't bother me, though, because, you know, I'm in the learning phase of my life. And I knew one day, I didn't know one day there'd be an internet and podcasts and YouTube. But I was like, boy, I know I'm going to tell this story somehow, some way. And still, I'm kind of protected. I'm still deciding whether I should say his name or not. I don't know. But he went up the steps. The father was a drunk on the first floor. The mother, she had an ailment and she was deep in sleep. I mean, you can drop bowling balls on the floor and it wouldn't wake any one of them up. But you heard the bed up and down, boom, boom, boom. Dimples, yeah, right? yeah, Jack Griffin. Yeah. And Kevin Clark, I see you both in there, right? So anyway, you could hear him grunting. And it's funny because when he was getting it, because the windows were open, you could hear it all out in the street. I'm like, don't he realize that he's loud like this? And you can hear the bed up and down, up and down. There's always a squeaky mattress. And you could tell it's a boom, 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 boom. He was done. 15 minutes later, yeah, thank you, brother. because he asked me to look out for his car, his caddy around the corner. I wasn't looking out for nothing, man. That's part of the risk if you want to live this way. So he left, and I'm like, yo, tell me about this. How long has this been going on? So there was a club down on, was it Guy Brewer, which used to be New York Boulevard. And this was below Foch. This is across the street from, what's the projects? Come on, Jack, help me out. I used to go up there, Silverback with it, yeah. Ooh! That silverbacking was good. And if you don't know what silverback is, it's a joke on this show. You ever see the silverback when they put their fists down and they're all big up top and they're small on the bottom? When you silverback and you on top of a woman and you start approaching that high point, you, ooh! So that's why we say silverback with it, right? Rochdale, yes, yes. And across from that side of the Rochdale projects, on the other side of it, coming up a little bit toward Foch, not all the way to Foch, there was a house that was converted into a club. We're talking some old school stuff that my brothers here would definitely understand. And the name of the club, and it wasn't a building like a square building that was built to be a club. It was a house. You could see it was bigger than a house, but you could see at the core it was a house, and they had all of these areas added on, and they didn't care what it looked like from the outside. So this club was called The Scene. It stayed around for a long time. I don't know if it's still there. I'm really leaning toward it. Probably in 2023, it's not going to be there no more, right? But it's 17 years old. I was built a little better than most. Put a little hat on, get my girlfriend's little makeup thing, and the mustache that I'm growing now, I didn't have. So I had to paint one on. Put a hat over my face as the shadows. And I was built a certain way, wore a tight shirt, and they just let me in because I was built better than the fat bouncers that they had there. So they didn't challenge me. And so why am I saying this is because when me and my old girlfriend would go to the club, there was 1, 2, 3 women that were friends with each other, friends with my old girlfriend's older sister, her 2 friends, and they were screwing the pastor too. Now, none of us drove. So we would hop in a cab, and it wasn't much to get a cab down there. And they were very open about it. They were arguing over what the pastor gave. This is a real story, y'all. I'm telling it. And like I said, I'm not usually into blowing up people, but I'm going to tell it like it is. And I don't want people to come on tonight and tell it like it is. Even if you mention names, we're going to drop it down tonight, right? So in a sense, where we look at the Jezebel in church, or the church whore, as some people call it, as being the woman in the church, sometimes the pastor can be that way too. Sometimes the pastor can be the ultimate Jezebel, controlling everything, wanting to be famous, wanting to be seen, want to keep on talking and have the attention. And any woman that comes in that church, no other man better not be trying to get with her, even if it's something proper, where there's another man who sees that this is a decent woman in the church and he wants to date her. He wants to court her. He wants to be engaged to her eventually for marriage. No, that pastor can't see that. If you're going to do that, that's fine with me, the pastor might say. But you know what? I better taste them skins before you get it. I'm going to get a taste of that. So when you go on with your marriage, I know what she's like. That's a wicked way of thinking. All of the women out here in the world, you want to own all of them under your hierarchy. That's what he wanted. I'm going to tell you his private conversation with me. But these 3 young ladies, and of course, do you think it was only 3? They didn't care. One, and I remember their names. 2 of them started with the letter M, and the sister of my girlfriend was an S. And I remember coming down Guy Brewer Boulevard, down below Linden, coming toward Foch, and all little avenues going by. And it was kind of cold. It wasn't cold, it had to be the fall. And it was kind of cool. And I remember them, and they didn't care. Oh, pastor gonna take me on a cruise next month. I I'd never. Inside joke. I'd never. Exactly. Pastor gonna take me on a cruise next. I'm gonna put this fan on here. Let me know if you can hear it. I don't want to have no, but I'm sweating like a pastor, right? I'm sweating like I'm the one doing silverback, right? Yeah. You're right, Master Glam. I gotta put this one up. These women are married to Jesus and Pastor Holy Whore. Yes, he is. I gotta highlight this one for inside joke sense. Oh, they bring that man the money. You keep that money. But listen, the other one was said, well, Pastor bought me this diamond ring, and I'm showing it to you now. Look, it was a ring. They were sitting in the back of that cab, and it was like they had like sunlight back there. I'm like, whoa. And I forgot what the other one said. I think she said the pastor paid all her bills for the next few months or something, but they were all screwing this man. And yeah, you remember that club, Kevin, huh? I used to be up in there all the time. Don't stop the feeling. And them older women, they saw I was a grown man. Can't tell you all of those stories. This is not this kind of show. But it was crazy. So he had them in check. He was a Jezebel. He was a pastor and a Jezebel. Usually you have the pastor and the Jezebel trying to get at the pastor and take the power and control in the church. But no, you walking into a Jezebel-led church, and his wife and kids, they were like in their teens, and the wife was a beautiful woman. The wife was the one that seemed like who had the real spirit of a pastor. And she knew what was going on, but she didn't know who. So imagine the pain that this woman had to deal with, knowing that there were several women in the church and she did not know who her husband was sleeping with. Come on, y'all. And y'all ladies, I'm telling you, and Roy Ayers, you know. That's right. You know, that's my era. That's all of our era, even though today is our era, right? So when a woman gets cheated on, and I said this before, what's the first thing? She may not ask, right? But she wants to know, what did she look like? Not to the man. She's mad at him, but deep in her thoughts, what does she look like? What did she do? What did she do that I didn't do? What did he do to her? I know what he likes to do, and I hope to God he didn't do that to her. I know how he likes to use them lips. I hope he didn't do that to her. I wonder if there's something emotional. It doesn't matter. I don't want to hear any of it, but sometimes we want to see it. You see a bad accident on the other side of the street and traffic is jammed up, and your side of the road is jammed up because people are eyeballing. Now you don't want to see, you see blood all over the place, but at the last minute, you're like, you start looking. You want to know. So with multiple partners in the church, and the place was a gossip pit. You had the older church ladies who, for the most part, they came there to watch the show. This was the ultimate reality TV show. And for most places, there are good people in bad churches. There are some wicked people in good churches. There are people who really have it in their heart that this is a place that they want to be. I'm not going to knock it, because we all go through different stages in life and we're feeling around for the light switch in the dark. And we have to question things. We hold on to what we know to be the truth, and we explore and ask questions and compare it to the truth that we know is the truth. So it's a process. So when a person's younger, or that's a mosquito, ain't gonna give me malaria. I don't think so. It's something flying around, a little something. I got a little thing with mosquitoes. Mosquito bite almost killed me back in 2019, but it's not all mosquitoes either, right? But anyway, people are going through the process, and churches can be like hospital waiting rooms. I've said this before in the past. They could be like hospital waiting rooms. What do I mean by that? You might go in there with a broken leg or a twisted ankle. And there's people sitting around you. You're like, yo, I'm gonna hit you, I'm gonna knock you out. Get away from me with that. You go in there with a twisted ankle, you come out with the flu. You got to be back there another 5 days because you jacked up again. So you have people who, whether it's a binge purge type of mentality, right? Where Saturday night, they doing their thing. But Sunday, they want to feel better about themselves because of what they did the night before. And when I was younger, I was that guy who was helping these young ladies, not those girls, but the things, the conundrums that I've done. Jack Griffin, that's one of your words, conundrums. That these were church chicks. And I'm not saying everybody, but I have to say it. You know, I'm the guy like Millie Jackson. I just had to say it. Damn. You won't leave me alone. Oh, Jezebel mosquito. Jezebel bug. See a show going on and try to fly around me. What you want from me except to distract me, right? But a lot of these women, it was like a mental sickness. I didn't mind because I was silverbacking with it the night before. I wasn't going to the church. They were. Go ahead. I'll give you a reason to go and try to repent. It's a whole lot of things that you're going to repent for after we hang out all night, right? But it was, I would see them go to this change and you call the next day, hey, you all right? Everything's okay. Yes, I'm blessed and highly favored. And I just want to let you know that we're not going to be able to carry on like this because, we slip and we fall. And, you're a person who treated me right and with a lot of honor and everything, but we can't see each other. I'm like, okay, no problem. 15 other people waiting for the services, right? So all of a sudden, you get a call on a Friday night, that same one. Hello? Hi, Lance. How are you? Let's make up a name. Brenda? Yeah, I'm okay. Everything all right? I'm thinking something like on a different level because it wouldn't be like, well, you ain't give me that no more, so I ain't gonna deal with you. I'll still help you. If you get to a certain point, I'm cool. Is there anything you need? You okay? Yeah, there's something that I need. Oh, I'm seriously confused now. Well, let me know if I can help you in any kind of way. If I got it, I give it to you. You got it, baby. And you're going to give it to me. I said, wait a second now. You told me on Sunday, just this last Sunday, that you're going to try to, and I'm going to respect that. I never want to be the one to tempt anybody or drag anybody into things. I mean, in that time of my life. And they're saying, no, just come on over, baby. It's all right. I'm sorry I even said that to you. I had such a good time. I can't live without that. I said, don't put that on me. This is your choice. In a way, I kind of feel bad now because it's like I'm bringing you into that. I don't want to be some dude like a drug dealer who's selling drugs to somebody and it's blood on my hands, but I went back. And then the next 2 weeks, here they come, boom, 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 boom. It's like a mental sickness. And I wasn't any man of any substantial power, I was living wild. But a lot of these women saw something in me that they gravitated toward. I wasn't rich, didn't have no money. I was probably riding a bike. I was a teenager. What do you expect? Now, some teenagers do a lot better, but I wasn't focused on that. I was in my own funk. But these people can see this thing in you. And some of these women who are in the church, they will go. Some of them who are not necessarily Jezebels, because remember, it could be men and women. But they know what they're going in for, and they know how they dress, and they know how they act. And they know the kind of attention that they want. And sometimes we can mistake them for a Jezebel, but they're just the person who wants the attention. They're used to going to the club and wearing the tight clothes and, doing a little bit of drugs and having wayward sex. But they traded the club in for the church. And this is something that we don't want to talk about. And look at how some of the churches are even set up. They're set up like nightclubs. What's the difference between what you see behind me in some of these churches. Look at the girl over here. It's backward, right? This one over here. She gossiping. We know that church lady that stays at the church and she gossiping. We know the one over here who is new to the church. She's not part of the clique yet, but she want to get down because she want to get a little piece of penis too, because she hears what's going on from this one. And then you got the one who's the ringleader, right? Right there, scoping everything out, looking like a meerkat. Anybody new comes in, they looking. When you get inside the church as a new, not even a member, somebody who's visiting, they already know what kind of car you drive. Girl, that's the one who pulled up in that brand new Lexus. I don't see no ring on his finger. They got plans for you, right? They're going to check out the parking lot and see if there's a spot next to where that Lexus was parked, and they're going to go, girl, you better go park next to him and find yourself in the car. When he comes out, you can talk to him. This is like a hostile work environment. We'll make one up here, a hostile worship environment where it's cunning. It's like walking through the jungle. You see predators looking. You see other animals who are lower on the food chain looking at a fear to make sure they don't get to be some other animal's meal. And there's all these different levels of tension there. And I've noticed in the black church, we'll come on back to the Jezebels, but I've noticed in the black church, a lot of black churches, some of the women can be fully dressed, but there was a sexual tension there. And from young, I noticed that, because from young, I've been doing some things and had things done to me, you know what I mean? So I was in that, I had them spirits on me. I was full of them demons too. It was like I'm some saint and didn't know. I'm innocent. I don't know these things. I was down with it. Had demons crawling all over me. But when you're full of hormones, you love it. That's why in them times, I love the church whores. You know that song? What's the guy's name? Something Coco. No, something whatever. I'm in love with the Coco. Y'all ever hear that song? I know it's down there in South Florida, Master Glenn. You probably had to hear it. I'm in love with the Coco. Well, I was in love with the church whore. I could spot them. I already knew. And like I said, there was a church in North Carolina that I attended a couple times for a time. And there was a woman there, and I'll say it again. I gave her the nickname Butt Rubber, because they didn't really know too much about me. And every time, right when the service was over, if I was talking to somebody, she would find herself to the crowd, squeeze through who I was talking to, or just wait and rub her butt cheek on my leg. Every service, butt rubber. Oh, excuse me. Whatever. She's aiming at me. There's all kind of things that go on. But let me tell you about that former pastor that used to go upstairs in my old girlfriend's house and nail the sister and have the two other women, which I'm sure he had other ones, you know. What'd you say, Indigo? I love the church girls too. They was always ready to get, no, they were. They in a drop of a dime. I'm telling you how it is now. I'm not going to demonize every woman that goes to a church, but forget going to the club. Go to the church. I'm not instructing. Don't do this at home, young men. I'm telling you, right? But that's what it was. I knew one that we met, and that night I was silverbacking, and she was swallowing the next generation, and kept on going, and was a pastor's daughter. I felt bad, but I felt good. I couldn't stop. This is when I was real young. And I've had all kind of encounters. Man, that place is a hotbed. I don't know why. Was it always this way? I mean, I think about the black church in days of slavery when our very lives hung in the air. And oftentimes that was like the only day where we can not have as much tension. It was like the slave masters, oh yeah, let them Negroes go on over there, you know, and do their thing. We ain't gonna lynch as much niggers today. And like I said, I'm gonna throw this one like I always do. In the black church back in slavery times, especially in the South, you had a white man there watching everything, because they weren't gonna allow you to sing church songs that sung about escape. Midnight, we're gonna leave you, go down yonder, we're gonna leave Master behind. Hey, what are you talking about? You're planning on leaving? So when you had to go to the restroom or go somewhere else, whatever, to get the permission of the master, you had to put your finger up. So this way you have these guys in the church now humping up. Put your finger down, man. Ain't no white man around no more. What kind of thing is this? Man, white man got you crazy like that, huh? Crazy. And we still do it. Like we're looking for permission. Ain't no white man around. White Jesus is up there. He ain't paying you no mind. But back to that pastor. There was a gym. Come on, Kevin and Jack. Y'all know the gym. I ain't going to say exactly where it was, but you know where it was. This is back in 1980. Late 1980, no, it was late 1984 time. I used to go there and kind of stay there all day when the owner of the gym was at work, and I would be there. And so we had a window that we'd open up in the front, no bugs flying around, whatever. And I was leaning up there. There was nobody, maybe one or two guys working out. So I'm leaning up against the window, and here he come. Hey, brother, doing a good job there. You're looking pretty good. How old are you again? I'm 17, man. Man, I need to cut. And why do these skinny dudes who don't train, I need to come there and pump some iron too. Why do they do it like that? Why they got to do curls and be, it's always those who have trained, they will know, man, I'm going to get like you one day. You know what I mean? And they start doing their arm all funny and whatnot. Start pointing and stuff like, what the hell? So he says, well, I got the supermarket and I converted it over to the church. I'm going to tell the street. It was 130th Street, one block up from 131st on Liberty, on the same side. I don't care who knows it, right? So he was like, we got the basement, and there's a whole lot of young ladies out here that need to get in shape, especially down in the hips and the thighs. They want to tone them thighs up. And I'm thinking like, yeah, so you can try to get between them and get in their pocketbooks too. It'd be nice if I invested some money and got the equipment. Could you run it? So I already knew the position that he had me in. He said, because there's going to be a whole lot of fine young ladies in here that are laying around doing nothing, watching the soap operas. Sometimes their husbands are going to do their work. So he aiming on the married women too. There's a special place in hell. Not that I haven't done that in my crazy years. I've done everything. I'm not saying no man and do no drugs, but I'm saying with women, I've been there, done that. To climb out of windows and run down the street naked and people coming home. I didn't know you were married. Oh my God. We separated. But you should have told me that. I felt like Bruce Banner after being the Hulk, and now I'm all skinny and shrunk and pulling off clothes off a line and running down the street. Crazy stuff. So a homeless man, and he had a pair of shoes on his feet and all my clothes up in the place there. And I had to go put on some funky shoes because it was ice out there. I'm not famous, but if there's ever a movie in my life, y'all will be cracking up because there's more stuff. And Jack Griffin and Kevin Clark know. I've told them many things. And it's stuff I forgot that others have to remind you of. But this guy was just totally sold out on women. Like I say, it's a high. A woman, a good woman. I'm not talking about when you know the decent, good woman. Then nothing beats that. But when you are at your peak and you looking and your mindset is that way, and you get a woman on a carnal level, I'm speaking as a carnal person now, to really wax you off right. I don't know about this thing called crack. I don't want to try it, but crack can't whip that. And this is how a lot of us fall. And it's hard, y'all. Kudos to the people who can control themselves. But everybody has their Achilles heel. And that was mine. And I would have dudes that I hardly ever knew, man. They wanted to hang out because they thought I was like the Pied Piper of, we call it pizza on this channel. I won't say P-U-S-S-Y. We'll call it pizza because it has 5 letters just like P-U-S-S-Y, and it starts with a P. It is good to eat. I told you we're going to be humorous tonight. But he wanted me to set up a gym in the huge sub-basement below the supermarket, which was converted to a church. And you know how, and this was a full-size supermarket before, right? Kevin, what was the supermarket? They had, I know they had Bohack down by me. We're talking going back to the 70s and 80s, y'all. They had Hamilton. I think that was a Hamilton. But Hamilton, that was a one-shot wonder. I never saw no other Hamiltons after that. But there was like two, but that was one of them. He converted it. And he was on me. Brother, I got the money. We just got to find the equipment. You know, and I was already halfway helping out the brother who, you know, Junior, God rest his soul, who had the place. That's where I trained at the time. But this guy didn't care. He was trying to make, I'll pay you. I'll hook it up where you can have a room down there. What I need a room down at the bottom of a gym for? Well, he knew what could, I'll give you keys if you want to come on down and, you know, do your thing. And so, man, we're below a church, man. I was wild, but I'm not going to be that. And I got wilder after that. But no, that was wrong to me. Imagine me waking up after a good Saturday night, tussling and silverbacking with a woman or two down there, and there's a church service going on, and I'm coming up out of it, and they got to see me. I don't want to be embarrassed like that. You live your double life. You know what I mean? Be straight up with it. You know, you got your wife as a pastor. You got your kids there who knew, but they weren't going to tell their mother, but they're just like, always feeling bad. You see them, hey, how you doing, man? You know, okay. They were in perpetual shame because of what the pastor was doing. And he was a Jezebel. He's a Jezebel. I knew of one Jezebel in another church, and she had control over everything. See, some of these Jezebels will throw you a little something on a physical level if you have a lower position in the church, to have something on you and to have you looking like that puppy waiting for another snack. What's the milk bone? You sitting there, she done threw you some 6 months ago, and you'll do anything to get back in that position again. And you sitting there, every time you see her, and she orders you around, she's taking control. That's why she gave you some. She didn't give you none because you're so dashing and attractive and she wants to get with you. That's the number one thing with these Jezebels. Like we said before, they'll do anything that they can do, whatever your thing is. If you're a crackhead secretly, she's going to throw you a couple rocks. Okay, thank you. He ain't looking at her booty. He looking at what she can get as far as smoking. If you want compliments, if you want attention, she is the ultimate shapeshifter, and her goal is power, control, and confusion. And they don't even care who they have to use to get that. They don't care what they have to destroy to get that. Even if they're not even interested in you for any kind of power, they want you bowing down to them, bowing down to them. But when it comes to the sexual charms, it's demonic. It is demonic. And I'm going to tell you, not because I'm trying to promote it, but when you are open for that or you're broadsided with it, it's demonic and it's damn good. And that's what messes most men up. There was an actual Jezebel that I actually dealt with. I won't say any names. I ain't going to give no time period. It was a long time ago, but it wasn't when I was 10 years old either. You know what I mean? She came around me, and I always had a thing for her, but I didn't know her as a Jezebel. I just knew her in the neighborhood growing up. And when I got to the sizable years, 30-ish, whatever, she came back into my life, and we were friendly. And we admitted that we both had a crush on each other. And I thought it was innocent, because she said it in an innocent way, and I said it back to her. I always thought you were so pretty. And when I was 12 years old and she was 12 years old. And I would go to the church, one of the churches that my mother went to, because she went to many different churches because she sung. Okay, what's happening here? Okay, I'm going to tell you something funny. Let me edit this out. To heck with LinkedIn. Go bye-bye. I don't want to be bothered with you no more. Okay. Is it still there? LinkedIn is on they're on some old censorship type stuff. As soon as I came on Facebook and I'm sitting there dancing, the music is playing, they were like, boom, we're having a problem on Facebook. On my personal page that I broadcast on and on the fan page, they shut it down because of the title. I know that's what it was, church whore. I should have said just Jezebel for that, right? So YouTube is like, make one wrong move and you'll be gone for 2 weeks. That's how they do me. That's how they do me. Wow. Simply Deep 1985. My day's doing good. You see the topic, right? We're going to stay on topic and talk about the topic. Okay? We're going to stay on topic today, but I'm doing good though. So we hung around each other and we're adults now. And she always had a Bible in her hand, you know? And she was always talking about the Lord and all this stuff. But at that time in my life, I'm like, yeah, you talking about the Lord, but woo, the Lord sure help you to grow them hips. And she was really looking fine. And we started hanging around each other more and more. And we hung out, we drove somewhere. And I knew it was going to happen. I was like, oh man, I don't want to start nothing. I don't want to. All of a sudden, we on each other. I mean, like animals. And she keeps on, this is the thing, she keeps on bringing up, you know, the Lord meant for this to happen, you know. And I'm like, I'm not trying to think about no Lord right now. You know what I mean? I ain't trying to think about no Lord right now. I'm sitting here like this, and you on your knees and not to pray. My feet are kicking like the can girls, and the can. You know, I'm like, I'm already feeling bad. You know what I mean? And I was like, you know, Kevin, how Junior used to do. You take the AM and it wakes you up. You take the PM and another inside joke. So that was going on every night. And it got more and more bizarre because now she wanted to have me on my knees while she read scripture. I'm like, what kind of energy is this? But it appealed to me in a sick way. Church whore. Now, any woman who gets sexual in her life, under the proper, technically we know it's only under marriage, but I understand that, but I'll be a little more loose with that. You're in something committed and, you know, I'm not going to call you a whore. You know, we all have our feelings, and I'm not going to say and judge anybody because I'm the last person to judge anybody in this lifetime. I'm the last person. Like I said, let's say Judgment Day comes. I'll be letting everybody up like, yo, my man, you want to, you know, you lived all right? Go ahead, man. I'll be letting everybody up. I'll be scared to stand right there. I'll be shaking my boots. Let's start with 1977. We'll let the other ones go. Boy, I'm like, yo, let them all up first or make another line for me because this one's going to be long. I have a lot of humor with that. But when I saw how when it got real deep sexually, I'm not judging, but she was gone. I know I can be gone with it. I get deep. I'm psycho with it. But that was something demonic. And the things that happened, which I will not say, this is for my Patreon when I tell that story. Remember, you know, when I set it up. And I'm also going to do some other platforms that I can talk freely and all the way. You need to know some of these things that I've been through. I mean, it's almost embarrassing. You know, some people would look at it like a notch on the belt, but no, it's almost like, whoa, that happened to you? You did that? You had that happen to you? And that thing can hit you so hard. This is why with the Jezebel, when she wants to control a certain situation, she's worse than a Terminator, man. She don't give a damn about you. And like the woman said, he won't stop. You know what I mean? And you could feel the tension that these Jezebels bring if you can look past whatever she brings to you as your weakness. If you can look past the body and the promise and that sexual energy, that's demonic sexual energy, is so intoxicating. I'm going to tell you from personal experience, if that is something that you're weak on, or you don't understand how powerful the tsunami is, I'm not saying you even a weak man, but it's going to pull you in. Remember, I dream of genie, dint, 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 and at the end, the bottle sucked in. That thing will suck you in. Dint, 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 dint. You keep messing around with Jezebel, she'll suck you in, literally and figuratively. Yes. Thank you, Indigo King. Associated, yeah. Across and diagonal from Labu, or Labui as you call it. That's right. Yeah. Okay, let me see. What do I mean? Gone with it? A total fool for the sex. Because it's not just physical sex and physical friction, Reese. It's an intoxication. It's an addiction. It is tapped into everything that way that you held to yourself on a subconscious level. All the things that appeal to you. Imagine your deepest, darkest sexual secrets and desires and urges and fetishes, and they appear to you, and you don't have to tell them what it is. They already know. That's frightening. But you're scared and you ain't running away. They do everything the way you like it. They present the visuals and make the noises the way you like it. See, some women think that when it comes time to, let's get graphic, let's get adult. When it comes time to, they think that's enough. When the Jezebel hits you off, she looked possessed, eyes rolling up in her head, cheeks all sucked in. She know how to position herself and show certain parts of her body, and you'll look like, oh my God, this is so good. Ah! And that's a mark left on you. Could you imagine a soul tie with a demonic Jezebel? And I'm speaking as a man toward a woman, but there are women who are weak for the men who are Jezebels. You got male Jezebels out there, from what I heard, they got some good dick. Dick do something different. I don't know what they got, but some of these women going crazy over them. I said, well, was the penis telescopic? did it just did it twist around or something? I always made a joke in art school when I went, art and design in Manhattan. And artists are crazy. Artists have a crazy imagination, and I have a real crazy imagination. We had a brother there named Warren Windley, and he sketched so realistically, but it was always something sexual. He's a short guy, wasn't athletic, very much a gentleman, very much respectable, but everything he drew was about sex. I said, you know what? You're going to end up, now see, at the time it was only Playboy and Penthouse. We didn't have the other magazines. We didn't have the internet. I said, man, they're going to call you to draw for Playboy, because he just drew things, sexual things, not only hardcore, but situations. He drew this picture of this old white man who was some kind of coach of a girls' basketball team. And one of the girls had a short little outfit on. She was bending over to pick up the ball. And the old white man, he was just sitting there leaning, but you see this big heart on it. But it was funny. It was funny. It was some funny stuff. So he said, Lance, we're all going to play a game today with our drawing, because we had like 15, 20 minutes for class. So artists would just draw crazy things. He said, we're going to improve. We know God made our body in a perfect way, because he was a religious guy. He said, we're going to improve through our art the human body in a sexual way. What would be an improvement? And we weren't blaspheming God, but we were like teenagers having fun. So we all drew our pictures, whatever. And I forgot what the other guys did, but I said, you want to see an improvement? Okay. I put a vagina between the breasts. I said, when you're in there, there ain't nowhere to go. Let's have something. And I put a mouth over the penis. That would drive women crazy. You inside of them, blah, blah, blah. They cracked up. They're like, yo, that was brilliant. I said, I know, but who's going to pay me for that? But what I'm saying is that They will do anything that they can do to destroy and control. And it's not always sexual, but if they can use their sex appeal, they're not always going to lay down with somebody to do that. You know, it could be just being charming to you. They will use whatever they can. They're straight hustlers. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of destruction. At the end of the day, when you were involved with them, you realized that there was a lot of destruction. And with that young lady that I met again, she did some nasty, and it's me saying it. She did some nasty things. I'm like, yo, I'm out of here. And I'm out. I was out there. I slipped, right? I'm out there. Yeah, I'm out there within this, but no, right? That's nasty. Hope Rice, are you here tonight? I told you the full story. You were laughing. You're like, oh God, Lance. I can't believe you told me that, but oh my God. But that particular preacher, I don't know whatever happened to him. I know I heard he eventually got a divorce from his wife, or she him to be involved in something like that, but we don't know how his father's behavior caused him to behave and react. He was mannerable. He had a bunch of sons and daughters and stuff like that, but he was brazen. How you feel sitting up in front of a church preaching, and there are people down there that are older, not older than him. I would say like okay, he had to be like in his middle 40s. So he would have to be 80 something, damn near 90, 80 something, whatever, somewhere up in there. If I'm 60 soon, this joker had to be, you know, he's up there, right? But there were grown people who were out in the street with the pamphlets and with the tracts and trying to get people to come to the church. And they swore by him. There's something wrong with that. If you're going to do dirt, do your dirt. I'm not going to drag anybody else in my dirt. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it, whatever it is. That's just how I roll. I'm not going to try to convince somebody. I'll tell you about it, but I ain't going to try to get you to do it and even have that kind of conversation with you. Because I do know there are spiritual repercussions for you even being somebody to seduce somebody else to get them to do what you do. And I've done that with women. You talking to one, you talking to five, you talking to 10, and you just talking. You got that velvet tongue in their ear talking. I mean, over the phone. And you getting them all ready. Then you get them, you take it to another level. That's a vicious thing that I don't really want to be bothered with. Because how long can that last? And how are Jezebels made? Did something happen to them early on in their life? Huh? That made them this way? Yeah, you're right. I got to highlight that, great man. The majority of black, well, you know, the majority, I won't put that just on black women. We're talking about the black culture, so I'll say that, but the majority of women will know that a weak man will always fall for that hot box. You know. Yep. Indigo King. She didn't, I don't know. She tried to go far like, nope. I mean, put it this way, I'll tell part of it. I'll tell part of it. She tried to, you know, make a brother play in some doo-doo or something. Like, come on, man. It's like, crazy? For real, I'm telling you the truth. Straight doo-doo. No. You wrote me in to get me this far. Now it's demonic. Then you break out reading scriptures. Got to get out the way from that. You know? Yeah, let me see. Yeah, some sexual Jezebels will get you into some stuff that you thought that you would never do. Well, in the past, I pretty much was down for anything, but not that. I'm not into eating no doo-doo. Look, you put the net out and you go fishing, you will pull in some crabs. And literally pull in some crabs if you mess around with the wrong one. Doo-doo brown, I'm not with that. And they were determined. Yeah, the orgasm is a mofo. That is a blast of natural crack. I believe that some people are affected by orgasm more than others. I think for some people, oh, that was nice. And there's some people like, have you moaning on the inhale. Like you're on a roller coaster ride or something, Doodle sandcastles for real. I'm straight up for real. Miss me with it too. Yo, what are you doing? I want us to go to a new level. Yes. You got a Bible in your hand? You naked? What the hell? I'm out of here. I haven't seen you in 2 weeks and you won't see me no more. No, I don't do that. I don't do that. I mean, woman poot, that's natural, but come on, man. Straight, haul off, y'all. Like you've been eating meat and all kind of heavy stuff, and then you drank some prune juice, and then that universal sound of distress. You're like, oh my God, where's the next bathroom? Do I go right here? And you already start gauging like the Terminator. You see like 96 seconds, 95 seconds, or maybe 15 seconds. You know how long it is before you have to go, and you out. That's why out here, anybody coming to Accra, Ghana, or Ghana in general, when you travel, you bring your toilet paper, okay? Bring your toilet paper. You will run up in a restaurant and see half of a section just hanging there. And you looking around, where's the toilet paper at? I can't fold this little piece and balance it on my finger. And no, you better keep it. When you go, this is what you do. You take a whole roll. You take that little piece out of the middle and you squeeze it down. You will be happy and glad, and you will help somebody else in need. Because these restaurants and these establishments, yes, we have a bathroom there, brother. Go to the bathroom there. And you go in and you're like, none in that stall. Not that I'm going to sit down. You got to do the parallel squat. But still. And then it's like they know. Because when you come out all, I'm clean, they're looking at you like, how did you get clean? Because I know how it is here. But a lot of men feel, and I've said this before on a non-Jezebel level, so sweet. Yeah, you're right to go, Sister Oyala. I'm just telling it like it is, yeah. But you can have women who are those attention freak Jezebels. They're not interested in you at all, but they hate to see what appears to be a good man. And what do I mean by that? And this has nothing to do with the church. It could be in the church also, right? Like, and I've said this example before. Say you live in a nice subdivision. Everybody keeps their lawn clean and they're, hey, good morning, how are you? Whatever. But you pretty much don't really get into it with them. You know them, you're friendly, you wish them the best, but you're living your own life. And so she sees you cutting the lawn on a Saturday. She sees you when you come home from work. Daddy, the kids love you. You're doing well financially. She knows your wife works, but the wife leaves late and comes back early. The wife is working part-time. She's not really stressed. The husband is handling the business, but she's there to keep the home too. They're working together nice. They seem to be happy. And again, I'm not saying all black women are Jezebel. I'm saying this particular one is a Jezebel, but not in the same manner as you have them where I want to break up his marriage. I want to take power of this church. I'm going to be driving that car or whatever. And I'm going to tell you another aspect about Jezebels too that they get off on. They get off on certain things too. We're going to talk about the real life stuff now. So she will see that good man. And she might be one of them resentful Jezebels. The kind that, all these men out here, dogs. Or they feel they can get any man that they desire. So she comes out on that same Saturday when he's cutting the lawn, and she saw that the kids and the wife left. And maybe the mother-in-law, his mother-in-law lives in a different part of the state. And she caught wind that he's going to be home by himself. But he's out there cutting the lawn. They may be out there for a week. She knows this. So now she don't even have to cut her lawn. She going to go out there across the street on that hot Saturday, knowing that he's home by himself, and she's over there cutting and bending over and cleavage coming out. And he sees it, but he's not really paying no mind. He sees it, but he ain't looking. So she makes it even more obvious, right? And so this type of situation, that woman doesn't really want you, but you break the thought that all men are dogs. And that's why she don't really want to bother with one to commit to, but she'll go to bed with them. And the reason why she wants to try so hard on you as a good man is because now she has to face herself and face the fact why she's single. She tells herself she's single because all these men are dogs. But if you're not a dog, guess what? She got to face herself. Well, since all men are not dogs and he's a good man, I got to take accountability for myself. This is a conversation that many women have that are like that, who think that way. Not all think that way, don't get me wrong. But now, what do? They either heal themselves, change their thinking, reevaluate, and make themselves better, or, Negro, since you going against my doctrine on how I live my life and you're forcing me to take accountability, I'm going to come after you. I'm going to make sure that I prove to myself and the world and my doctrine to myself that all men are dogs. So now if you're the type of man to be like in your midlife crisis, or you're always playing on the side or whatever have you, it's like, pretty good. How you doing? Hi. Now she know that you by yourself. You don't know that she knows this. All of a sudden she comes to you like a damsel in distress. My lawnmower is not working. I just don't know what it is. She purposely did something to it. And she has it around the back. And so as she goes to the back and you come over being a gentleman, you're not even thinking no kind of way. But there's always that lady across the street next door to you and 2 doors down. See that? He must be a dog. The wife done went away for the week with the kids, and he going on back there to put his hand on her melons because she's growing melons in the yard, right? So she's back there, and if you do what you do, just help and leave, she's going to despise you and keep trying to seduce you. Not because she wants you. There's a lot of middle-aged or young or older married men who are in good situations, but they want to try to still see if they still got it. And the compliments and a woman trying to seduce them, that's the easiest thing. Here you are, you know you're not what you used to be, but you're going to still try. Here you go, something in front of you, and you trying to hold them booty cheeks, and what is this thing swinging? Your penis is swinging just as much as your balls are. Your balls got more hardness to it than the penis does. Face it, man. Those are the younger days. Something might happen every couple of weeks, and I better take advantage of this while I have it. You might pop the pills, but how long is that going to last? Say you live to 95, and 2 days before you transition on out of here, I want to Viagra. Okay, nurse, please, I'll give you $10,000. It might boop, boop. That's it. We're not made to be, it's in our head. So if this woman is successful in seducing you, she feels she has something over the wife. Look at her. He working hard and they got that nice house. And yeah, she ain't got to work as hard as I do, but her man is a dog. And now she's back to it again. All men are dogs. And she's living happily ever after in her frustration, because the very one who showed himself to be something else, she shot him down. And she'll resent that man if he turns her away. And this is why you have many women out here who will lie on you too, because there's that resentment. Jezebels hate to not be able to get what they want. Even, it's not even about wanting sex with you. They will throw it at you because they see the benefits of controlling you with that. They'll flirt with you if that's all they have to do. But it's not about sex. Look at these, and I'm not calling them Jezebels. I've known a lot of strippers in my life who they felt they had no other way out. Some of them had men that they thought were good, and the man left them, and then they have a child. They want to keep the child in a private school. They want to keep the child, and they will do a job and go out at night and either prostitute. This is what they thought they should do. I'm just telling you the reality of the situation. Look at these girls' faces. Are they there just for sex? They think about money. And there's a lot that comes with that world. It's not that easy. I used to drive strippers around for years in my van and take them the way they had to go. Sometimes spending the weekend with them in another state. They'd pay me. We have conversations up in the hotel room. Didn't have to get another separate. Well, do you want separate? No, I want separate accommodations. I wasn't doing nothing with them. They'd lay on the couch and they'd be in the bed. They might be doing each other. Lance, you sure you don't want? No, I'm all right. I'm all right. I might be sitting like this, looking at them, fall asleep. But nah, because I saw the sadness in their eyes. I heard their stories. I talked with them on a personal level. I just couldn't see them that way. And then you see them perform in clubs, VIPs, which means you can go all the way. And you see them with these strange guys, and the guy, yeah, man, drunk out their mind, and these are just objects, but then you think this is somebody's daughter. But they made a decision to do this, right? And the thing is, you know, you just can't, but you learn so much, you know? Let me see, what did J-Mav say? Jigga-ho, jigga-ho. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. But yeah, she doesn't seclude you in the wrong area, right? There's all kind of tricks out here. There's all kind of mentalities out here. When we see beautiful looking people, they may not have beautiful looking or beautiful spirits or beautiful intentions on the inside. You just have to really be careful who you court as an acquaintance or a friend, because they may see something in you that they want to destroy. We don't even know the full intentions of these Jezebels, but all women are not Jezebels, or every angry woman is not a Jezebel. There are some women who can be part-time Jezebels, I'll say that much, where they get into that mindset and they get out. There's a lot of psychological issues with a lot of our women. I'm not saying all Black women have psychological issues. Now, I'm not saying that, because men got the issues too. I know I've had issues in my life, ways that I looked at things, way that I viewed the world. And as you get older, you're like, when you pull back from your individual situation and you really begin to see how small your situation may have been in contrast to the bigger world, like I always say, it's that experience of going up in an airplane. And then you go to the airport around your area, you look down to see what's familiar, say, oh my God, look, there's the Home Depot, there's the Walmart, there's my neighborhood, look, there's my house. And as you see it, and you try to hold on to viewing your house, and before the clouds come, you see those little misty clouds, you're going up, 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 but you're looking way over the horizon, and you see other subdivisions, you see other parts of the city. Then you just see sections. What's up with that? You just, you know what I mean? And you're sitting there in the plane, and you realize not that your life is insignificant or your life doesn't matter, but you see how insignificant your big issues can be to the world. To you, it's a big thing, but to the world, it's so vast. It's like, wow, I'm living in this narrow world, but this place is so vast and so big. And once you realize that, it helps you to put things in context. What simply Deep here said, LANCESCURV, I'm proud of your growth and how you changed so much. Now I kind of feel bad of what I've asked you for a few streams ago. No, I'm still going to talk crazy. When I do my adult series, I will be talking some stuff, but there'll be a lesson in that. No, just because I speak on a philosophical level doesn't mean I can't have fun and have jokes and talk about things I've been through and talk about the levels that I've been through, right? Say I'm a college professor, right? And my children, or one of them might be in the 4th grade. Do I speak to, and I'm not saying you're in the 4th grade, you're my child, I'm just using this as an analogy. Do I speak to them as a college professor and say, smack them around? Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. I have to speak to them on a level of a 4th grader, but maybe from a 5th grade perspective to bring them up. You know what I mean? Now you have sense, and we're all sexual beings. You know what I mean? On other shows, I can be so raunchy, like, is this the same guy that was speaking? I got many branches on my tree and many ways of communicating. If you're a decent person and you invite me over to dinner and your family's distinguished and mannerable, and you heard one of my more raunchy shows, you don't have to be scared that I'm going to talk like that. I'm going to deal accordingly. And you might be laughing like that. This guy, he's a critic. This guy says all kinds of things out of his mouth. This guy's a comedian, whatever. If you ask me to get up somewhere and speak, which I've done that just in some impromptu little situations. Lance, we want you to come by the church and speak on this and speak on that. Okay, no problem. Remember, this is not a church thing. This is me speaking on certain things, but I'll keep it decent. And people in the audience, they were cracking up. Like, you go to them later on, why were you laughing? Because we know how you are. We were just waiting to hear. We just knew you were going to come with it. No, I'm not going to do that to you. I'm not going to disrespect what's around me. So don't feel like because I'm talking this way that I can't out-talk a truck driver or somebody in the street. I don't desire that all the time, but I do have that gear on my vehicle, right? But it's got to be for a reason. I remember when I was working in corrections, and guys are in there shooting the stuff, you know, you got different custody levels, different mentalities, different ages, different backgrounds. So you have to realize you have all these people. Say you have 40 people in the unit, 50 people in the unit, they all like double cells, bunks in there, that you have so many different people who are in that same place. You just can't say they're all jailbirds or they're all just prison dudes. They're doing the same to you if you do that to them. And so how do they view you? This one here, who's a juvenile, in the juvenile unit may see you a certain way. You might be a father figure to him. You might be the dude who used to beat his mama, and he may hate you. So you have to figure out how people see you and work with it and understand that it's not going to be a one-size-fits-all thing. You got to figure out all of these people. You have to have that gift of discernment, which you can have whether you're in the church or not, because you got demons that got the gift of discernment that can figure you out quick. So you have to have that eye where, you know, you throw something out, you throw a word out to somebody and see how they react, right? One of my things is at the end of the shift, before we were locking everybody down, I tell jokes. They can joke on me and I'm a joke on them. Yo, Lance, man, your head is big, man. Yeah, I know. Your girlfriend loves it, and she loves the one here too that's big also. Oh, man, he got you, whatever. But you do your job, you have fun, and you relate to them like, listen, I have a job to do. I'm going to do it. You're going to respect me, but we're going to have fun. You don't cross me, I don't cross you. I'm not like these other guys who you may have this opinion formed because they have the same uniform on. So we can get down. And I've had to get down in some conversations that were at the lowest common denominator, but by the end of the day, I had to go there. And now we're talking about something else on a higher level. Like, yo, SCURV, man, you kind of deep, man. You was talking about them girls' asses and how you was screwing this chick and so and so. But now yo, man, it blew my mind, man. I thought you was an idiot like these other guys. No, you were talking about this already. How am I gonna, sit there and join the conversation? You don't go into the highway. Cars going by. You merge into the highway and you don't look in your side mirrors like, I'm going out there anyway. You better merge according to what's going on. You're going to smash into a car. You just can't. And then people who do that, you find yourself driving in a slow lane and there's a merge and the car just comes out. Like, yo, what are you doing? You're supposed to slow down or speed up according to me because I'm the one first in this lane. So if you want to master conversation and deal with different people, you got to meet them where they are. Sometimes you don't want to go there. Driving the bus was the same thing for me. I don't know who's sitting in my seat and what they want to talk about. If they want to talk about something, I may parry off that lower conversation, ha, 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 and bring it up a little bit, or I may get down with it and like, yo, man, you wilder than I am. I say, no, I'm not. I just know how to talk that way because I have a lot of experience. So you have to use those skills and life experience to be able to reach people. Every conversation is not going to be the same. It's not. Now, tomorrow we're going to do another churchified conversation, but I want to know if anybody wants to come in and have something to say, whether you want to call in, which I'm going to have to hook up my phone that's not hooked up, just connected to the wire, or give the link. You don't have to show your face. You can hide your face when you hit the link. You can hide your face with the camera. I put the link out. You know what? Let me just put the link out. It's not like we're sitting here talking marriage or some kind of contract. Well, with this mortgage, it's a 15-year fixed. You know what I mean? Sign the contract here. What do you mean it's a balloon at the end? Here we go. Oh, damn. Am I forgetting? Okay, no, I didn't get this right. Let me get the link. Okay, copy. Is it copied? It's copied. It's copied. No, maybe I didn't even hear what you said earlier. You can tell me what you said earlier. Okay, I got to do it this way. This mouse is like so sensitive. If I touch it light, it works, and I got to go mash down on it and damn near smash my fist into it. Come on, what's wrong with this thing? Come on. All right. Oh, I forgot. I'm on a Mac now. I was doing Control C and Control V. Now I got to do Command C and Command. Yeah. Anybody want to come in for a short time? We're going to have another churchified show tomorrow night, but it'll be coming from a whole different mindset. It really won't be a sexual thing. If we do touch on that in this particular conversation, we could have gone a whole lot deeper, but you know, in the days and weeks, I'll come right back, because every particular type of conversation that we have, we can speak about it 1,000 different ways, because how we touch it. If I talk about child support, we can talk about that 50 million ways. Child support for the girlfriend of the guy paying a lot of money. She has to suffer. Child support for the baby mama. Maybe she's spending money the way that she's not supposed to be spending. The kids are hungry, right? Child support for the man who's trying to work hard, but he's a good guy and she got him caught up. Child support for the dude that hit it and quit it, dump and go, or come and dump, or whatever they say now, right? So we can talk about those things on so many different angles. So there's no one topic that it has to be where we officially speak about it this way, the same way everybody else did. No. And then we have our experiences. Does anybody want to share any experience? No, we good, Simply Deep. I mean, my brain is numb. Do you know the things I've been through? There's nothing you can say that, oh my God, I'm so offset by what you said. No, I haven't really told all my stories. I've been in some sugar honey iced tea. You know what I mean? Pump and dump. There you go. What did I say? Hump and come, or come? I don't know. Pump and dump. That's cruel though. Pump and you a dude and you like this all I'm pump and dump. That's bad. Unless that's what the girl said she wanted, right? Anyway, the link is out. I'll talk a few more minutes, and we're gonna move on. And tomorrow, I want to talk to you, Master Glam, if you're still here. I want you to make the title of the show tomorrow. We'll take it from there. If there's any other topics that you want me to speak about, not that I know everything, but I've been through a lot, so I have no problem. Yeah, Reese, I have. Y'all just don't know. Not everybody knows everything. I don't mind telling it now. It's almost like therapy for me. Y'all are helping me out. If I get $1 million in the bank tomorrow, I need to pay out a whole lot of money to all y'all out here. Y'all be, Lance, what you said? Pay up. I mean, writing out checks, and even people that don't even know me, not even subscribe, like, pay up. Wait a second. That's like people getting into an accident. You got people chilling out, jump inside the car. Oh, oh, I'm hurt. I'm hurt. You weren't in an accident. You just trying to collect some money, you know? So thank you, Mike Jefferson. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, I just do what I do. I just talk, you know? I learned a lot in this life. You know, I learned to communicate and express myself, and especially working with the incarcerated, where all you really have sometimes is your conversation and your spit game. That helped to sharpen it up. You put a gun to my head and said, Lance, speak until 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. I'll do it. I'll do it. Yeah, let me see. We can also talk about work wives and work husbands. Bet, Tracy J. There's my sister right there. Much love to you. Like whenever you bring up a topic, like you saw it the other day, when Tracy J speaks, Lance SCURV listens, for real, you know? Okay, let me see what's up. Freaking Skeet. I didn't see that, J Math. Freaking Skeet. Yeah, you got Skeeting is last. I know. You don't skeet and then freak. It was like, wait a second, I ain't done yet. You know? But yeah, that's what it is. Okay, there's a lot of comments I missed. But this is really a juicy, drama-free chat room. I have to appreciate you all for this. It's always been that way. Oh, there'll be some who try. And they have those outsiders that come in and try. But I gotta say, in the way that you all get along with each other, I really love that. You know, where you've connected and stuff like that. And like I said, I'm gonna put my contact information below. For those who may want to suggest a show or contact me for some reason, or you have some juicy information you need for me to speak about. And whenever you suggest a topic to me, if you have an experience you want to talk about it, I'll talk about it in the way you want me to. It's not like you tell me all of this stuff and I'm going to say, yeah, her name is so-and-so and she lives in Mississippi and this is her address. And I don't cause, look, I think that's why my head is so physically big, because I got a lot up there. If I was if you were to shoot me up with some truth serum and put me in front of the camera and say, tell us all you know. And I'd be like, yeah, she was cheating with her brother-in-law. And, and whoa, don't do that to me, y'all. Because I don't tell. I don't tell. I might tell Mrs. SCURV some things. But no, I don't really tell. She's not even into that. So what happened? She's asleep right now. She might scroll through a show like that she didn't see, like, because I'm here all the time with her. I am the show all day. She's like, Lance, you talk too much sometime. Let's have a quiet day. And I can't. Just I'm quiet a lot. This work requires to be quiet a lot. So you see that my number there, 407-590-0755. You can call it directly, even though I'm in Accra, Ghana. I have an app that keeps you from having any long distance charges put on your phone. You can call me straight. I mean, I am straight, right? But you can call me straight through. And the best way is through the email, lance@lancescurv.com. I have 50 million different platforms, you know, Facebook Messenger, Facebook personal page, Facebook fan page, Instagram business, Instagram regular, this Instagram, that Instagram, and Twitter and other accounts, Twitter accounts that I tried to close down, they're still open. And people are shooting me messages to Twitter accounts I'm thinking are dead. And they, man, I've been trying to reach you. I don't mind those social media platforms you're reaching me out on, but it's not like I'm on them all day. When I create content and I share content, but I'm not like, because I got stuff to create. Like I have a rooftop here that I haven't even set up yet all the way. I think I did. It should be done. Did I even push the button to make it? Okay. I didn't even start on this, did I? Wait a second. This is impossible. I didn't even start hitting this yet. Let me check. Because I wanted to put it up after. Let me check. I'm so relaxed. Look what I'm doing in front of everybody now. No, I didn't. That's crazy. Brother Charles Wiley, if you're out there watching, I never forgot about you. This guy we worked at Home Depot together, and this other guy, oh God, I forgot the other guy's name. He walked up to him and smacked him in the back of the head. And Charles was a strong dude. He wasn't a bodybuilder, but he was athletic when he was younger. You could see the strength on him, you know. And we just thought he was going to kill this guy. And this guy used to get drunk sometime and come to work, or whatever. He ran up to him. He was a joker. These grown men now. Pow! And Charles was like, oh no, you didn't. Wait, this is like a cartoon. He chased him and got him outside. He did something to him, but the guy came back all bent up, and the other guy was strong too. But the way he said that, he didn't even turn around. He knew who it was. Oh no. And he had a deep voice. Oh no, you didn't. There's certain things you never forget. It's so funny. But anyway, y'all, nobody's coming in. It's okay. It's cool. And like I said, we're going to come back with something that's a little churchified, but it's a whole different angle. We will be coming back to this particular topic because I didn't tell all the stories yet. And there's so much more. We'd be here on a 6-hour show, and that doesn't make any sense. Nobody has that kind of time. It's all about, you know, giving it in increments. And like I always shoot for an hour and 15 minutes. If we go over a little bit, if it's good. And if once somebody came on, I would just keep going because after this, I have nothing to do but go to bed. This is better for me. I can do my night show and go to bed, get up, have all day. I went out today and did so many things. Okay, now the phone's ringing. I put the link there. Does anybody want to hit the link? I'll put the link out one more time. Just one more time. Copy. Okay, let's go back to comments and put it here. Sometimes people forget and start calling the phone. Or they watch an old show, right? Okay, let's see who it is calling me on the phone right now. Let's see. Because I will connect them. Okay. Let's see who it is. Let's really see who it is. Hello, hello. Hello? Hold on one second. Yeah, we're gonna hook you up, man. Hold on. Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Hello? Did he hang up? Yeah, go ahead, bro. Can you hear me? Okay, we're going to have to call him back. It must be somebody who was calling about the show. I hope it wasn't a private call that I put on. You know? Let's see. Let's have some fun. I get a lot of like hate calls. You nigger. I'm dying to get one of those calls on this show. Okay, let's see what's going on with this. I'll put it on speaker. Let's call him back. I'm feeling a little mischievous tonight. Okay, I won't even hook it up to the machine. Yes, hello? Yes, I'm here. It hung up. I get clan calls. Hey, a lot of clan calls. White supremacist groups, you know, but then again, you get them gangbangers. Yo, Lance, man, we rock with you and Mr. SCURV, right? If anybody puts a hand on you, man, or threatens you, we gonna load up that trunk, man, and go across country, man, because we love y'all, man. We ain't really living right, but we love y'all, man. You like our pops, you like our father, you like our uncle or whatnot, and we'll go out for you, man. And if you ever need anything, you know, we out here slinging in these streets, man. We gonna give it to you. Like, whoa. There been sometimes when I'm damn near broke, I'm like, should I call? You know what I mean? I'm like, nah. It's crazy. And you always get the white person that's calling, you know, the liberal white person. Hello, Lance, you know, and if you could see them, they always do the black power fist like this. They always put the palm up and keep it straight. You know, we're with the cause and we really respect what you're doing in the black community. And We fully support you, and we've spread the word of your website. And we know that you don't hate all white people, but okay, here we go again. Now let's see what's going on with this. See? Yeah. Hello. Hello. Yes. Yes, I can hear you. Yes. This is a real phone call, but you know I'm still live, right? I'm still live. You're calling in for the show, or you're calling in on a personal level? Okay. Okay, cool. So this is what I'm gonna do. Every time I seem to hook it up to the equipment, it's not going through for some reason. So if you can hit the link that I put in the chat room, click on that. You don't have to show your face, but you can come on that. Let me do that right now, if it's cool with you. Okay, see now, okay, boom. I just hit it there. Click on that link. If you want to show your face, you can, but you don't have to. Just block the camera if you don't want to show your face and leave the audio. Okay, that must be you right now, right? Oh, that's Kwame. Just come on in. Well, just click it and come on in. Yeah, just hit that. Yeah, just come on in. I'll be there, brother. Just use your phone and you can come on in. Right? Okay, now I'm hearing you on the phone. Hang up, come on in that way. Right? I'll be there waiting for you. All right, bro. Go into the chat room. I'm gonna put you in. Yo, Kwame, man, you got something echoing, man, and you sitting up there like one of them ex-mafiosos who don't want to be seen, where they change the voice. Yes, I killed 25 people, and they change the voice and it's spooky, man. Show your face. Yo, I know you're a good dude. You know. Anyway, I'm waiting for brother to come on. I had the screen blocked. I didn't see Kwame on there. I had this little fan blocking the way. All right. So we'll go into extra bonus beats. It's okay with me. If you want to participate, fine. And Master Glam, I want you to give me the title. Just hit me directly on the phone like you did today, and we'll go there, and we'll have you come on that one. You know what I mean? And that's all. I like the participation. Sister y'all, I'm waiting for the next phone call. Yes. Let's wait for brother. Let's give him a few more minutes to come on in. You know, and chat room is slowing down a little bit. We put enough good energy out there, and soon I'll be ready to go to bed. No, I got to do a few things online, but okay, here we go. Gang stalking. Good energy out there, and soon I'll be ready to go to bed. No, I got to echo, bro. You're gonna have to cut that something down.
Okay. This is my first time doing this. Yeah, gang stalking simulation, man. Hold up.
You have to cut that something down.
I gotta cut the volume down. Okay. This is my first time doing this.
Yeah.
Simulation, man. Hold up.
Oh, hold on, yeah. I gotta
cut the volume down. Okay. This is my first time doing this.
Yeah, I got you, man. It's okay.
Is that better?
I'm still hearing a little static in the background. I mean, you're on the phone. Do you also have a computer going too at the same time?
I don't have a microphone. I mean,
a little static in the background. I mean, you're on the phone. Do you also have a computer going too at the same time?
No, I cut the phone off.
Okay, so you're on the computer.
The phone off. I'm on the computer right now.
Okay. Yeah, there's something. You have to do something with the sound because we're hearing a lot of feedback, brother.
I'm on the computer right now.
Okay. With the sound because we're hearing a lot of feedback. This is automatic. I don't have to talk.
Okay, so what do I do now? It's like a loop or something.
Yeah. It's something over there.
Okay, so what do I do now?
You're gonna have to cut the volume down on your computer, possibly, but you still have to hear me though. You're gonna have to cut the volume down on your computer, possibly, but you still have to hear me.
Can you hear that?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Oh, it's much better. It's perfect. Talk to me.
Well, I can but now I can't hear you. Can you still hear me?
I can still hear you, brother.
Okay.
I can still hear you. But you can turn it up just enough that you can hear me, but not so much where it's so loud.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hold up, let me see. No, I gotta try to find a way. Do you still hear that echo?
No, the echo's gone. The echo's gone. Let me just tell Master Glam, I'll think of a title based on what you told me earlier, and then we'll go in on that tomorrow night at 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So that's no problem, sweetheart. I have the text message, and I can look over that and come up with something good and make a little graphic for it.
I don't know why it's doing that. I don't. Because I can hear the feedback too.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see.
Okay, put it this way. You can go to your what kind of computer do you have?
I got this the HP. It's kind of old.
That's okay.
They just did an update. You know how they do update.
Do this. Go to the bottom where you see the audio, the speaker, the little speaker thing there. Click on that and adjust where your audio is coming from. That might be it. You might have to cut or switch the source of your audio and cut that out, the echo out. It can work. It's just So do you have headphones in there?
No, I don't have no headphones.
Okay. It would automatically adjust if you did.
But yeah, I don't have no headphones.
Okay, I'll shut up, but you talk and you speak, speak your mind, then turn me up and then I'll talk. Yeah. This ain't gonna work, brother. Maybe you can come back another time or whatever. This
Well, if I do go, before I go, I just wanted to say I appreciate what you do. I've been checking you out for a long time, and I also appreciate the fact that you allow other people to come on your show and talk about gang stalking.
Yeah.
Because you do have a lot of videos about gang stalking. As you can see, the title of my channel is Gang Stalking Simulation.
Yes.
That's what my channel is based on. This is something that's going on in America, and it's also going on around the world.
Around the world.
And it's secretive. It's extremely well kept, like swept under the rug. And it's like it has a lot to do with the mass shootings that you see going on in the news. It's all linked up to this gang stalking.
Yes.
Indeed. I know. I'll say this. I can't claim that in full force, but me, because I do acknowledge it on the program, on the platform, there are many who observe me and go out of their way to know what I'm doing. I don't think that I'm important like that. I don't think that I'm some person who's a threat to anybody. But sometimes when you are open to understanding what is going on in the world, that's a threat enough, especially when you do allow people to speak. So I've had it here. I moved to Accra, Ghana, and we're living here. I've had people fly out to come out here to ask around about me, where I live, what I'm doing. I've had people in my inner circle end up being agents too. You see what I mean? So you don't know where it can come from, but I never felt threatened, because if they come at me any kind of way, they better come good. And I feel it's a lot of it's about the energy. They want to keep you fearful if you're that type of person. But it does get annoying from what I observe and speaking to so many other people.
Yeah.
There are
Can
people
you hear
who
me now? The echo's gone now. I think I got rid of the echo.
Okay,
Can you hear
good.
the echo?
No echo. And you can hear me?
I can hear you good.
Okay, let's roll. Let's roll.
Okay, that's good.
We're good. That's how we do. Talk to me, brother. Tell me.
Hey, yeah, man. So, right now I reside out here in Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of Philadelphia, PA. As far as with this gang stalking that been going on, I've been in it all my life.
Mm-hmm.
But they turned it up. The program starts out. It starts out covert. It's like real.
Mm-hmm.
It's like undercover.
Yes.
You got a lot of people that's around you. They're all plants and bots and agents, just to keep tabs on you. And you don't even know. You don't even know. You like Johnny come late. You know what I'm saying? It's like a party, and everybody got the memo except you. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you ever seen the movie The Truman Show with Jim Carrey.
Yes.
You've seen that movie before. If you see that movie, like they don't make these movies for nothing. They know. They know what they doing. Hollywood know what they doing. They know that it's like they putting people in these weird ass simulations. You know what I'm saying? And then they'll create movies about them. You know what I'm saying? Because they know in real life somebody's actually living this life.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Even the movie The Game, how they played the game with the guy. I think what was his name? Michael Douglas or whatever his name was.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole movie, the whole scenario was just about everybody was running game on him. He didn't know who to trust. They sabotage everything, when it comes to jobs. If you ever get a chance, you can check out my YouTube channel, Gang Stalking Simulation.
Yes. We have Indigo King, he's already there. So for everybody who's there, go check out his channel.
Okay. Yeah, you can check me out, man.
Anybody who's real, I'm willing to help them out that way. Not that I'm like the male Oprah Winfrey of the internet.
Right.
But I do run across a lot of frauds. And
of course. There's a lot of bots out here.
Tell me
bots out here, man. It's bot nation.
I thought I talked to like half of them that are out there. A lot of them. Look, I've had some weirdos trying to come in under the whole gang stalking thing. You give them an ear, you talk to them a little bit, and like you realize something is off.
Right.
I mean, I've had some weird stories come at me, and they get mad at me, like because I will have somebody come on the channel. Like, why don't you let me come on the channel? And they're saying some weird shit. You know what I mean? Like, I can't. And I know about this thing because I cannot, and again, out of all respect to people who are going through this, I can't claim that and say, well, I am gang stalked, right?
Right.
But because I deal with targeted individuals and the gang stalking and those who are authentic, that you can tell and you let them come on, I'm not in their good favor. But they know I'm crazy. That I'll throw a rock at you, I'll stab you in the eye with a screwdriver. Don't come at me. Just do little weird things. Like with my electronics, they've been doing little weird things. Like I said, they've sent people out all the way out here to Africa to find out about me. And you got the secret societies and things that work along with stuff. I ain't trying to look. I do what I do the way I've been doing it. And you got just as much agents out here who look like me,
right? Who
have YouTube channels and are very friendly to the public, but they're all with that little click, that little thing that if you're not with her. And see what for me, I'm an extrovert and I'm an introvert. I'm both. I can lock up in a room and do my work and create things or whatever, and it don't bother me. That's what pisses them off about me. Because when I came here, a lot of them figured that I'm going to be, oh, please, can I be down with you? Oh, please. And once I started getting that little side eye, a little funny feeling, I'm not begging you for that because I got it all within me. I come here for the sun and the fruits and to be at my home and all of that stuff. I'm cool. You know what I mean? But they try. What I noticed really is that they like to operate, and it's like they feed off of fear. And if you're not fearful, they want to come at you a little harder. They'll amp it up to try to. It's like they never really do anything. They just harass the hell out of you.
That's it all day.
Yeah, exactly.
All day.
Exactly.
It's 24/7 harassment. I get followed by police no matter where I go, no matter what state I'm in. I got the cops. I got helicopters. You know, they got land. I call them land bots, NPCs, your neighbors. You know what I'm saying? You know, they somehow they use their cell phones as far as like directed energy weapons. You know what I'm saying? The CIA, they know how to implant you from the satellites.
Yes.
They can insert technology inside your body from the satellites. I get hit over the head with frequencies, signals. So the technology is already here. It's just that people don't know nothing about it, or they don't believe in it. It's conspiracy theory.
To them it is.
So you know, so they don't, you know, they done already gave conspiracy theory a bad name. So you know, they already looked at as crazy.
That's
the
right.
moment you mention conspiracy theory. You know, but this is not a theory. It's definitely a conspiracy, but it's not a theory.
Right.
This is real. This is real technology that been out. The books that I read, they've been working on radiation and behavior modification since 1920. So this is old news. It's just new to us right now, since we got the technology right now. People are basically doing their homeworks to catch up. You know what I'm saying, with what the CIA and what the deepfakes been doing for a long time.
But you know what, brother? Here's the thing. We're so amazed at these things called so-called smartphones. That's like reading the Sunday paper from like 10 years ago.
I tell people it's like a chip of an iceberg. That's all it is, because they show you in the movies what they got. When you watch these sci-fi movies, they let you know the technology. They're super. They look, the brain. Look, I don't know if you know, but you know Obama spent billions of dollars with that brain initiative program to get inside our minds. So you know, they done spent money on this technology. You know what I'm saying? And you know, and they're using taxpaying dollars to do it. You know what I'm saying? And it's like we're
paying for it.
Right. You know, it's like we're funding our own demise and we don't even know it. You know what I'm saying? We're the sheep headed to the slaughter.
We're creating our own nooses. Like, oh, I wonder why they want these. The one you're making is the one that might be around your neck.
Right. You know and that's what gang, I tell people that's what gang stalking is like a virtual prison. They put you in a virtual reality, and it's like an imprisonment. It's like you locked up. Because everybody that they send around you is agents and bots. You don't meet nobody real no more.
Right.
I mean, even the females that they send around you are honeypots. They all in on it. They trying to get paid. You know, like this program is vast, it's big, it's colossal, and it's real. You know, it's real. It's realer than the real deal Holyfield.
Right. But I'm Mike Tyson. I'm gonna bite their ear off.
Right.
You know, right. But the thing that I've learned, maybe it kept me from having to deal with a lot. And again, I'm not claiming that, but I know I felt the heat of it around me because of who I talk to. And there are many people that I talk to that don't come on the shows. Maybe I'll send them your way. We will do some shows, or they might come on, and we just do some collective shows and talk about it. Whenever you're ready to do that, man, you let me know. And we'll come live around this time, and we'll talk about that in detail and get it out there, just like with Sister Seven, Sister Ambience. And there's been a ton of people that I even lost contact with that, you know, because of different reasons. I've had people who came in that name who were part of the system, like that white woman who I did a few shows with, and now she's spreading out all kind of lies about me being some, what is it, Church of Scientology agent out here in Accra, and I'm this and I'm that, and they accusing me of things that they do. Right. Like, unless there's like clones of me doing other things, if you add up all the time that I do shows, which it may not be 24 hours, but there's work that goes on behind it, that you see this uploaded, this done, that done, whatever. You know, me walking up on the mountain with my wife, I got a camera in my hand. Come on, my time is accounted for. It's not like, well, we ain't seen him for 3 or 4 days. He could have went here and did this or did that. No, I'm right here. Yeah. One thing I find to really reduce the foolishness of people, I live like a monk. That kills them. I'm not needy to go, and I have to go to this party, and I have to go to this gathering, and I have to go to, oh man, I missed it. Now, if I happen to go somewhere, I'm going to bring my camera and share what it is that's there. But even that's a double-edged sword. So I've come all the way out here And I'm enjoying myself because I'm enjoying myself with nature. You know, I will say on a different note that I love the fact that I moved out here because there's a lot of noise back in America and things that would have definitely happened because things were happening to me right before I left that weren't right. And maybe if I stayed there and in this day and age, I'll be telling you, listen, I'm gang stalked. But you have that faction out here, but it's watered down and a little more open. And I know I piss people off because I live like a monk. Even I don't know when I'm going to go out sometime and do certain things. When I do, I keep a camera, I do this, I do that. But it's not like I want to meet everybody and bring everybody over my house and open up and tell the world what I'm. No, I don't do that. When I travel, and I will be traveling here within the continent, I ain't telling nobody. I'll tell some people, but though even if I don't tell them right away, they'll understand that I'm not going to put that over the phone that they can listen to. And if I bring the footage back later and say, hey, this is what I did, fine. That's how I have to move. I've been deceived a lot recently, a lot of backstabbing, a lot of deception, a lot of people that move up close to you and they're all only there to gather information.
That's it. That's it.
I have no shame. So what? You know what I mean? It don't bother me. I'm built for this. And I'm brazen. And they got to know that no matter what technology they have, you ain't going to make me run. You ain't going to make me crawl. You go, oh, no, you could hold over my head. Right? So you got to be willing to sacrifice. I'm not saying be sacrificed, but realize they need you. There's something about you that they can't have. They can get all the technology they want. They can set up all this stuff. But look, I'm in front of the camera, and I'm not saying this in a narcissistic way. I'm saying this as a way where that don't bother me. If they want to watch and they want to send somebody, whatever. I'm not saying that it bothers you and I'm better than you because it don't bother me, because you obviously you got a channel set up, you're strong, you're talking a certain way. But as far as I'm concerned, that shit don't bother me. As a black man growing up in America, I'm used to being on all the cameras, even from a little boy, watching me like I'm gonna steal something. Police following behind you. People accusing you the first one that you stole something when you didn't. I remember I was working at this gym, I think it was 1985 or 84. And it was this gym that was in an area that was on a temporary work assignment in that particular area of Manhattan. So I decided to get a temporary membership. I was in and out. I ain't staying in that gym. There was nothing but homos in there, and little white homos. Hi, how are you? What's your name? I'm like, yo, I'm here to work out. I'm not here with that. I got in and got out. Somebody had jumped behind the counter late one night, one of the nights I was there, and stole something. And I was the first person they called, and they rolled my behind until they realized that I wasn't the one. You know what I mean? I didn't want to half be there. I don't steal anyway.
Right.
Only thing I steal in your presence is a little oxygen because I need to breathe. That's the only thing I'm taking without your permission. Right? But they use fear and the harassment and whatever. And I stagger my lifestyle anyway. Until that Obama thing worked where they can read your thoughts, they're going to be just bedazzled. I'll tell you I'm going to Kenya next week and I'll be in South Africa. I'll tell you I'm going to Canada. I might be walking down 42nd Street, Times Square. But they know all of this stuff, the technology, your computers that are in your house, they already know stuff. So why do they want to show you that?
It's all designed to freak you out.
Right. But see, I know they know. Mm-hmm. Sometimes I get up and tear out my ass in front of the camera when the camera is supposed to be off. Like, yo, I know you looking.
Right.
I might beat my dick for 6 strokes and look at him and say, hey, open your mouth and take this. I'm stupid like that.
Right.
Knows about us or whatever. And they're weirdos. There are some weirdos. Yesterday, was it yesterday? Yesterday, me and Mrs. SCURV, she took the day off from going up and planting her seeds in the garden and stuff like that. So we went here and there and went to some places, looked for this health food store, whether we were coming back. And, we take the vans back. We don't have no cars right now. We don't need it right now. It's too expensive. It's so cheap to get around. Ubers and stuff, it's cheap. It's like, yo, how does this guy get paid? He's getting so we just had to float back and get home slow, right? And we waiting on the vans. I said, you know, this time of the day where we're going, the van's not going to come because they want to go up and get back during this rush hour to get as much money as they possibly can. No matter what country you're in, I know how that works. And I figured the system out. So she's like, oh, it's okay. The breeze feels nice out here. And we had walked up a bit, a couple blocks from this other stop we were on. I'm like, listen, just go up a little bit. Maybe we'll catch one of them there. And we ended up catching one we didn't want to catch to be able to catch another one. We wanted to get one that was straight. Wouldn't you believe there was a dude about 2 miles down the road where we came from, and he was sitting on the bus stop. He wasn't strong, but he was upright. He wasn't old, but he was maybe around my age, a little younger, but he wasn't doing as well financially. You can kind of tell, but he was intelligent. He was whatever, and he was sitting on the bus stop. So now I'm looking down to where the traffic is coming. So when me and Mr. SCURV sit down, he turns around and he's looking at me. And I'm looking at him. Like that song back in the day in the 70s, eye to eye contact. I'm looking at you, right? So he's looking at me. And so I'm not cracking a smile. I don't know who it is. So he does this. He nods his head. And I nod my head and raise my eyebrow like, I'm watching you, right? So we leave from there. So she said, let's just walk up a little bit. I said, yeah, come on, let's walk. We're hanging. So we go about a mile up the road. We standing there for like about 15 minutes. All of a sudden, here he comes. He's walking up, and he walks up in front of me and her. Oh, I thought you were going to Medina. I said, you thought I was going where? I said, you all in my conversation like that? Who are you? So I got a little New York on, a little rough, little whatever. So, oh no, but I heard you talking. I said, well, what fucking business is that of yours? You're all in my business. Who are you? What do you want to know about me? Well, I thought that you were going to go. I said, no, actually, I came up here because I'm supposed to meet somebody to pick up some guns. I'm running from the law. I got 12 bodies out in the United States. Now that I told you that, watch your back. Yeah. Well, I said, man, mind your business. Get this step in, mind your business. He told me all that me and her talked about, and he wasn't even that super close.
Right.
You gonna walk up a mile and come repeat that back to me? So I'm giving you something back. Like I said, when she was gone, her father died last year. She was in the States. And I couldn't broadcast that over, well, you know, my wife is in the States and I'm here all by myself. Not that I'm scared, because I'm vicious that way. You come inside here, I don't want to hear nothing. I got a knock on the door at 2 o'clock one morning. I've told this story before. There was a woman who was at my door. I was here by myself. Most men would have let her in. I did eventually open the door. She had what most men would say is the perfect Black woman's body. And she had some I'm going to be entertaining right now. She had some anti-gravity titties showing the brown parts of the nipple through this tight yellow skirt that she looked like she had to keep pushing down because it covered over half the butt cheeks with the stiletto heels and the makeup and the hair teased up. And she says, oh, I saw your light on and I know you from social media and I know that your wife is gone. Bing! How'd you know that?
Damn.
You know my wife is gone. What are you setting the stage for? Like, well, you know, come on in. Encase my joint.
Yeah,
that's the bathroom, getting ready to get some ahead from you, and you go drop something that I'm gonna drink later on in my refrigerator.
Yeah, that's them honey pots.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
So I changed on her even more so. I screamed on her. I said, oh, you know why you came here. Either you come in here to do something to me or you come in here to set me up. I said, I don't sleep too far from a gun. I hold on to my gun faster and more than I hold on to my dick. I'd rather you suck my gun than you suck my dick. How about that? She's like, this nigga's crazy. In her own way, she thought that. I said, you probably got some dudes waiting around the corner. Why don't you invite them on in? I need some target practice. I'm not trying to hit your ovaries. I'm trying to put it. I love violence. You want to come in so I can beat your ass? And let her go back and tell. She walked out of there holding the skirt down and I saw her before. You watch the crowds that are around you. You on one side of the city taking care of business. I'm always watching stuff. That's why people are always careful with cameras. I'll go back. I'll just take footage just to take footage of what's around me. Then go across town just one time, whatever. You see people hiding their faces and stuff like that. It's not paranoia. This is also a spiritual thing. This is not just about picking you. You're special when they do you this way.
Right.
You're special. They know your destiny, and your destiny may not be something in this plane. It may be on the next level, but they're doing the Terminator thing and sending something back to mess with you.
Right. Terminator 1.
Right. It's more vast than that.
Mm-hmm.
There's souls that are chosen for certain things. It's not about being souped up. If we weren't anything the way they say in the media, if we're bums, if we're pimps, if we're thugs, if we're lazy, if we're no good, if we're the lowest of the low, then why do you keep on messing with us? There's got to be something about us that you know something about us, and most of us don't know who we are because they got us locked up and incarcerated. They got us just looking at Instagram and porn and whacking off every night, and it's all about sex or just all about food, and we're eating ourselves to death and not learning the lessons here we're supposed to learn or going to that level that we're supposed to go to. They know something about us. And when we live a certain way and we have an inkling of awareness, here they come. You look at the public schools, you got them Jewish teachers. Yeah, I said Jewish teachers, and they're in there and they're looking over the horizon to see who the bright students are. Those are the ones that they mess with.
Right.
They'll teach you and give you little stars, and he's going to be smart one day and so and so. But they're doing other things to rewire your thinking to go against the purpose that you came here for.
Right.
See, so sometimes I'll talk crazy. We'll do a little comedy shows, whatever. That's the mask. That's the Trojan horse back on them. Oh, he's not vibrating high. He's talking that nigger stuff. You keep thinking I'm that way.
Right. Entertainment.
But I'm on a mission every day, and I'll use that to draw people in. Because the way I'm talking now is the way I think all the time.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I try to catch people on different levels. So when I do go more to some of the adult and decadent shows, I'm catching people that way. But when they hear other stuff, they're like, yo, man, I was digging you on that, man, but you kind of deep with it. And I'm not saying I am. I just want to be better tomorrow incrementally than I was today. And whatever I'm supposed to be, I want to be that. At almost 60 years old, I know I don't have the time that I had when I was 20. But I do have time. But the time I have, I'm not going to waste it. I might have fun.
Right.
You know what I mean? I mean, I like a blowjob like the next guy. But that's not going to ruin me. I'd rather not have that at all. If that's going to take me away from my destiny and where I'm supposed to go, because what happens when I transition? I don't even have a dick. I'm gonna give away my eternity because of some little piece of meat that's going to dry up in the grave somewhere and maggots, and I'll be getting head from termites and bugs and ants. No, that's not important to me. I like things too. I'm a man, but now everything has shifted, and when you can sacrifice and discipline yourself that way, that's what they don't like. Sorry to rant.
Nah, I'm listening, man. You know what I'm saying? You can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead, man. Talk. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you always speak the truth, man. That's I don't even know. I don't even remember when I found you, but it's been a while. I know you was still in America when I found you, though.
Mm-hmm.
You're in Ghana right now. You in Ghana right now.
Yeah, okay. I was out. I left. I can say it now. I left September 15th, 2020, and got here September 16th because we had to go through Amsterdam and the layover and the long flight and whatever have you. And it was funny because I was speaking to, I'll keep that quiet, the one who was here I was talking to, because they'll start searching you too, my sister, right? And not that I want to say your name, but I'm just saying, the video that I made right before I left was the best way to beat the system is to leave it. It was something along those lines. It's not verbatim, but the best way to beat the system is to leave it. I didn't leave nothing. The system is over here too, but it's less of it, a little more watered down.
Right.
I could move a little better and do little shady things in a good way. Nothing shady bad, but I can move in a shady way. I might have to go west and go east for 50 miles and come back and end up west. I'm going to make the agents work. You know what I mean?
Right,
We're going to have agents looking like raccoons at the dark circles over there. This guy doesn't sleep. He keeps going. He must be broke.
Yeah, you got to make him work. That's what I do. Like, like they like to follow me to the gym or whatever. So what sometimes I do, I just switch up the routine, and I go at an hour that I know that they don't want to go. So it might be like 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And they'll still follow me though. They get there,
Right.
but I might get about 15 minutes. Sometimes I might get 15 minutes, 20 minutes by myself until they all show up.
Right. Right.
It'd be like 3, 4 in the morning, and it's a
Right.
full house.
Right.
And I know that everybody that's in there is there for me.
Exactly. Because like I said, but it's a spiritual thing on top of that. And you have something they don't have, and you have something that they want. And it's important to them to stop your destiny. That's all right now. I could kind of, because look, bottom line is, in this system, government, whatever you want to say it is, they have the power to just snuff you.
Right.
Like they just machine gun you down for no reason.
Yeah.
I'm not saying
they do it all the time.
And they do it all the time. And there's setups too.
Yeah.
You have to listen to that spirit you have inside of you and discernment and keep yourself in certain places. There was one night a dude, and I was here by myself. He sat across the street every night for about 2 weeks. He sat there at nighttime all night long, staring up at this window that when it's lit up inside, even though I have curtains where you can see it's lit up, and a lot of folks know what I do. The word is out around here. But it's like, at one point they were trying to break in. I didn't know when they did this. And, then on a spiritual level, it was a couple months ago, I ran out to get a piece of vegan pizza by the mall that's close by. I didn't even know I was going. And I locked up, and it's only 8 minutes to get up there. And I had called ahead of time, right? So I was going to get back quick. I wanted to just go real quick and come back. I ran into a dude that they ride a lot of motorcycle taxis kind of thing. You have the taxis, but you have guys that go up into the back roads and everything, and you pay them just a few, I can't say dollars, but CDs is what they call it. And so when I got up there, I ran into the dude. I was like, yo, wait for me, man. I'm going to go get the pizza. I'll give you a couple slices. I'll pay you at the same time. I bought 2 of them. It's like, okay, bet. So we got back quick. It took me no more than, by the time I left, about 25 minutes to get back. And when I got back, and I walked up the steps, right in front of my door were red stiletto heels thrown down there. There's 4 units in this building. The lady across the other side that used to live there, she was out of town for like 2 weeks, and she told me on the low, like, I'll be out of town, watch out for me. I'm like, oh, I got you. Because she'd look out for me. If I'm going somewhere, I'm like, yo, I'm going here, because they had tried to pry back this door. But these doors here, they got the bolts going up in the ceiling, in the side, and going down to the ground. So these guys know they can't break in something like that. The door game out here in Accra is twisted. They get these doors from Turkey, Lebanon, but the Turkish doors, the doors I got up at my house there that I'm building, 95% of what could be ejected from any firearm gets stopped. They're heavy. That's just what they do. Because we don't have the police as much as we have out there. Not that I want it like that, but
right.
You got to protect yourself against somebody else coming at you. And they're very lean that way. If somebody comes to your property, you pop them, they ain't going to arrest you. They know that you're right. You got cameras and stuff like that. So the witchcraft stuff, the control, the occult is really heavy back here and the fake occult too. You got the fake people who just want to get money out of it. There's a lot of things I put my ear to the ground that I haven't talked about yet, because until I really know, and I want to go undercover with just the microphones and have people talk. They may not want to show their face, but tell me about this. I'm going to do when I get settled, I'm going to be doing some very interesting stuff that other people don't do. I already have it thought out already, but you got to move a certain way, and you don't know who. But a lot of the young ladies out here, not all of them, I'm not saying they're all bad or whatever have you, but they're going to be throwing some sex at you.
Right.
And they're going to try to, like you said, the honeypots. I'm not demonizing my sisters, but you got to understand the economy out here is really tight.
Right.
Really, really tight. And so they're desperate. They will throw you under the bus just to get information. So they'll come at you all. Don't care if you with your woman. They'll be licking their lips and looking at you and all that stuff. And you out there by yourself next and say, yeah, you saw me, right? What's up? In their own way, right? And you got to be strong against that. I mean, I'm going to do some hidden camera work on that.
Right.
I'm going to walk down the street one day and just let you see what I see, but I got to put it so they get my small camera, put it so where you can't see it. And I'll talk to you.
I hear about the gang stalking out there in Africa too.
It's deadly.
It's people out there that got channels talking about it. You know, this is global. This is a global program.
Yeah.
You know, it's definitely you know, because some people will be thinking that they can run from it, but you can't. Because I remember I had took a trip from Pennsylvania to California, and I got gang stalked all the way from Pennsylvania to California. Like nothing,
because it's all along the way. All they do is make a phone call, transmission or something. Yeah. It's like you doing a crime and trying to outrun the radio. You can't do it. They'll be waiting for you. He's showing up. He's going down 28th and Main.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
And it's literally just like that. They all getting notified. Yeah. You know, I got helicopters out there waiting for me. I got law enforcement. You know what I'm saying? You know, no matter where I go, you know. So I'm like I said in my video, when you go back and check out my videos, you'll see. I show it. I show the car, and like you know, I do deliveries too. You know, I deliver food. So you know, whenever I deliver food, I got cops. They follow me to the people's house.
Exactly.
You know, it's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Or they'd be sitting there. It'd be a police officer sitting at the spot where I'm headed.
That's right. Look, as a black man in America, and I'm going to answer back what Quality Vision said. Y'all sure that's not a little paranoias? Well, if you grow up black in America, you already
right
in the scope, especially if you're a male, a heterosexual male,
right,
one who thinks straight and has the awareness. That's too much of a threat. Trust me.
It's like the movie. It's like the movie. Remember the movie Menace to Society when the brother Rock was talking to Kane and he was telling him he was like being black in America isn't easy. The hunt is on, and you're the prey.
That's right. Know? That's right. I mean, even if they don't say it, you hear this in the back of your mind. Yeehaw! You know what that means.
Right.
Get the hell up out of there.
It's open season.
Good idea, Tracy J. I'm gonna try to do that. I saw some things that I can order, but anybody who would say that a little paranoia, then you must not be aware.
No, they probably just a bot.
Say it again.
It probably just a bot.
Of course.
Because I get
you up and whatever.
I get number bots on my channel. It's nothing but like majority of the people that comment is like at least probably like 95% are bots.
Right.
You know, so I know if I know in real life if they can surround me with bots in real life, then I know it's gonna be bots on the damn laptop. You see what I'm saying? So
all in there. That's right. And people that try to come into your life, you know, people that, I mean, you just have to be careful, and they'll take years and work themselves in and get information and whatever. Yeah. Like I say, I don't care. I don't care. I listen. This is an open call. I don't care. I'm going to enjoy it. Look, like I said, my father always told me, as a man, I was a young man, but he told me there should be nothing in your life that causes you not to enjoy a good meal, not to enjoy a good night's sleep, not for you where you can't have peace of mind. And he transitioned on, and I said, I'm gonna add one more, and ain't nothing gonna stop me from enjoying a good orgasm. So I make the meal, the sleep, peace of mind, and coming. If you can mess with me to the point where I can't enjoy that, you got me. But I'm gonna eat, I'm gonna sleep, and a few other aforementioned things.
Do you mess with the cannabis?
The oil? I'm considering it.
The plant, the flower.
I'll put it in food. Mrs. SCURV will cook it, or bake it and stuff.
Oh, okay.
You know, she'll do that. But to actually smoke, I got a thing about oxygen in the brain. Right. I'm not knocking anybody who does that. Right. But on the jobs that I've had before in America with the testing of stuff, I couldn't do it, but I never wanted to do that. But the oil I'm interested in, and actually the leaves, and you put it in food, because every plant on this earth has a purpose. I just believe that, just like with food, and I'm not confrontational to anybody who does it, I'm not knocking you, but I feel that when you fry something or burn something, the smoke, it biochemically turns it into something else.
Right.
Yes,
This is true.
Yeah, you can feel a high and it can take you somewhere, but is this something that you want to continuously do when the benefits naturally boiled? Boil me some tea, bake it in a cookie.
Right.
Other than something that even I'll take stronger, but I'm not putting smoke. We don't know what's going on with the air anyway. And then all of a sudden now you put in the smoke, which that is in there in the smoke when you inhale it, but you're depriving yourself of oxygen. I'm just stating my case for people who are listening.
Oh, no, I agree because I do it occasionally, but at the same time, I am aware that it's not good for the lungs. You know, you putting smoke in your body, so
that's what I'm trying to say.
It's just common sense to know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But at the same time, you know, if you can achieve a good high from it, it's relaxing. Right. You know, it's cool. Right. You know, but at the same time, of course, there's repercussions to it.
Yeah, the risk and the benefits. It's just like guys who take, you know, like testosterone replacement therapy or something like that. You know what I mean? Like there's benefits to that, but what are the long term? You know, there's so much that I'm into that I'm going to be sharing on the channel. Not that I'm some scholar, but I just don't talk just the one way. Yeah, I'm going to be expanding into the things that I like more. So this is my channel. I can do that. I'm not saying that to you to be like arrogant or anybody to be arrogant. I'm just saying that why not just show like what I do? I'm an artist. I like to draw. You know, I like to ride my unicycle. I like to do those things. But there's things that I'm into as far as the health on an advanced level that I want to get into more. You know, especially at this age that I am right now, I'm very interested in preserving myself as much as I can. Right. I'm not going to say it's too late, but because the worst I've done was eat like junk food in the last few years, and it wasn't the overwhelming thing, right? But I know I'm here for a reason, and I'm going to preserve myself, and I'm going to live a certain way. Like even if I stay up late, I make sure to get my full sleep out. I didn't get out of the bed today until 1:30, and I went to bed maybe like 4. I stayed in the bed longer. And right now, you know, it's for me, it's 12:51. It's no problem if I stay up till 2 or 3, because that's the very reason why I took my shows from 10 o'clock in the morning East Coast, which is 3 o'clock for me, because if I'm doing something in the daytime, I got to stop and do a show. I would love to do it at that time, but with me knowing that I can do it after the sun goes down, meaning I can go way out somewhere, enjoy my day, take pictures, and not have to think about the time when I come in. This is the last thing I do. Right. You know what I mean? So it's balance.
This is your passion. You love to do this.
Yeah. Look, it ain't about fame. Because when I say I only have 117, there are people who are like, my God, that's a whole lot. Really and truly, I don't feel entitled, but you know what? All these years I've been doing this, that's all I got. You know what I mean? Right. So they messing with my numbers now. I had a little growth spurt, and I just take them down. I don't pay that no mind. Right. I've been doing this so long that I know people know me, but I'm not concerned about that. That's really
I'm extremely shadow banned. Like my numbers should be way higher than, you know. I always say that. I should have more than Ralph Smart. You know, I'm pretty sure you know who Ralph Smart is, right?
Yes, exactly. He's got over 1 million or whatever. Right. You know, but certain people who are non-threatening, who may say things up to a certain point. Okay, he's safe. We'll let him go through.
Yeah,
but challenge, you know.
But he drop a lot of stuff, you know, and he
I know recently.
He do drop some stuff, you know. I don't know. I guess some people can do it and still, because I hear things. I hear some people say he's an agent. I don't believe he's an agent. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe Ralph Smart is an agent. I learned a lot from Ralph Smart. I've been watching him for a while, so I don't think he's an agent, but I could be wrong. You know, I don't know.
I would have to know his past. I would have to know what he was before. Like, you can be wise, and this is no knock on him, because I don't know him personally. I've never talked with him, you know, but I see things come on my feed, and I'm quite sure things maybe pop up from here on his feed. But that's why I keep myself diverse. Right. I might be talking about church whores one day, you know what I mean? And something with a righteous sounding title. So you never know. There are people who see the wrong video of mine and get turned off. Like, that's what he's talking about? Nah. You know what I mean? You know, I may be talking about life after death or motivating somebody. Yeah. Or I might be talking about most perfect titties I've ever sucked in my life. If you come on that video, you're like, oh God, I can't listen to this guy. This guy's low vibration. But I keep it that way to keep people thrown off.
Right. And plus you like the freestyle.
Look, for even tonight's show, I didn't sit here, well, I have to research for 6 hours because I have enough in here and in here that if I just talk, I already know it. Now, if I have to bring some facts on certain shows, if I have a guest that I have to be knowledgeable, I'm going to brush up on it. But 99.9% of my stuff is freestyle. Like when I go up on the rooftop, I'll have a phrase in my head, sit there for a second. I don't even think about it. Just put the camera on.
And just hit record.
Just start going.
I do the same thing.
It's the best way.
Yeah, I just hit record and just let what come out.
Right. I mean, and it's not premeditated. It's not like you make love to a woman and say, well, tonight, honey, I'm only going to do 992 strokes before I have an orgasm. So, try to get yours first. You know what I mean? We don't know. And we flow because we connect with the spirit. We get our downloads. We connect with the spirit. We get our downloads and we flow with that. When you have a wonderful conversation with a person on the phone, that, hey, man, how you doing? You got time to talk? Yeah, I got a little time. Let's talk. And it ends up being one of the best conversations you ever had. Did you both have scripts for that? But you bounce with each other. God rest his soul, Brother Cosmo, who, he's known for, deleting those 3 cops. And we talked for almost a year before we did the interviews. It was 6 weeks before they say he did that, but they were really trying to block his books, the 3 books that he wrote. That was so phenomenal. I didn't get all 3 copies. I got 2. I loaned one out. Of course, I took a walk because people don't want you to have certain things. It was an agent that took the book too. I have the one. This is SCURV located. We have it packed away up at the property. And I'm going to start reading out of that book because they deleted him off of Amazon. They didn't want that book out there. For somebody who, he transitioned to 29 years old, but he was far beyond his chronological years, right? And we had a conversation. Me and my wife were driving from Orlando down to Fort Myers. We're going to take a weekend and have a little weekend. We got a little spot down there. And we're going to take some time down there and chill. Just go down there and walk around, go to the supermarket, bring some food back, hit a restaurant. Oh, it's time to go. A couple more days. And so he called me. Now, when he calls me, he moved in a way because he was gang stalked. And he's the real deal. He wasn't going for it. You know what I mean? So there's more to that story than meets the eye. I can only tell what I know, but there's things that he shared with me that let me know that it was even more than that and how to watch out for this stuff. And he did everything according to law. When he collected the rifles and guns and machine guns, they were all legal to have. But he did have a touch of PTSD, as most Black people in America do who are stand-up guys. So he went on a mission. I don't know what went down, but he killed them 3 cops. That's what put on TV, on CNN.
When is this recent?
That was 2016. It seems like yes.
What was his name?
Cosmo. If you go to my website, LANCESCURV.com, on the sidebar on the right, you'll see that video when I was on Dr. Drew.
Oh, okay.
They cut me off quick. They were trying to talk in my ear and the earphones and distract me to cut it off now. We need to get him off now because I wasn't following the script. Because Dr. Drew they were supposed to give me 7.5 minutes. Because we planned this with the producers and everything. They don't play. They had it down to the detail. We're going to ask you about different aspects of his life. So I said, okay, no problem. Then they switched up and started asking me questions like I had to answer for it. So what did he mean by him when he called himself a freedom fighter? I'm like, man, don't you know I think on my feet? I'm like Muhammad Ali, man, when we do our talk game, when I'm under pressure or under duress, the whole world listening. I had people call me up. Yo, Lance, I got your number. I Googled you. I saw you. Man, you don't know me. I'm Keith. I'm that white boy you punched in the face in 3rd grade. I'm like, damn, this is a powerful thing. And they immediately took everything off that you can't find it. I had to go to an Indian repeater. I call it like a repeater site. Like they take content from the places and put it up. I had to search for that snippet. They demolished it. That's why I have it on my site and on my channel, and they can't say, oh, this is copywritten stuff from CNN. Because you destroyed it on your end, and I got a hold of it, and you can't tell me nothing. So I'm blackballed from so-called mainstream media. I don't even try.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
But I'm one of them dudes who they know you're there, but let them die a natural death. We won't touch them. Not that I don't think, I'm not trying to even be on with y'all. That happened, and you called me, you contacted me, as all media did. If you put Cosmo, the name he adopted, in LANCESCURV, you'll see a gazillion articles and big papers, little papers, stuff all over. After that happened, man, from Sunday afternoon when it happened, and I saw on my phone BuzzFeed, Miami Herald, Los Angeles Times, New York Times, BBC, this, that, Singapore. From Sunday afternoon till Tuesday morning before daybreak, I was on the phone with media one after the other because I knew I had to represent him because they wanted me to say some dirt on him. And the night before I went on CNN, I said that he was a freedom fighter, that it was already locked in my time to be on, so they were trying to turn it around on me. And they knew that that was in his favor because I understood. But when I was going to Fort Myers with my wife, and we were driving down, and he happened to call me. And it's always important when he called me because he would call me from a different state, and I understood. He was moving. Where you at now, Cosmo? I'm in Missouri. Where you at now? I'm in Canada. Where you at now? Peru. What? You know what I mean? But I understand, right? I'll tell him a little story real quick, but that conversation right there on a cosmic level, on a spiritual level, that was, I can't even say one of the best. If I say the best, it's dissing other ones that are the best, but this was the best conversation that you could have heard between two black men who are conscious, and I would say he was a little more aware of things than I was. I could not believe the things we talked about. He led the conversation. And it wasn't a competition, but his skill level and awareness, I had to use everything that I had to keep up with this thing, but I was absorbing it. After the conversation, because we talked like 2.5 hours, and my wife only heard my side of it, and she was like, oh man, if I could have recorded that conversation, that would have had 3 million hits soon, quick. The brother was dope.
Right.
And they didn't want him to get that knowledge out. He was going to bar. He made these books and he was giving them away for free. He covered spirituality, the mental and the physical, and how they tie in. You have to know that stuff. You had to know stuff already to really be blown away by his books.
Right.
There are people that I know that have shared private things with me because of these shows. Like, we were connected before we even talked tonight because you found out the platform and stuff. There are people who are making their way out of the country right now, and they're not coming straight to Ghana. They may be going to Tanzania or Kenya or here or there. In other places, it may not be in the motherland, but they're not coming direct. They're purposely not coming direct. They're being gang stalked, and I'm not saying no names. And really, when they started, I said, listen, don't tell me your name, so I don't know it anyway. We'll go by the fake name. But they got their piece on them. They might take a boat around here to this place on a cruise and never come back. They might go through Mexico in somebody's trunk and go through South America and come from Colombia and go to somewhere else before they end up over here. And yes, a lot of them are coming over undocumented, and some may do that, right? But the bottom line is that they know a change is coming. They know what they have to do, and they know how they're being harassed. See, when you're getting certain treatment, you know it. When you speak truth, whether it's online or in your own circle, there's always somebody looking out. It could be the cashier in the supermarket where you get your food from, who's given an extra Walmart card that's worth $300 to ease. See, they don't get paid big. You just give you a little bit to keep them on their toes.
That's what they say they do. They say they give them gift cards.
Yes. Just enough. They're not going to raise you up in a whole level of thinking or living unless it's somebody so big. It's almost like you're a drug dealer. You're running a drug empire the way they come after you. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Yeah. So already, like, from where I grew up and the things that I've seen, I was already, with things that happened to me to make me not feel safe. When I was beat by those 11 police officers in 89, in 1980, I had a guy breaking I'm not saying it's because of that, but he broke into the room and I got him. But I let him get away, but I must have broke his rib. I was, the next night, the cops are chasing me. And then I'm riding the bike, and then this guy's trying to follow me with a gun. Some chick in the middle. Yes, it's him. It's him. No, it's not me, but y'all think it's me. I'm out of here. Feet don't fail me now. So that messed up my head. And the police harassment. I was going through Flushing, the Chinatown of Queens, and there were cars following me. And these were unmarked police cars. I had to call my friend. This looked like paranoia because this was after the police incident. And I'm like, that was something that looked like some gang stalking. Yeah. I mean, I parked my vehicle inside this parking lot that was covered. It was free parking. I made the call. I got back in the car and ducked. And when they passed by, they thought I was still in there. And I just walked down the block, called them again, say, hey, meet me here. But they were everywhere I went. I'm looking behind me. They parked up. I'm going up to the street. They're right there. They turned the corner. It was crazy.
Yeah.
But a lot of people are pursued this way, and they're not even aware of that level. They don't catch it yet. And you got to be careful of people who come into your life that seem too good to be true sometimes. Again, nothing pots. I was already, I'm an older guy. I'm not reveling in that. But I was a chick magnet back in the day, man. 40 years ago. I mean, I still get the grannies hitting on me.
Right.
What I'm saying is that it was like more sometime. I really, if I don't know a person, question their motivation. I don't throw it off on them that, oh, they're bad, they're coming. No, but I'm watching you for a long time. And if you're harmless and you just got a little information, I don't care about you. If you coming up to really destroy me, I'm going to do you right back. You got to be prepared for that. And maybe that's what stopped some things from happening to me when I got hip to it. That's why I had to leave the country. I just didn't like living the way I did. Stuff started happening on my job. I had a car hit me, and the supervisors blamed me, and the guy was drunk. And the police officer that came there, the Orlando police officer who's supposed to keep him in custody until the Florida Highway Patrol arrives, he left him free, which gave him an out. Well, how did they give him an out? Didn't bother me none. He hit the bus, he cracked up the window and everything. It wasn't my fault, but I had to stay there. I was 2 blocks from downtown. This guy was pissy drunk. You knew he was drunk. See, I was turning from the underpass of I-4, and of course the cars coming this way have the right of way. This car stayed there. I'm looking at him with flashlights. He ain't moved. It was a long light. I said, well, he's not moving. Let me turn. And as soon as I started turning, he let off the gas, boom, and hit me. I was like, oh man, because I didn't have any accidents. I haven't caused an accident in my life. I'm a really good driver. I love driving. I can whip a bus like a Toyota.
Oh, okay.
Parked the bus. The Orlando police officer came. He had an attitude with me, and this dude hit me. They talked off to the side. They were buddy, and he left. Now, why is this important? And then the supervisors came down on me. That's why I said, you know what? I'm really out of here. The Florida Highway Patrol came. They were pissed. I was like, what's up? Well, one of the officers, he was like, listen, the drunk driver killed my younger sister, so I got a vendetta on anybody driving drunk. Well, I'm with you on that. As long as you ain't got a vendetta on people just because they black. I told him that. He started laughing. He said, I know a few of those. I said, yeah, I know you do. This is Florida. But I said, what happened? He said, well, this is not going to stick. We're not even going to give him any kind of test to see if he's drunk or not. We know he's drunk, but it's not going to stand up in court. I said, why? Because chain of command, the officer who has him, even if it's not his jurisdiction or he happens to be there, you're supposed to wait until we come. And you hand him over to us. I said, well, and I kind of figured out why, but I said, okay, you do that. But he said, really? Because he left, this guy could say that he went in his car and got drunk then, that he wasn't drunk before. And that was a loophole for him. To me, it looked staged. I'm not saying the FHP guys, Florida Highway Patrol, knew that. And then when my supervisor came, oh, don't worry about it. He's in the wrong. We know that they didn't do the test on him because it would be a waste of time, because it took a while for them to come, because in different sections of the Orlando area and Central Florida area, there's only but so many Florida Highway Patrol vehicles out there. That's what people don't know. So sometimes if you're way on the turnpike, there might be a 4 or 5 car pileup, and you got to wait until they do the paperwork on that before they drive all the way out there to deal with you. So this is why sometimes when you're driving around, you go to the supermarket, you're in there 2 hours, you went and ate some pizza and come back. These guys are still on the road. Why? They should have been done. They're still waiting for the police to come, depending on, So when I got back to the base and I had to make my report, the next day I came in and I have all these violations on me. And I knew from within on the job that they had people who did not dig me because they knew what I was doing online. They didn't like the way I talked, and they didn't like the way I walked. And there was one supervisor in particular, and I got him good. He used to harass me. I mean, if there's anybody gangster, it was him. I could have whipped his behind. He's he may be 2 or 3 years older than me, but he was a ex-Marine, ex-police officer. He was a Puerto Rican dude, which I have a lot of Puerto Rican brothers that are black, that are African, that we down with each other. But he was one of them Puerto Rican dudes who got his white entitlement card, and he didn't like black men who walked a certain way. And I was one of them. And he used to talk to everybody else about what I had on my website and YouTube channel. I even talked about him after this certain incident happened, because he was getting on my nerves. He walked so close to me. You ever walk into the crowd and the next person's toes behind you are digging on your heels? Like, yo, what you trying to do?
I get it, man. Look, all day. Like, when I go to the supermarkets, the gas station, I can pull up at a gas station, ain't nobody there. As soon as I get there, 5, 6 cars pulling right in, and they be red and white.
Yeah.
They be all red and white cars, or red, white, because they do these color tactics. You know what I'm saying? To try to drive somebody crazy, But it's funny too, because I talk to several TIs, you know what I'm saying? And it's TIs all over. They call them TIs, which is targeting individuals.
Right.
And they all over. They in California, they in Texas, and you watch other people's videos and they in the same simulation that you're in.
Mm-hmm.
They got the same synchronizations, they got the same color coding. People come around, you do stupid shit, they cough, they scratch their head, they get in your way. You know what I'm saying? They, when I'm in the gym, they come and ask me dumbass questions, and I don't mind talking to people, but I just know that somebody sent you, and that just makes it fake. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna throw you off.
Right. And I tell them, most of the people, I tell them, I'm like, I know who you are. I know you, I tell them, you should see the look on their face. Because I guess some of them people I don't think they know that you be knowing.
But and it shocks them when you tell them back, like, this is a way of life. Like, I understand it. I had another supervisor, old cracker, old white man. This guy, like, he had no life. This guy would have days off because he was soon to retire. When I started driving, he was there for a long time. He didn't like me. He'd come into the lounge when I'm on a break. If I had like a layover or a break or whatever, and he'd sneak up behind me to see what was on the computer. And I'd see him out the corner of the eye. I'd pull up some old Black Panther website or the Nation of Islam website. I play Farrakhan on YouTube or something. And he was like, just looking. He didn't like it. This guy started coming into work on his days off to watch me drive, meaning that when you're working as a supervisor, some are stationed out at certain points to check, to watch you, to see if you're on time, if you're running hot. Running hot is that if I'm supposed to be at this particular intersection at 1 o'clock, right? I can't pass there until 1 o'clock, but I zoom through at 12:54. That's a massive violation. Because if a person comes in at 12:58 waiting for me to be there at 1, I'd have messed them up with their job. See what I mean? So I was always on point with my time points. I was always on point in dealing with the customers. I didn't have to deal or call every time. I knew how to handle people. I knew how to quietly intimidate the ones who are problems usually. And I knew how to be cordial and have the best relationships, because there are many people that I still keep in contact with that were passengers. So it's like a baseball player in spring training inside the cage, and that little machine is shooting out, boop, a curveball, boop, a knuckleball, boop, a fastball. You throw something at me, and this is human nature. You see them and they know you from before. They've either formed their opinion about you, they like you or they don't like you, and you have all these spirits coming at you. So this is why I would take my hat and put it on and tip it to the side where I don't have to see their face. I'm driving the bus. You know what I mean? But I saw them before they come on, or I feel their spirit. So it was almost like spring training on a human nature level, that I can size you up, not by how you look, but how you feel. But I had to have my filters clear. I had to be right before I came into work to deal with all of these spirits. I had a woman who was a stalker, and she's probably in with that whole thing, and I didn't put it together that way. She hit me, not physically hit me, but she got at me 4 times in the years, many years that I drove. And I almost forgot her. The first time was, and I've told this story before, I'm downtown. I never played with time. I can make a minute stretch out to 10 minutes for me, right? So I can get a lot done. And people knew this. Some people are like, oh man, I ain't got to pee now, man, but I know the way you drive, you're going to get me home on time. I'm like, yes, I am. So this young lady, Latino chick, well-built, dressed professionally, had a pantsuit on, but it was a little too tight. She didn't make herself, but she can dress herself. And she wanted to use the influence of the body she had. She had a very nice body, physique. I say physique because I wasn't looking at her out of lust, but I can tell when a person has a good body. I ain't no homo, but you know a dude that works out. Yo, man, you got, and I used to do bodybuilding, so I know. Right. I don't look at men like that. Like if they ask me, like, "Oh man, you need a little more inner teardrop, so you need a little more rear delt. You need on the upper chest and do the inclines with use dumbbells and get the stretch." I know all that stuff, although I don't look like that no more. But what I'm saying is that she got on, and she got on after everybody else got on, right to the minute when the second I was supposed to pull off. She stood there. People standing by you. You ain't getting on. No, go ahead. She got on and swiped her card and looked at me. She had the shades on. And I never look at anybody unless I know them, because they can go, oh, he looked at me funny. He's sexually harassing me. No, nobody ever said that about me when I worked with the incarcerated or when I worked in the public. So she goes in the back. And as soon as I lift my foot off, when the green light came on to give us permission to leave from downtown, all of a sudden, oh, who do you think you are? I don't know who she's talking to. I think she's on the phone or something. She sat way in the back. Who do you think you are? You tell me you love me. Yeah, this was definitely some harassing thing from somewhere, right? Right. People looking like, hell's she talking to? I'm driving, I'm ignoring it. I look in the rear mirror, I just see her sitting back there. So she didn't say anything bad yet, so she's just talking loud. So, you do this to me all the time. When your wife treats you bad, you come to me and I give you all the love. I bought you a full wardrobe of clothes. I'm like, damn, who's this guy? He did her wrong. I cook you all the meals. I give you money. I treat you so good. I suck you so good. I swallow. I'm like, man, you need to cool out with that, because we got youngsters here. We don't. Motherfucker, it's you. Then I get speaking Spanish, right? So I'm like, how do I handle this? She's dead. I don't know her, but there are people who think that, like, because bus drivers meet a whole lot of pretty women that are single who will invite you places. And they'll invite you some places, all right. So a lot of them have a reputation. I'm always scared about getting charged for something like some sexual harassment or some, assault. But I didn't want to work with the women when I was working in the jail or the prison. I'm like, nah, I'm not going over there. The time that they made me work over there overtime, I had a female with me working. I'm like this. I'm not looking at that glass, because they had they breasts up, pressed up, they licking each other. Officer, I know you want to come over here. I'm like, I didn't look. I didn't even respond. No, you ain't getting me.
Yeah, now because you do know that when it comes to gang stalking, that's what the program is all about. Is a setup program. It's designed to either get you in the morgue, which is dead, or in the prison system, or in some type of mental institution, because they using, as you can see, every time you turn on the news, every time some bullshit pop off, they always blaming mental illness. Mental illness is like the new scapegoat now. Every time you turn around, it's mental illness, and this is a money making scheme, and because the mental illness is linked up with the gang stalking. Most of them people out here that's doing this crazy shit, going around killing people, just going in the stores, just shooting like random people, they probably was being gang stalked.
And they lost it.
And they lost it because this program would drive you to that.
Right.
It can drive you to that. It will make you snap out because everybody's fucking with you. I mean, you're gonna get fucked with at your job. You know what I'm saying? When you go, you can't go to the park without these motherfuckers showing up. They gonna show up. You know what I'm saying? And if you can't handle your emotions, you know, you can easily snap out, especially if you don't know that it's a CIA orchestrated COINTELPRO. That's what it is. It's COINTELPRO on steroids. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I say, how they gonna mess with me? I'm already crazy.
Right.
I walk on the line of crazy at a time, so I know where it is.
This program will show you how strong you are. You know, like when it comes to humility, like humbling yourself, not cracking somebody upside the head, because that's what they want. You know, they want you to bust them outside the head so they can come and get you, because they want to put you away.
See, that's what I know.
You know,
and there's situations around me now that's just that, and I know that's what they want. It's like,
right. I've been there and done it. I did some time in the past, so they already know my history.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So they basically trying to do a like the Tom Cruise Minority Report. They trying to look into the past and then try to create my future.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? To get me in this precog machine, you know, trying to assimilate some bullshit, set shit up. You know what I'm saying? So that, you know, that's what they doing. I know what they doing. I study these movies, man. You know, just like how you brought up the Terminator. Because that's what that was all about. How they went into the future and got Terminator to come back to the past to find Sarah Connor. He, as you knew, Terminator didn't even know which Sarah Connor he was looking for. He was just going around.
That's right.
Exactly. He was just going, but he had to find the chosen one. It was the chosen Sarah Connor, and that's when he went crazy trying to, you know, even in the movie, he was like, you still don't get it. He said, this machine absolutely will not stop ever until you are dead. So, you know, that's what he was telling her. He was like, this machine right here is out to get you. And it don't matter. This machine wants you. When it wants you, it wants you. You know, like the movie Terminator is a documentary. These movies they put out. It's not just movies, man. They are messages. And if you can break it down, if you can see it with your third eye, then the first eye, some people say first eye, whatever. If you can see it with your first eye, then you good. Well, see, I don't watch these movies for entertainment no more. I watch them to get the message.
That's right. Well, let me tell you,
they're telling you.
It's like the boxer Bernard Hopkins. There was an incident. I follow boxing closely because I love boxing. And that's something I regret that I never pursued all the way. You play around when you're young. I did bodybuilding, but I'm like, I wish, if I can go back, I'd go back. There's a reason for everything, right? There was an incident where he was training for a fight. And he knew other things that were going on in his life because he lives like a Spartan. Because, you know, he did so many years as a youngster in Greater Ford Penitentiary in New Jersey. You know, the whole gang thing, the whole, you know, he worked as a loner. He wasn't just he knew all that stuff growing up in Philly. And I found it amusing because I found out that he was much deeper than what people know. Because he says little things in his interviews that he's not trying to hide, but it comes out. And when you hear it, you know what it is. But most people are like, it didn't mean anything. I know what he meant. So here he is training. And I'm not sure whether it was early morning or not late at night, but dark. And they have, you know, now they have these co-op gyms or some women that may come there to train seriously. It's not like a bodybuilding gym or a gym where women go in and they're looking for attention. Some of them, not all of them. Well, the lights went out. This trainer was there watching them in the ring, but the lights went out. It was pitch black. They only stayed off for like maybe 30 seconds. Bing! And it came back on. everybody pretty much was standing there like, okay, what's happening here? And when the lights came on, the trainers looking, because Bernard Hopkins was in the ring, shadow boxing, and they had their routine going on. He was gone. He was out. And after the lights came on for a while, here he comes up the long steps and he comes back in. He was still breathing. I think he went outside in the dark with shadow boxing, kept it going. The trainer said, why'd you leave like that? He says, man, listen, there's so much going on out here. You see them young ladies over there? 2 of them are new. I don't know their face. I haven't talked to any one of them, but I know those 2, those other ones, they're serious with what they do. These other 2 and the way they dress, I don't need anybody coming over and say I wouldn't put my hand on them. Now, most people would say, well, your hands are wrapped up, you're training, you just don't know. You're not going to give anybody any reason to have some kind of doubt that they can put in somebody else's head. It's like me with my daughters. If they sit on my lap, there's no sitting on the lap. They can sit on the leg with their legs closed, but they're not straddling my knee. Not because I'm going to have wayward thoughts that way, but I don't want them feeling comfortable on any man's lap. You understand? Right. And when they get to a certain age, unless they're in a relationship or whatever, that's their business, because that's what they're going to do, whatever they do. But no, if you can't feel that this is something I do,
yeah.
But
You still there? It froze up a little bit. It's breaking up a little bit, the reception.
It would break up.
Right.
It would break. We're talking too deep. You see what I mean? But what I'm saying is that you have to move in a premeditated way in this world when you know the traps that could be set. You can't drop your guard. You know what I mean? The things I've seen online, I've received different types of threats. I've received different types of things that let you know that we can get in your computers. It's not paranoia. And then for me to now be the nightmare of Memorandum 46 and move to the motherland and still be outspoken, somebody don't like that. And I'm no powerhouse. I'm no big dude. I'm not like some dude who, yes, he has a movement and whatever have you. There were some who were in my very inner circle who ended up being frauds. And maybe one day that story will come out, but you can only speculate, and only the inside people will know that they ended up being, from what I see, haters, jealous agents. Groups of them coming out here with you.
Right.
Nah. It's just right now out here, I have acquaintances and I have people that are not in any of those circles. But right now, it's me out here and Mrs. SCURV. That's it. Anybody else is either an agent or suspect. And they've earned it and proved it. And nobody's going to stop me from doing what I do. How are you going to be set in life and be mad at little old me and want to try to come against little old me? I'm just a dude, retired bus driver, worked in corrections, did different jobs. I got enough Social Security coming in 2 years on top of what I get now. I'm cool. It ain't $1 million. I'm going to try to get a little more. Your donations are appreciated. You know what I mean? I got stuff to pay for. I still got a budget out. So how is a person who may have more be envious on somebody who has a hobby? This is a hobby for me. This is no need. Look, I'm out here and I do miss culturally my people from the States. Right. I get along with people out here and I have a nice little neighborhood. I'm in an apartment right now until the house is finished soon. Everybody knows that. And I talk more open about that. I didn't say much about that before. You know what I mean? Because I'm not going to be fearful of these entities. Show your face and come at me. You know my face. Show me. You're not scaring me. I refused long time ago. I made up my mind. Not that I was fearful. I am not walking. I'm not dumb now. I'm not going to walk out there wearing all white at night and announce, yes, I'm going to go down to the downtrodden part of the city. I'll be down there. Meet me. I'll have lots of expensive equipment on me. When I go somewhere, my wife knows, Maybe somebody else that's outside of this circle, maybe in the States, and people I can trust. I say, hey, this one we'll do today. And I'll say it in a coded way. And I do it. I'm in and out. When I leave, I know where I'm going. Unless I'm with Mr. SCURV, we say, okay, we're going to go in this area. We're going to float around a little bit. Just like when we did the walk up on the mountain. I didn't know I was going to do it that day. She said, come on, let's go up on the mountain. I said, okay, let me get my camera. And the camera is also extra protection on certain things that can happen real quick.
Right.
Always stay strapped with that.
Right.
Always ready. I don't care if
the camera is the new gun.
Yeah, exactly. But even still in their so-called court of law, they will see something happening and still turn around and act like that's nothing that is proper to use. Like, oh, no. We saw the guy try to shoot you in the leg, but we don't know if he really meant it. Maybe he was mentally ill. See, they'll use that mentally ill thing against you also, or in favor of somebody else.
But let that be you being caught on camera shooting or busting somebody upside the head. They're going to use that against you, and you getting life.
That's why when I see the honeypots walking down the street, I cross the street. Sometimes I'm walking on the other side of the street. They think I'm crazy. They come smile, and I'm looking mean to myself. I just cross the street. That's how serious I am. And it may not even be that, but it might be.
And see, in your situation, since you're married, they will definitely send honeypots, and they're going to send the fine ones. See, with me, I'm single. I don't have no females, so they don't send nobody. They keep everybody away from me. But when I was in a relationship, they would send them. They would do anything to break up the relationship that I was in.
If I was weak, I could take a walk to the store 2 blocks away. There's always somebody.
Yeah.
Always. It's like they told half the chicks in the neighborhood, like, catch them up in something.
Right.
I can go far away. I can go to the mall, the shopping mall, and sit down and get a garden salad or sit there and eat. And what's worse for me, there's always someone. It can't be a shocking thing. It happens all the time, especially when I go to the crowded areas where it's a mixture of tourists or, the hotels and stuff. And there'll be somebody that comes up, hey, LANCESCURV, how you doing? A lot of times it's legit. But some of them women that they sent, I can't say how you know my name. I'm all over the internet. And I've come here and I realize how powerful the internet and how far-reaching it is. People in the cars, baby, yo, Lance, what's up? Damn, it's like I grew up out here. You know what I mean? It's like everybody knows me. Not everybody. But you got to be careful in that position because you can't reject them because they may not be on that, but they could be still. But the ones that like it's just not normal. It's just not normal. So I strike quick, go where I go, come back. And I keep myself, I'm not going to say in a prison, but I live like a monk. I enjoy the sunlight. I enjoy the weather. I enjoy going out, the walks and different things, but I do also enjoy,
the simple things.
The simple things, because really, because there's so many things inside of me. I might sit here and draw. I might sit here, write something. I might sit here and learn something technical to do something on the show. I didn't come into this thing knowing all this stuff. I'm self-taught. Right. So that keeps my mind occupied. If I didn't have this, even most men who are married, and I didn't have this because my mind is fast. Sometimes I try to start at 2 o'clock in the morning. Let me put the brakes on my mind and my thoughts, and I don't slow down until 6:30. I got a problem that I use in an advantageous way for myself. People say, well, how can you create so much content? How can you do so much? Because there's something wrong with me. But I use it.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like back in the day when Mike Tyson was fighting every 2 weeks when he was younger, they're like, we got to keep him busy because if he's not going to keep him busy, he's going to get in trouble.
Right. He got so much energy. Yeah,
because they were giving him medication. They were monitoring that right before the fight. They ain't giving him nothing. He come out all weird on you and whatnot. And get him back on the medication. Now, I don't take medication, but for a 60-year-old man, I'm a little too hyped. Can't y'all figure that out? Like when I was 20, they were friends of friends that didn't know me. And they're like, and I've said this before, they're like, yo, man, come on, man. Your boy's a cokehead. There's no way. We hung out last night. He hung out with my other friends all day. He didn't sleep. And now it's the next night and we're falling asleep and he's still up. I use that to my advantage. When I was training, when I was doing it, I can cut it off better, but it would only stop when I wanted it to stop. You know? And here I am, 2 months short of 60 years old. I'm still like that. I'm not as fast, as much and hyped as I used to be, but it's only a step slower. Just because I've learned to, that's why I need to be out here. I don't need to be in America. You know what I mean? I would be too, and that's what helps me in my awareness of what's around me. Because I may look at my day or my life through different lenses. I could be walking with Miss SCURV or maybe some closer friend. I do have some friends, acquaintances that are moving into friendships that to a point we can hang, male and female. So you ain't got no beef with that. Because I usually got the camera. Okay, I got an extra pair of hands here. You hold this camera here. I'm teaching you. It's like, that's how we roll. But I look at it one way. It's almost like a person who's in law enforcement or some agent who knows what can happen, but he's out with his kids and his family. So he's hanging out with the kids and the family, but also he's thinking like that agent, right? Like, why is he dressed with an overcoat and it's 90 degrees type thing? Like he's going to watch him. Maybe somebody else don't notice that, but he notices that. And I'm not saying I think like that, but with the honey pots or the friendly dudes that come around and want to, yo, LANCESCURV, man, come on, man. Dinner on me. Huh? I got to look at that. You didn't have no plans for the rest of the day. All of a sudden you just roll up on me, see me and say, hey man, come hang, dinner on me. Oh man, I would love to, but check this out. I got to go meet my wife back at so-and-so and so-and-so. She's at the crib right now. She might be in the store and I run in there like, yo, don't come out for a little while. Meet me around the corner. You just don't know.
Right. And it's sad to be that you got to think like that, but that's the world we live in. You know, I mean, we living in a world right now that, you know, because it could be cool, kind people that would actually want to take you out and, and have a good dinner with you and support you for all the work that you have done. But at the same time, we living in a cuckoo world where you don't know who's who. You don't know if this is a bot, if this is an NPC, or if this is a real human being that got love in his heart. You just don't know these days.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy, man. You know, but the Bible, if you want to take it to the scriptures warned us about this shit. And that's why I always, you know, I always laugh at these Christians and these Hebrew Israelites, because I get a lot of them, you know, coming on my channel, you know, always want to talk about the Most High and stuff, and then they be crying about this gang stalking. But I'm like, look, you don't you claim that you stand on the Bible? The Bible done already warned you about this.
Yes.
And in the end times, the love of many, the hearts of many shall wax cold. We're in that time right now where people don't give a damn about nobody. It's self. It's like lovers of self. Everybody is all about is self-centered. You know, I would kill you to get to the top. I would kill you to get to that next level.
And for what? I mean, like, what really is the end game? What really are you gaining? What I mean, like, you're so intoxicated with this thing called fame. Look, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do here anyway. You know, you look at the numbers and you know those things can be manipulated. To me, it's about relationships, right? The connection with people. Some will be more connected, some won't. I haven't been looking at the chat room, but I see Sister Talea here, my dear sister. We've done shows before. She's having a podcast come out now. We're going to have her come on the show one of these days whenever you're ready. I was busy these last few days and changed my hours, so we still got to get up. But what I'm saying is that, like, this is a journey for me. Look, this is not going to last forever. Whether it stays and lasts forever and I don't last forever because I ain't going to last forever, but it may be in a lifetime where this thing is cut. Am I going to freak out? Look, if they drop a nuke on YouTube or somewhere near it, all our videos are gone.
Right.
We might live in a world that if we have it saved on a hard drive or in the cloud, which you should not trust, but you can have it on, it may not work.
Yeah.
So what about the energy that we have between each other that they can't cut? That's what I focus on.
Yeah.
I'm going to have more videos than you and I'm going to get more hits than you. Look, I'm going to bring up your name again, Talia. When you start, you're going way because she got all the ingredients. I could see it. She's brilliant. She's great. She's smart. And whatever I know that can help, I'll still be doing my thing. Some people, it's not for everybody to be, and I always use the analogy about the watch, the expensive Rolex, that when you hold it up, it's a pretty faceplate there. And we say, wow, it looks so nice. Look at the diamonds, look at the gold, look at the silver. It's precision time. That's just what's in front. Like when you see that fighter who wins all the fights, he's got a cook, chef, a trainer, a promoter, a manager, an accountant, all these things to help. And he's in there throwing blows, but it's not that simple.
Right.
You see what I mean? So behind the faceplate, guess what? You have all these little tiny microscopic gears working together that's putting in the real work.
Right.
Those hands, the hour hand and the minute hand and the second hand, they riding up front and they're getting all the admiration for what's going on behind the faceplate.
Right. I'd say that all the time. Like Mayweather wouldn't have been Mayweather by himself.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
It takes a team.
Yeah. Look at Roger Mayweather, his uncle and the other uncle, right? His name slips me, but his father, who may not have been the greatest in the world or anything, but he was good enough to fight Sugar Ray Leonard back in 1978. Mm-hmm. Floyd Mayweather Sr.
Yeah.
And that was before Mayweather was thought of.
Right.
Sitting in there inside Mayweather Sr.'s balls when he was fighting Sugar Ray Leonard. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he was somewhere in the galaxy somewhere.
Exactly. Destined to come here, and he picked up on all that. He was born into this, right? So sometimes we're born into things, or we are destined for things that we have a propensity for that sometimes we don't find out till later, but we eventually have the choice of going into that. Sometimes we reject it, which will be our blessing coming at us that we run away from. And sometimes we understand that we embrace it. So I have a lot of life experience. I like to run my mouth.
I hear a lot of the great, teachers like Bill, Phil Valentine. I'm pretty sure you know Phil Valentine.
Yeah, I'll say I almost met him.
Oh, okay.
He was in the same venue, Bronze Kingdom, and he's like a mysterious dude. I picked up, I'm not gonna say it's a bad vibe, but there's something up with this dude. I'm not saying bad. Maybe it's bad, maybe it's good. But I said, oh man, Phil Valentine. So I walked near him, and it's like he felt me. He turned and looked at me straight in the eye. And I looked at him and I was like, I nodded my head and said, hello. He was like I see you. Right? And I didn't feel good. I didn't even approach him. People were approaching him. I was like, nah. You know what I mean? I don't know. That spooked me out. So I almost met him. I walked past him. He acknowledged me and we kept going.
Oh, okay. I never met him, but I listened to his teachings, and the brother got a lot of information.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Him, brother, Bobby Hemmett, and I heard several other scholars. They all mentioned, they said that, like before we incarnated here, we signed contracts to come down here and take on these roles. Yeah. And these roles that we're playing right now, so it's like basically we're like the ambassador, we're like the director of this movie that we going through. Even if we could call it hell, you could call it hell, whatever. It's like you the director of this, you the director and the damn producer and the damn actor. It's like kind of like Spike Lee. You know how Spike Lee always make a movie. He direct the movie and he playing a role in the movie.
I felt that way sometimes. It's almost like the feeling that you have when you're dreaming, a deep, good dream. Doesn't have to be a wet dream, just a dream like, I'm involved in this. Nothing bad like you, but you don't know you're dreaming, but you gotta pee, and you get up and break the dream, and you didn't wake up all the way. You peeing, and you go back and lay down and keep dreaming the dream. And then you're like, wait a second, I control this. You know what I mean? Like a sense of destiny. This is why I have a lot of people who are connected to me, friends or acquaintances, and they got these issues with death. I'm not going to live my whole life. Oh, I'm scared of that. Because if I'm scared of that, then why did I come here? If you come here and enjoy and go through and learn, graduation shouldn't be bad. Right. It's like when you start a new job. Most people, when you're younger, you start a new job and you're young. You know, I'm not saying you're immature, but you're young. And it's like, are they going to like me at the job? Who am I going to know at the job? I don't know anybody at the job. You know what I mean? Like, you're thinking these things like it's something new. But like I always say, what's unknown will be known. You fearing death and transition, but you're going to go through it. And you're going to know what's going to happen. So why take away the ascension of this life? I'm thinking about that way down there. No, I'm not thinking about that. When it comes, it comes.
And the funny thing about it, we probably won't even know that it's death when it happens.
Ain't there something?
You know, we probably just wake up somewhere else.
Yeah, and you came from somewhere.
Yeah.
Where did you come from that was so dear to you that you came here crying?
Right.
You don't want to let that go, but I bet you don't want to let this go. But there's something better. I'm not going to worry about it because I didn't have a say so. Maybe we did sign the contracts, but the process of it all is a system that we didn't create. You see what I mean? We may have signed up to be here and to go through this particular thing, but what if we signed up for something else? What if we ended up being a Chinese peasant somewhere in a poor farming town?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where you had an uncle that was screwing you in your backside. Who would want? I'm poor. I'm getting screwed in my backside. I'm Chinese and I'm a peasant.
And I hear a lot of that. I heard some people say that's like a karma. Like, you know how some people reincarnate and they experience that type of lifestyle, you know, like being molested and stuff like that. They say that's like a karma from that being was probably here in another lifetime, and they projected that on somebody else. So now they're because it's like the reaping what you sow. So right. You know, like what you did in another life, you because we never die. So when you come back, you're gonna have to go through what you put somebody else through.
Right.
You know, whether it was, you know, abuse, sexual abuse, mental, like whatever type of abuse, you know. So that's why I tell people that's why Jesus said, do unto others that you want done to yourself.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Because whatever you throw out, you're gonna get it back. Everything's coming back. Life is like a boomerang. You
right
know,
back to you. The old club song. Right. Keep talking. Let me get a little water here.
Okay.
Is this my phone ringing? Yeah, let me get a little water. No,
how many people we got in the chat? I don't even.
Oh, we got 68 watching, and you know, I can't even tell the amount, but it's less than that. We have 68 watching on YouTube. I don't know the other platforms that we have. We have a few, but it's ebbing and flowing. So, you know, like I say, when I do my night shows, I say, yeah, I'll talk for an hour and 15 minutes. If it's good, we're gonna roll. That's why I like doing it at night, because I can.
Yeah, I know you very long-winded. So it's been plenty of times. You know, I catch you be on 3 and 4 in the morning. You be on all night. You know. And if it's not you, it's somebody else that got your platform.
Yeah. Right. I'll put up other stuff. You know, if you want to put something out and send it to me, I'll put it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I be seeing you know, like I could turn you on, and it'd be other people. Like you have a lot of females up here talking. They be doing their thing.
Yeah, exactly. If it's good stuff and you have something sound and whatever, I have no problem with that. You know, you send me recording, I'll make the graphics and chop it up. Talea, if you want to do that to start, you know, send me some stuff on WhatsApp. WhatsApp, when you send it that way, it comes through so clear. And I can work with that. I know how to change the file sizes and tell me what kind of banner you want, and I'll throw it up. That kind of gives me time to work on other stuff while that's up. People are enjoying it, and I'm working on something else. Like I got something on the computer now that I'm going to hit. I should have hit it a long time ago. I'm actually done with it, but I should have rendered it, and it'll be done when I just got to check a few things, but that doesn't take away. Usually when I'm not showing my face and I'm live, I'm over here like Captain Kirk. If I turn this camera around, you would believe it. It's like ding, ding, ding. It's like this is a bridge, you know.
Right.
Mr. Spock with me, you know.
Now is WhatsApp? Is that something that you got to download or something?
You do have.
I don't have a WhatsApp.
Okay, you have to download it. But like I said, and I'll tell it the way I operate. Instead of me sitting here, I'm going to hit record and you talk. You can record something on your own. You can talk 2, 3, 4, 5 hours. Send it to me as a voicemail. I take it, flip it, doctor it up, play with the sound, make it sound better, throw it up. You know what I mean? Or schedule it or whatever have you. You know, I got all kind of ways of making content. I got digital recorders, and if I keep it in my bag and I keep a certain type of camera in my bag, Miss SCURV's like, come on, let's go out. I'm like, if you go in that mall and you want to look around at things too long, but I'm there with her. I like to do that. But if I'm like, yo, let me sit here for like 20 minutes and record this, I come home with it. I might have 5 things that I don't put up for the next 3 or 4 days with my lives. It's always, but I work it into my life. I might meet somebody interesting on the bus stop. Hey, brother, I know you're the one on I want to say something on your show. I was like, okay, come on. You ready? You know what I mean? Right. I'm always strapped.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah. And sometimes I bring stuff. I have different levels of stuff that I bring. Bigger cameras, smaller cameras, tripods, monopods,
right?
Little handheld things.
I don't have none of that. All I got is my phones. I got like two or three different.
That's all you need. That's all you need. If you know how to Yeah. But you don't have to have look, it was overkill for me. I thought, years ago, you didn't have certain equipment that could do certain things that was affordable. You had to buy all of this stuff. Trust me, I used to work hard and buy things that I'm ashamed to say how much I could. Some of the stuff I got sitting around that's old and collecting dust, I could trade it in if I could get full price for it and get a car out of it. But those things become obsolete because the technology, it gets more, and more people are doing this. So these companies, they have things that are just getting smaller and smaller. And I'll probably roll with what I have for the next 2 or 3 years, because in the house, I have a whole floor that's a studio. I mean, it's huge. Look, to somebody 20 years old, I'm an old man. Let me have my fun. I mean, this is what I work hard for. Right. I'm going to paint the walls a certain way. Some's going to be green screens. I'm going to put them black walls with the yellow stripes. It's going to look just like, I'm going to have the lights with little mountains. It's going to be like a sports bar. It's going to be like a sports bar in a nightclub. It's going to have colored lights and mirrors. It's going to look freaky, but if I put the lights this way and we're going to do shows, and I'm going to be long-winded, have people there and remote. But I'm going to have a lot of stuff there. We're going to have comedy nights. So I'm going to have Miss SCURV going to cook some food. We're going to load up 30, 40 people down there. On an adult night, I may have 2 or 3 chicks running around in bikinis and some dudes with some 6-pack for the women to see. You know what I mean? Yeah. Cross your legs a little. Put them stilettos on. Yeah. Right. You know what I mean? We're going to stream on OnlyFans. You can pull your titties out. Whatever. Just going to have some fun. You know what I mean? We're just going to, oh my God, he said that. He hasn't changed. Look, you got to have different gears, y'all. It's all in fun.
I just looked out the window, and it's this big, bright orange looking moon outside right now.
It's full moon time, right? Yeah,
it's a full moon outside right now. I'm looking right at it, and the moon looked like almost like an orange.
Yeah, and then the funny thing about it with the moon, you go inside, you look back out 5 minutes, it's way over there in white.
Right.
It's like, yo, what's up with that? And
but in the movie in the Truman Show, they showed you that the moon was another world, that demiurge guy that was controlling the simulation down at the bottom. They was when they went inside the moon, it was there was people there and living inside the moon.
Right. I don't
David Icke do say that the moon is just a satellite.
Yeah.
That's what they say. They say the moon is just a satellite.
Everything we've been taught, we have to question.
You got to question everything.
I really don't believe anything that we had pushed on us in school. Right. Let me grab this thing. Keep talking. Let me grab this thing of water.
Okay.
2 things of water or 3, and I'll be right back. It's only gonna take me a second, so you keep talking, brother.
All right.
Yeah, let's go here.
I want to shout out to the people that's in the comments section.
Most definitely.
If y'all get a chance, go ahead and subscribe to Gang Stalking Simulation. I'm pretty sure you'll enjoy the show, because that's all it is. In my world, they done made my life a Truman Show. So
you're a movie.
Yeah, I'm like a movie director. I'm a star. I'm Will Smith. In the damn movie.
But I felt that. I felt that at different points in my life. Like, this is the thing. I'm very sensitive. Whenever you're ready, if you'll come on out here to a crowd, when the place is done, it's going to be larger than life. Because, one of my talents is not building houses, but interiors. I can do a little carpentry. I do a lot of carpentry. I just haven't done it. But interiors.
Right.
It's sizable. The whole floor is its own bathroom. I have another big room that could be like a green room, and you can it's going to be sweet. And it's happening. People say, well, don't talk about it so much. Yeah, I'm talking about it right now. No, you're so close and whatever. I don't care. I know what I want to do. And so now what happens is people say, don't talk about it until it's done. No, I'm going to talk about it right before it's done, because even the haters thinking about it, hoping it don't come through, you giving me energy. And I process positive energy easy. I also process negative energy also. You know what I mean? I can take that energy and flip it around where I can use it. So haters hate, and they hate it because they know I'm taking the good energy and making good out of it, because I'm very determined. There's not a roach on the planet that's more determined than me. And roaches are determined. I stay focused. Even when I'm all jacked up. When I had malaria, I was thinking of different shows when I get well. And that was torture for me, because 5 days I didn't do anything. And I wasn't ready when I came back. You know what I mean? You just got to look, every blow's not a knockout blow, and you have to keep throwing. I don't care if you have 40% of the energy that you had from the day before, use 100% of that energy. Take care of yourself now, but always know that any step forward, even if it's an inch, you made progress that day. Progress does not come in even increments. Some days you'll feel beat, you have a goal to do something, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna do a little bit. And you're like, whoa, I'm getting so much done, I'm on a roll. And the next day, whether it's somebody shooting something to your brain to confuse you, you might have the physical energy and like, oh man, I just can't get it together today. Don't feel bad about that. There are known and unknown factors around us in this world that we can't even see, right? That even just on the physical body, you wake up one weight and you go to bed another weight because of the food and liquid and fluids that you've retained. You go out in the outside world and you have to deal with demonic entities or evil entities, whatever you want to call it. Mm-hmm. And it wears on you a certain way.
Right.
If you go out there ready, knowing that this is going to come, hopefully it doesn't.
Right.
Ready,
but you know it's coming.
And you spot it. Like, yeah, I know who you want. I know what you're trying to do. And they're looking like you said, they shocked because you know.
Right. You ain't supposed to know.
Right. Let me tell you something. And like we call them honeypots. They ain't getting involved with none of them, but I'm just saying that's how they try to come at me. Most men would have fallen. Most.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, okay, here come one. Let me act like I was on the van going down a couple days ago. And there was a young lady who got on. And she spotted me from when she was getting on the van. I saw her. She saw me, not because I'm older now. I'm not even in that game. But it was a spiritual thing. Like she was going to get something out of me. So she's smiling, cheesing. I'm like, why is she cheesing with me? She sat in front of me, and I can feel these vibes coming at me. Mm-hmm. I'm sitting here looking like, I know she's going to turn around and say something. She turned around and said something. I knew it. Hi, how are you? Wow, you look like somebody I really want to get to know. Can I have your number? Like, come on. She had that look. Most dudes would have been, habada, here, take it. Nah. I play games with people sometime.
Yeah, you got to because they're playing games with you. So
yeah.
You gotta play it back.
Yeah. Oh man. I can tell you some of the crazy things I've done down here just to get a little space. Because like I said the other day, and I said in the show, 20 years from now, I was speaking to somebody who was 40. I said, 20 years from now, you'll be my age. 20 years from now, I'll be damn near 80. Got no time to waste. I know what my blip is on the radar screen. I want to go all the way to 120. I ain't thinking about it. Maybe I can get 120 years worth of work done in this particular time, because early on in my life, I was sponging up stuff. You know, the time I came here and consciousness and the 70s, and, you know, I was born in 63, but you really open your eyes up, the foundation was put there. And now you realize, like I said, the sense of destiny. Every time I would move somewhere, I'd find a book, or I was in a different level of life. Every flight that I've taken, and it wasn't much, but in the pocket in front of me, behind the seat, there was a book that guided me. When I moved from New York to Florida, I made many, many trips because I was selling my house. I moved down, but I still had to go back up and sign papers and deal with, you know, changes I had, the violations that I put on the property, having some illegal apartments, get a little extra money, you take a little sip. Last time I came down, there was a book. I forgot. I gotta find this. It was Do Less and Achieve More. And that was a deep book. There was another book that I found on another flight. Talent is Not Enough. And it was quite profound, me reading that at that particular point in my life. So you can have all the talent in the world, but you have to have a business mind. You have to have the drive. Some of the most talented people in the world don't make it.
Right.
You see, with all that talent you have, girl, you should be a multi-millionaire. It don't mean that.
Yep. I feel like that's me. You know, even Will Smith said it. He was like, he said you could be. What he said. He said, hard work beats talent all day.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
You could, because I always say, because, you know, I'm a writer too. I do music, you know, here and there, but when I'm lazy, ain't nothing being produced. But if I wasn't lazy with it, man, I would have so many damn albums, so many mixed CDs or whatever.
But learn from that. No, but for you to be able to say that, you can come to a place and say, okay, I've been lazy before, but now I'm going to put my foot down and do what I have to do.
Right.
Me, I say I ain't never going to stop. I may alter how I do things, what's better for me, because like for the shows, for example, before I used to do long shows and be done and not have no sunlight, because I'm ahead of the East Coast that I honor all the time. So if I started a show at 3 or 2 here, and it's 9 or 10 over there, and I go on and go on and go on, because I'm messed up, because my time-wise, I'm still thinking East Coast and everything I do, right? So it'll be later, and I'm thinking East Coast, and everybody still got the rest of their day in the sunlight, and I'm like, man, 6 o'clock, the sun is down over here, and it don't change. So I'm like, wait a second.
And that's all year round?
Yeah. It does not change. The only change is my dealings with the East Coast, where, say, for example, I'm doing my shows for me now, 10 o'clock at night. I'm 5 hours ahead, so it's 5 o'clock for folks who are getting out of work, and, you know, it's 5 o'clock. It's still, you know. Now, when it goes to 4 hours, maybe 4 hours difference, I may go back and do 9 o'clock, which doesn't make any difference. 9 o'clock is cool, just to keep it at that 5 o'clock mark. It's only because it changed over there. It doesn't change over here. So I'll change myself here to keep it even over there. So it works for me now, because I thought about it, because I changed it I started back doing the morning show. But I said, wait a second, I might have the same issues that I had before. Because it's not going to hurt everybody over there if I don't do something in the morning. I'll have something to upload in the morning. Maybe when I wake up in the morning, I might talk impromptu for 15 minutes if I want. But this is the one that's going to be the backbone. So I had to change again. I had to do something in the header to the site, you know, 10 p.m., you know, Eastern, whatever. I said, these folks going to think I'm crazy. But this works for me. Why? If I wake up, it's 2:02 now. If I went to bed right now, I'm supposed to wake up at 12:02. But knowing me, I'll talk for a little while longer, go to bed, do a few things. I'll wake up at 10 or 11, lay there for a little while. It's about my brain. I don't know if people understand that. You wake up, you jump up, but your brain has to be right. It's like there's something that happens inside your head when you lay there a little longer. You lay there and you think, whatever, and then your brain wakes up. If you wake up to an alarm clock and you've been up late and you're like, oh, this is the time I get up every morning, and you don't get your brain all the way rested and acclimated, your body, you get up to go pee, you can go get something out the fridge and snack on it, go back to bed. but your brain has to be rested. So I'm going to lay in the bed until my brain is rested, right? And I can do things in the daytime. Now, I can do a show at 10 and end it at 11:15, right? And get in the bed. I have to get up kind of early too. Mrs. SCURV is going up, and we got some things to bring up, and I'm the one who have to go up there and lift them heavy things. You know what I mean? And I come back, but it's okay. I know how I'm going to do it. And I got other things to do in the daytime, but I'm free in the day to do all that I want. I'm going to take my camera with me, my nice camera. I'm going to walk around with it. I'm going to take care of business and walk around for an hour, give you all some good footage, real clear stuff. You know, I just don't want to be accused of being no pervert because I had it at my waist. This other camera that I use for the walk up in the mountains, not my small, tiny camera. And this girl, oh, you're pervert. You're taking video of my butt. I'm like, I just happened to be home. I forgot I had it. I'm like, oh God.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Some of them, some of them think that. I'm like, I felt like telling, listen, lady, your butt is not even that nice looking. What are you talking about? No, I wouldn't say that. I'm a comedian, so I'll say so.
Yeah, everybody want to create a scene.
And attention and accuse you. And like I said, I've learned to roll with things, man. I don't take it too serious.
Yeah, I also wanted to comment too and let you know too, like how they send these agents, they break into your crib, you know what I'm saying? Like, they get in your car, they move stuff around, they just do, crazy shit. And the reason why they do it, because it's like, if you call the police and tell the police somebody broke in your house or your apartment, because I'm speaking from experience. This is when I had my place, when I had my own apartment, that's what they was doing. They would come in there, they'd move shit around. You know what I'm saying? So if you keep on call, I never call the police, but because I know the trick. I don't fuck with the cops, so I already know because this is psychological warfare. So if you call the police up and you tell the cops that somebody broke in your crib, like, okay, did they take anything? No, they ain't take nothing, but they move stuff around. That's gonna sound fucking crazy. You see what I'm saying? So it's like this whole program is designed to just make you look crazy, and everybody and all the people that's participating in it. If you mention it to them, they're gonna gaslight you and be like, oh man, you're just paranoid, you're tripping, man, you might need to go, you might need some help. And a lot of people fall for it. I talked to several TIs, they fall for the okie doke. They done went to they done went to go see a psychiatrist. You know what I'm saying? They get gangster.
I know. I'm gonna drive somebody else crazy for real. I'm gonna tell you, Mrs. SCURV wanted to be the one to kind of tell this particular story.
Right.
Yeah. She was like, I'm gonna tell it. Don't tell it. I'm gonna tell it. She's asleep. But she gonna tell it a different way. Out here can be paradise. Out here, if you know how to live, can be heaven on earth. It's not heaven on earth for many people who live here because the economy is really bad.
Right.
If you come here with blue collar money, you can live well if you make the right moves. And people thought I was crazy when we came out. If you stay a few more years on the job, you can get a little extra money. I said, man, this money's going to collapse and it's getting weaker and weaker. I need to make the leap right now. Look, I don't follow basketball. I don't play basketball. If you get me on your team, you'll be mad because I throw bricks. I'll hit the backboard and come bounce back. You know what I mean? If it's a boxing match, it might be a little bit better. Like, hey, I'm on your side, I'm on your team. We're going to win. You win your fight, I'll win mine. But for here, it's all what you make it. And we've had some experiences here that are on those levels, right? It never made me question my move, but it made me learn how things work. Things here work a little different than they do. And it's funny how you said about calling the cops, which is basically something I really don't tend to do because you know how they can be. And I've had my run-ins with the cops, beat me down and all that stuff. So out here's a little different. They're not racist and white people, but they can be a little, they have to do their job, but they can kind of like, you get the pound side, they love you and, hey, brother, so-and-so, but you're still a foreigner. Right. And that has its advantages and it has their disadvantages. And Mrs. SCURV had an incident where she was up on the property. This is last year. And, she got every seed that God made, planting and doing stuff. But she wasn't really into that at that time. She was preparing the soil and getting the place cleaned up from weeds. And she does all this by hand. And it's a good stretch of land. And that's her thing. That's what gets her high. If I can be on here for 4 or 5 hours, she could be up there. She'll go up there 8 hours, 9 hours a day. And it would exhaust me. She's not lifting nothing heavy. And she's strong to be slim and damn near the same age, a year younger than me. Y'all know what I'm going to be in April. She's in shape to stretch, to bend, and this and that. So the structure, the foundation was built, and it was like the walls up for the first floor, but it was still open. And so there was a guy at the house next door. They had built their house because their house was real tiny, so it went up real quick. And so there was a guy, a young guy, about 19 years old. I know he's 19. And they had a crew working on there, and there was no crew that day. But he happened to be there. Mrs. SCURV was, the next door is not like right there, but it's like the next house over. She's doing her thing. So she had her bag in the back of the house. Again, it's not the whole house. It's a 3-story structure, but she had it back there when it's just 1 story. And it's on a grade, up on a hill, up in the mountains with these crazy views. And she went to the front of the structure, so those walls had blocked her view of her bag. And so she always keeps the permits, paperwork, just in case somebody comes by and you have to show, hey, you know, we're legit, because there's a lot of illegitimate building out here on land that don't belong to people, that was sold from somebody else who didn't own it. A lot of scams too. So she went back around to the back of the house and bag was gone. She knew exactly what happened. She looked across. That dude was watering plants and he was up on the roof. He was just like, but he was watching her. Just watching her. She knew, like, because she ain't scared. She will bust your ass. I'm telling you, she's strong. We play around and I'm like, I gotta put some man strength on you. You know what I mean?
Good.
You ain't no joke. So as a man, you're protective, but it's like, somebody try something with her. You know what I mean? I'd rather be there, but I'm quite confident that, you know, she'll give up a fight. So she looked around. She came straight down, got me. I was pissed. Like my voice got deep. I'm always talking all high. Not like Mike Tyson, but, you know, when I get mad, my voice, and I get that vavoom going on, you will hear me. I'll light the neighborhood up if I get loud, because I talk a lot. Whatever muscles in my throat is developed, I can talk. If I can pull a truck with my voice, I will do it. So we went up there to the police that are close by, and we made the report and everything, told everything. Come to find out that next day, they caught him. Because where we're going to be living is not the most populated. A lot of people up there, but it's a country village. African country. Like I'm gonna be a tourist for the rest of my life. They're gonna know that I live up there, but they'll know. But when I move about, how long is your vacation, sir? I'm like, there's no vacation. I live here. So they caught the guy, that particular guy. They went up to the property to find the rest of the stuff. They found her bag. She had like maybe at the exchange rate, maybe $400 or $500 worth of CDs. There was American money in there, even more so. He didn't touch that. He didn't touch the credit cards. He went down where there's a stream, way down. He had to go where snakes were and stuff, throw that stuff down. But he took the money and he took her phones. And this is a African niggardly kind of behavior that he did, because he went and got a new case for the phone, put a card in it, a little whatever, taking pictures with it. I mean, just you stole the stuff and this is how your mind thinks. So you ain't no real criminal, because you know that you can go down by the market there. They got them boys that work with the credit cards. Even I know them. And I just got here. I know who's who, and I would have found them. You ain't that smart. You could have took it to the American money to a Forex place and got way more, but you wasn't thinking because you're stupid. So now they had him locked up. And he was in the precinct in the back in a cell. I'm going to tell you something. I don't know if I told this story before, but I'll tell it a little faster because there's another one that was major. That now I'm serious, and it was no threat to me, but he was locked up, and they recovered everything. But I was like, we got everything. He took that little bit of money. We got business to do. I'm thinking bigger things. Let's get back to the construction. Let's get back. He has a little fun. Smack him on the wrist, do whatever. And they were like, no. See here? And like I said earlier, that being a foreigner who may be black, where my complexion will separate me, the way I talk, the bald head, they're bald head dudes out here, but they know. It's not even like, oh, you are from America. They say, you are from New York. They tell me. I'm like, damn, what you gonna tell me? You gonna tell me I'm from Southside Queens too? So anyway, they want us to press charges. I said, okay, all right, we'll press. And they pushing it. And he's right back there in the cell, right? I said, okay. I said, let's get our stuff. No, we can't give it to you. This is evidence. Evidence? Take a picture of it or something. No, that's not how we do things. We had to go to the court that Friday. I think it happened Tuesday, Monday, Tuesday. Friday we had to go. And I'm like, oh, I know this is going to be a long ordeal. So we there early in the morning, like 8 o'clock, 7, because we had to get up and come up there and whatnot. And I was up the night before, so I'm sitting there, you know what I mean? Brain didn't get a chance to get no rest. I'm sitting up in there and they took about 3 hours. 3 hours. Wasn't nobody else in the court because that's a small little village. So it's not like there's not much crime, because what I found out is that the consequences for crime is steep here. And here it is now, right? I'm not saying it's because I'm a foreigner, but they are very sensitive as to someone who comes from somewhere else, and you have one of your local dudes do something. Oh no, you don't touch them. I understand the mentality, but with the Lebanese and the Turkish and the Chinese who live here, some of them get such props from the police that when some of them want to go home from closing down their big businesses, some of the Lebanese or Turkish that live in the mountains near me, where I'll be, they'll have police escorts with them so they can shoot through faster. I'm like, what the hell's going on? You don't touch a foreigner out here if they're not messing up. Leave them alone. They're building a home up here. We're going to make you pay. How much time do you think they gave this 19-year-old? Even I felt sorry for him. I'm like, oh man, I feel sorry for this dude. Because when we were at the precinct, they don't call it precinct, the police headquarters, whatever. Precinct is New York talk. I don't know if they use that anywhere else. But when we were I'll call it precinct. Early that morning, when we were all getting ready to go down to the court because he was still locked up in there, and their protocol is terrible. I'll tell you about that. His girlfriend came up and she was standing sheepish to the side. She couldn't go and see him. She saw us standing out there, and she knew that about the court. She was crying. Nice young lady, but homeboy is really messed up, because I know somebody's gonna be tapping that when he's gone. You think we got there, and they were saying about the sentencing and everything. They got all quiet. They said it in English and they said it in tree, which is TWI, but you say tree like a tree. They said it in tree, and I was like, oh, damn. I looked at Mrs. SCURV. I said, they gave him 4 months for that. Wow. I'm not on the side. I'm like, I did something to him too when the cop wasn't looking. But anyway, I hear so-and-so, and they said 4. They said 4, like in English, and they said it. It's like, dang, 4 months. Then they said it in English. 4 years. They made sure. I mean, yeah, nobody wants their bag snatched. He took the phone. I'm thinking 4 months. I'm thinking like New York, like you do something halfway bad, and it's like the jails are so crowded that it's like, we ain't gonna give you nothing long. You murder somebody, then that's what we want to see to give out time. You rape somebody, but you snatch a bag.
So he got 4 years. He got 4 years for snatching a bag.
Yeah, didn't even take it when didn't rip it off of her, whatever. Homeboy is gonna be 4 years, and his girlfriend is built as she is. Even for that alone, like, I'm not doing no crime.
Right.
I'm older too. I ain't got 4 years to waste not getting none. I'm sorry. No way.
Was this guy was he young?
19 years old.
Oh, okay.
And the prisons down here, that's prison.
Yeah.
You straight to prison anyway. It's not like in America where jail is up to a year and over a year is prison. No. Precinct, holding cell, prison.
Yeah.
And there, it's not like the country clubs we have in America who call themselves jails or prison with the good food.
Right. Out there, they probably get like, what, $1 million a day?
Probably. I don't know. I want to give a tour, do a tour. I don't know if I can bring a camera in there, sneak a camera in there, but I want to see what it's like. And I heard how bad it is.
And is this Ghana?
Yeah. They don't care about you when you get locked up in there.
Yeah.
They don't care. You up in there, you on your own. I've driven past places like and see them, they looking all like. One thing about me, I don't like to be dirty. I got to get up. I can't leave the house without washing. I got to shave every day. I don't care if you can't see it. I can't do a rooftop. I can't do a video if I didn't shave. Right now, I feel it growing back out. If I do a video, razor. I don't care about razor, but it's razor bump. I'm gonna shave it.
Right.
I can't do that. And down here where it's hot, sweating, and 2 or 3 days go by, the food. Could you imagine? Could you imagine?
Yeah.
I've been in prisons working, and the food was like, whoa, this is some good food. Here, what are you sleeping on? How do you wash? What are the accommodations like? Like this is a hotel. What are the amenities? Do you have hot towels? You know what I mean?
Right.
I need some more pillows or something. No, nah. But they don't play. There's 2 things that keeps this society here, from what I see, in check: the fear of prison and the fear of the white Jesus.
Right.
The white Jesus is doing a good work here in the crowd.
Right.
Because some people that would think to do things are like, no, I ain't gonna do that because I can go to hell. The white Jesus.
That hell thing is a scary thing, man.
Scary thing, and they got them with that.
And I asked the Christians, I used to mess around, tease my mom about that. I'm like, to tell the truth, the main reason why you believe in Jesus is because you don't want to go to hell. And they say yes.
Right. But see, isn't that wrong?
Right.
Because you don't, I'm not saying to love the white Jesus. I'm just saying oh, Jesus, thank you, Jesus. Because you don't want your ass whipped in hell.
That's it.
So it's not sincere. There should be a trick if this is true. The white Jesus sitting there, it's not because you love me, it's because you don't want to go to hell. So we're gonna throw you to hell anyway because it's not sincere love.
Right. And they deceive themselves, and they try to deceive you and have you thinking that, oh, I love the Lord and all. No, you don't. You just scared of dying because you've been programmed.
Well, let me tell you something.
They told you that you're going to hell when you die, so you want to hold on to the Jesus card for insurance.
Right. So let me tell you something. I know one thing. These chicks out here, most of them in all age, they think the white Jesus can't see what's going on in the dark because there's a whole lot of creeping out here. A whole lot of creeping out here, and nobody says anything about it. It's different out here. I'm not saying all the women, but there's a whole lot of creeping out here. And they're with it. I've seen it. I've seen the transactions. I've seen it.
Like creeping, like what? Just like sexual creeping?
Yeah.
Committing adultery.
All of that. All of that. The whole shebang.
Right.
Like when you go down to the strip, any little town or city has where there's a Denny's, a McDonald's, and a KFC, and a pizza joint, Papa John's pizza, and a Chinese joint. That's the strip. You got all the variety out there. Out here, like, you got to think. There are poor parts out here. There's affluent parts out here. There's what I would call a middle class like place out here, but there ain't no middle class out here. It's kind of like a comb over on an old fat white bus driver. He got a little bit of hair here. He trying to comb it over and cover up the bald spot. So you have those who may be downtrodden. You have those who are fluent, and you have those who are pulled to the impoverished part, but they barely stretching over. And you have those who are well-to-do, but they're getting pulled down. So there's no real solid middle class, but you have this comb over, you know what I mean? And it's kind of thin, right? And the economy helps to dictate a whole lot of things. And for the people who have left the villages, like to me, from what I see, when I say villages, I mean villages where it's like hundreds of miles between the cities, where you can live a good life. You can have nice houses built with it. But for those who don't have that, you do have what many would say is the stereotype. And it's not that bad because they're running water, the things that they build and whatever. And it's like away. You don't have many amenities. And so when you have a place where, and they're not really suffering. They're only suffering when they get a trip down to Accra or Kumasi. Kumasi is the second largest city, and it's in the middle of Ghana. And, you know, Accra is down in the south, right by the water. And coming up is when they see all this other stuff, like, oh, this is what I'm missing.
Right.
Wow. I'm missing all this. And they become intoxicated, and they want to leave the village to get a better life. But I'm not saying I subscribe to the story biblically, but it's like when they say Eve bit the apple, taking it for what it is, the way they tell us. She got this knowledge, the tree of knowledge, and she realized when they come down here, it's like, oh man, there's not much money, jobs. There's not many jobs down here for Ghanaians. They're going to pay you comparatively what you get in the States.
Right. You still there? It froze up.
Yeah, it froze up.
Yeah, it froze up. I heard when you said you said comparison of the states, and then it went.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, it's gonna do that. And if for some reason it cuts off, I'll be back on because it may be like a power glitch. Sometimes it blinks and it cuts everything off, and I'm like, I gotta get back on. And if I do get back on, it'll be temporarily, and it'll be like a minute or two before I sign in. We've been going pretty good tonight, you know. But the money you make equivalent, whatever you do, it's like, put it this way. I'm not sure if it's exactly it. I'm just going to make some kind of comparison to give you an idea of what it could be like. What you make as a police officer out here, you'll be happy working at McDonald's. Right? It's that kind of shift. And those who live in the villages, I wouldn't mind living out there, but you may not get no cell phone signal out there. But other than that, I wouldn't mind living a simple life like that. And if I could get signals and do the Starlink thing that is coming here with the high-speed internet, the satellite dish, I'm going to get that when it comes. That'll be dope. We get solar power and everything eventually too, you know, but you don't know what you're missing, but the purity of your life, right? So when you're in those places and the way they look at like sex here, let's move out of the city because they front out here so much. They front. They F-U-C-K-ing like rabbits out here. Big time.
Right.
But they're holy when you see them in the day. I'm holy. I don't do those things. I go to church 3 times a week. But wait a second. You're 19 years old. You got 5 babies, and you know
you fuck.
Tell me about it. Birth control, what?
Right.
So you go up to where you got the men and the women who they might be technically poor. They don't have much money, but they're in the sun all day. They have GMO fruits and foods. Everybody pitches in and helps. Everybody eating good, sleeping good, laughing, having fun. The kids running around. They playing with one little ball, kicking it around and having fun. They don't know they're in heaven, but they're not intoxicated with what they see in the city. So everybody's healthy. So what do you think one of the sports will be? When you get a certain age and you see this well shaped, flawless skin on this brown woman, everything up and round and right. Of course, they're going to be out there screwing like crazy, but they don't view it like, oh, it's something wrong. They just kind of live the life where I'm a church girl, but meet me when it gets dark.
Right.
In this very apartment that I'm in now, I tell the story. It's funny because I had a friend of mine send me a porn clip, right? He's like, is this the way it is out here? I'm like, what are you, crazy? Until I started singing it, right? I went around the back to dump some garbage. And around the back, that's where parking lot, a couple cars parked up there for those who have the cars and stuff. There's a locked gate here. There was a dude, and you could slide it back and come in. It's fenced off and everything. I went to take out the garbage. It was dark. It wasn't pitch dark. You could see lights, some lights on here and there, but it's dark. All of a sudden, I hear, I'm like, where is this noise? What is that? I got closer. It got louder. Faster. I look at the very back, under where my bedroom is. There's like a ledge, like there's a ledge where the window is, but there's a little ledge under there you can back in from the rain, and they have like poles there. Homeboy was tearing this girl up. She had a leaning up against the wall, dress flipped up. Homeboy pop, 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 pop. And it was too good for him because he looked and saw me. She looked and saw me. And they had that mind like, we ain't stopping. I don't care if you see. I'm at that point now. Not like you just start and say, oh, let's go around there. I dumped the garbage. And I'm walking. I'm looking. I'm saying, for real? In my mind, I'm like, for real? You're lucky I ain't have my camera.
People crazy.
Yo, the dudes don't have, like the poor dudes, they don't have no money to say, sweetheart, let's go get a hotel room. What? If anything, they're going to try to save that money. And she need money. I'm not saying she's a prostitute, but it's like, no, we ain't going to spend that money. There's a lot of construction going on around here where you have the cinder blocks up and you just walk right up in there and just do your thing. If you can't do it at home, or you may have a home, but it may be so many people living there or no privacy or whatnot. I have caught that several times now. You know, it's what they do. And I mean, you got to think about it. There's no, on the flip side, on the bad side, there's no, how can I put it? There's nothing in place to stop these old ass men from taking advantage of a young girl. I don't mean rape, but some poor young 13-year-old, and you a 47-year-old man, you 55 years old, and you turn around and offer this little girl some money and she ends up pregnant. You know what I mean? And it's not somebody you know, you just see some little 13-year-old, 14-year-old with a little baby in the back walking and something on her head to sell something. This is a shame.
Yeah, that human trafficking, man, is outrageous.
It's here too.
Yeah.
They focus on,
yeah. It's definitely in Africa.
Yeah. It's here. It's a little more sneaky here.
Yeah.
And
it's worldwide.
Yeah.
It's big money.
It's big money because
big money.
You have some beautiful women here, and you have younger girls that you can see are going to eventually develop into beautiful women. But why are you looking at them like that?
Right.
Like I don't understand that. You know, they're a young girl, they're going to grow up and be a certain way, but you looking at her like fresh meat. Like, if I get her now, you see what I mean?
It's just like if you looking, you know, like we're looked at as cattle, you know what I'm saying? Or like let's say if, you know, you got dog fighters, people like to fight their dogs, you know what I'm saying? When they breed them, you look at the pit, you know, you look at the pit bull, you know, you checking it out like, oh yeah, this pit bull right here got the fight in them. Because you know, even when they pups, you'll see it.
And you breed them from other aggressive dogs, and you know they come from a bloodline of aggressive. Right. You know what I mean? Yeah. Right.
So it's the same. It's the same way. It's the same way how they look at, you know, how they do the animal world. They do human beings the same way.
Same way.
It's just, you just looking at that dollar. That's
and
what
see, there
you
are
see.
people who are here, who are in place. I'm not going to give props to somebody I don't know their spirit. Like, oh, my black brothers, I'm here with my black. Yo, they'll sell you out. Some of them will sell you out.
Oh, yeah.
It's not just white men walking up. You got the white tourists who walk around and smiling and stuff. And you see the white tourists, and there's a lot of mothers out here that don't mind their little daughters taking a little walk for a short time with some of these white tourists that you spot. They come back with a little money in their hand, and it may not be much. Not to justify what's going on, but these places are pedophile paradises.
Oh yeah,
because a lot of the young girls, I'm not going to say when you see somebody come, you go and do it. No, but they already know. Like, things are poor and somebody offers money, you got to get that money.
Yeah.
Because like I said, there have been many underage girls who, because of where they're growing up and they're working in the fields and the farm and in the sun, and they're not eating bad food, they're developed, but they're young. You cannot go after a woman. But see, some of these young girls, being in a different culture, you'll see them walking down the street, 13, 14 years old, not in school, because a lot of them, and we're talking on the poor side, we're not talking about everybody here. So I'm not demonizing this place. I'm saying there's a small slice. And from where I grew up and what I know and working the jobs I have, I can see past the facade, even though this is a different culture. And these young girls are well trained in how to catch your eye, licking their lips, looking at you a certain way that they're not supposed to look at you. Right. But the dudes who are predatory, whether they are outwardly that way or purposely that way, but they got that thing in them, they're like, this ain't America.
Right. I could fulfill my fantasy.
Yeah. And their mama ain't gonna be mad when they come back with the equivalent of $20.
Right.
$20 an exchange rate of 1 for 10. You see what I mean? That's 200 CDs, which looks a lot. And in certain situations, you can get a lot with that. For 10 or 15 minutes around, leaning up against some concrete wall and you making somebody do something to you, you get off, you leave, turn them around, and you gone. Condom, what's that?
Right.
That you better watch out. You're going to hit the jackpot because there's a lot of AIDS out here. No different than anywhere else, but because you get swayed by the weather and how peaceful it is, it's not dangerous like New York or other major cities. Things happen, crime happens.
Oh yeah.
But way, way lower. And you don't have that expectation of danger. I can, right now it's 2:36 for me in the morning. I can walk out there right now. They ain't gonna mess with me really, 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 because I don't look like no victim. But Mrs. SCURV can walk, and she throws off, she ain't nobody to play with in the street. You know what I mean? These guys, she keeps them in check. They don't try her like that or hit on her nothing like that. You know, they see that she's not 20 years old. She don't look her age, but they see a element of I don't play inside of her.
Is it a lot of people like where you reside? Is it like city? Is it like city-wise, or is it like country? Like
no, it's not country. It's not right country. Here. It's like, okay, you have the city with the tall buildings and stuff, and it's not all in one area. They have like where if I go videotape, I've never videotaped down there. I'm gonna do it. You'll be like, God, dog, what? Because see, I'm not driving, so I only go where I need to go. Transportation is cheap, but after we finish what we do, I'm looking to get a vehicle. Now I'll really be going off the beaten path then, but it's city a couple miles down, and it is city-ish as we come up. This is not country, but we're right on the edge of, on this side, you keep going down, you're heading down. There's not a downtown because it's spread out, right? In those city-like areas. But if you go up the mountains right behind where this apartment is, country right there. The deeper you go, there's hundreds of miles of mountain range going all up through Ghana, like the Appalachian Mountains going all up and down the East Coast. So you have all these different mountains that go high up. When you look out, the air is different. Everything is different. So you got a choice, but where I'll be is maybe about 30 minutes from right here. And this is maybe like, depending on the traffic. The traffic's open, I can be in the city part, the beginnings of it in 20 minutes. So where I'll be is like an hour from, which is cool with me because I'll be like Batman in the Batcave. I can go in the city. I'm not going to say do dirt, but just like get all with everything, cameras and the clubs and go poop and be up there and be like, no sound, no nothing.
Right.
Nothing. Right?
It's just straight nature.
Straight nature. Straight nature. Only drawback is that we got to wall off that place high up and make sure certain things are secure because you have black mambas and you got king cobras, not plentiful,
right?
But they up there. This is SCURV. She killed a cobra, a little tiny cobra, but you got black mambas out there who, and I mean, like most people have never run across who've even lived here. They don't bother you really, but if you catch them up somewhere, they're aggressive toward humans. And if they bite you, I think they got like 60 seconds or something more. So many minutes before you're dead. You know what I mean?
Right.
So when you're up there and you see it, and you're like, it's all right. You keep your eyes open. You know, but it's not like there's snakes all over the place and say, oh my God, I can't go outside. Running back and say, they coming into the door. No, it's not like that.
Right.
I would not be here if it was like that. But do not go outside at 1 o'clock in the morning, barefoot, with short pants on, walking through bushes.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So we're going to have the whole place lit up. And I'm going to put up a high wall. And where you can see, there's no mystery. There'll be things growing, but it won't be, you don't really have to worry about that, really, but just to make sure. But I ain't going out at night. I'll go out the front, go straight to a car. Everything is going to be well lit. I'll be looking. I'm not going to be, the air is so nice, and step on something. No, you ain't going to have that happen.
I wanted to ask you, too, about possessions of firearms out there.
You can get it. It's no problem.
There's no, okay.
Not strict like in the United States. It's not like, you have to be a business owner or law enforcement. Nah. Because pound for pound, you don't have the amount of police out here that you do in the States. So they know, like if you were to call cops, it might be an hour before they show up.
Right. See, out here is a police state.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
But the cops ain't doing what they supposed to be doing. They out here gang stalking.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? They're not out here, they're out here aggravating people. They're not out here, actually out here, really stopping people from shooting, all these drive-bys and people getting shot and killed. You know what I'm saying? Like all that stuff is orchestrated. They want that type of shit to pop off just so they can make news.
That's right. See here, like I said, you have the police and you have the military police. The military police are the ones who walk around with machine guns.
Right.
At checkpoints and different, you see them kick back. You're like, whoa, for a second, I couldn't see no white man here with no machine gun. I'm like, yo, let's go to Kenya. We out of here. You know what I mean? I don't want to see nothing white with no weapon. Right. But anyway, the military police, those are the ones that will jack you up. The regular police, a lot of them don't even carry guns. I really haven't seen one of the regular, they're like glorified security guards. They get respect only because of their position. Some do. I don't know how they do it here, but firearms, I'll let Mrs. SCURV tell the next story. I'll let her tell that part. Because I want to tell it. What I've been through, what we've been through, which can border on that gang stalking level. But I spoke to an officer and I said, listen, how hard would it be? And he's like, you get it. No problem. I'll show you where to go, how to get it, this, and that, whatever, I said, okay, cool. You walk around concealed. In some cases, not concealed, whatever. I'm not trying to bring nothing down on myself. And chances are 9 times out of 10, things won't happen outside. It's your home more so than anything else, because when you come out here and you build and you do something that you might be able to do in the States, depending on how your money is, you have leapfrog over so many people who are living in a poor economy, who may have a little small place that may not be up to par. and they may be suffering a little bit. Things are tight. Here you come, pension. They don't even think about that here. They have, like, with certain police and certain jobs, you have a little something you're getting. It's like, but here, if they thought a certain way, they could do so much more, but they're so distracted dreaming of America and dreaming of the UK. All this land that if you put your little money together and got something, and a lot of builders out here build something and think and use and think ahead of time and say, you know what, we'll make this an Airbnb and charge big money from over there and get it over here. And you know what I mean? Let's 5 or 6 of us get together and save our money. Let's build a small place. I don't care if we got sleeping bags on the floor for 2 or 3 years. We'll all accrue something to make this place bigger, that we can move to a different part of the house, rent out part, and get good money. Nobody thinks that way. You see, and this is why you have many who come from other places who have an expanded way of thinking and can see the overall. And just like I used the analogy earlier about the plane going up and you see your house and see it getting smaller and see how really small and minuscule your problems may be, and you realize it's a bigger world out here, there's some who are still caught up in that. And here, they don't say that it's no good, but they insinuate, here's nothing. You need to go to America. They don't say that, but they don't teach you to stay here and build and do what you have to do. And parents and everything is America. You get now what's worse to get to the kids is a smartphone.
Yeah.
Because they looking like, oh man, ain't nothing here. We need to be there. The concept of living in America, and one of the chief things I use as an example, and many have told me, and I'm gonna go on the street one day this week and ask people, what do you think? You know, how do you love Ghana and where would you like to live? And they're always gonna say, oh, I want to leave this place. I want to go to America. Why would you move here? I was like, if you know how much hell is going on and you see these things on the phone, but you ignore the real deal that they're showing, but you want to see all the stars and the mansions and the pretty cars, and
they fall for the illusion.
And they don't understand. I tell them, I say, listen, here in Ghana, and they're going to change that soon, I heard, and I really want to see how they're going to do it. You ain't going to be a regular dude working some regular job, even a regular job, whatever the regular job may be. If it's government, maybe, or you already up there. You can't go to no bank and say, I'm going to go, or go to a dealership and say, finance me this vehicle. You better pay cash. And so with those who may not be skilled, because the illiteracy rate in overall Ghana is not good, but the mind is colonized. When I first moved, when I visited in 2019, moved in 2020, the illiteracy rate for 2019, the year before, because the year wasn't finished, was 79.8. I was like, yo, 80% of the people? Doesn't mean they don't know nothing, but different levels of illiteracy, which you may not be where you should be as far as. And I was like, wow. I've talked to young ladies and men. There's one young lady who was working a shop close to where I'm going to live. And she was so beautiful. I was like, listen, I ain't no pervert or nothing like that, but I want to take some photos of you, decent photos of you. And yeah, right. I want to put this out. I'll send them. It's like, she was stunning.
Right.
Didn't even know it.
Right. That's how it be.
And I'm like, if they see your cheekbones, your lips, your eyes, that beautiful neck. This is not lust, y'all. I'm an artist. I've drawn a lot of nudes in my life. I don't have to jump on somebody who's modeling for me to draw. The collarbone, the little waist, the stride. She was special. And we started to talk, got to know her. And one day she just disappeared. The person who she worked for, she's like, she never came back. I was very concerned, but check this out. I could not believe what she told me. Very intelligent, but not educated. So you can get by, like you can hustle if you don't know certain things to a point. And when you're out in, that's not a village, but that's like between a village and the city. It's like that. It's almost a village. It's slow. But what she told me, and she didn't tell me to tell me, it just came out. She's like, Lance, there's so many more things I could have done, but you know, most of us up here haven't gone to school. I was like, what you mean? Like you didn't finish school? I was like, no, I never went to school. I said, never, never. And she was like, never. From young, we were poor and we had to work. 6, 7 years old, we had chores to do and it never stopped. I've never read a book. Wow. I don't understand how to read. I don't understand a lot of things. And when you see, she was smart. She was smart. She was intelligent, right, but she wasn't educated. You would never know if you talked to her, right? She had a little accent and everything, but here's the thing. It's like, okay, you get older and you have to make money. And you can have morals, but you're also indoctrinated with the white Jesus.
Right.
And you have a struggle now going on. Now you're trapped to praying to something that you're waiting for it to bust into the sky, and it never happens. And you dig yourself deeper into this thing. But on the flip side, there's some man offering you money and you sell your God-given beauty. Because I'm protective over all women. I don't care if you fat and dumpy or beautiful. It ain't like I'm trying to slide up next to her. But I can already see the trajectories of her life, where it's going. And it's sad. And I really would have loved to, look, no, I would have been a dude that discovered something. Not that she shouldn't be discovered because of her intelligence. She just didn't have any education. But with no makeup on, with no Photoshop, with no different lighting, she had a face and body. And I'm not talking body like, oh, I'm going to hit that. You can look at it that way.
Right.
She was beautiful. I'm not comparing her to an animal. But you ever see certain horses that are those horses that are groomed and and the way they walk and the way, you know, and it's like, oh, look at that. You know,
strong and healthy.
Yes. And in an essence, that when she gazed at you, it wasn't any intention of causing lust. It didn't. It was like, oh my God, she's so beautiful. You know what I mean? And as an artist, I've seen dudes who were models when we were drawing back in high school. Wow, that's a good looking dude. No homo.
Right.
Yo, that's a model right there.
Right.
See, I give props where props are due. I lean to
it's funny. It's funny too, right? Because like guys, like I don't know. It's like men is quick to call a man ugly, but then as soon as you see somebody attractive, you feel as though, oh, that's gay or whatever. You're like, oh man, that's a nice looking dude. Oh, no homo. Well, right, you don't use that no homo when he's an ugly motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Right. You know, it's like because at the end, because either way, you judging somebody by the way they look. Whether you say they're attractive or ugly.
Now, see, on this show, I gotta say that,
right?
Because one of the dark sides of doing this is that you will have a homosexual following,
right?
And just like women send me pictures, they get in their little feelings and stuff. They'll send you pictures of their body, their breast, they sucking off their boyfriend, they take a picture and they show. They send me these things. But there's some dudes that are like, they feel comfortable. Yo, I'm not like that. I'm not knocking you for what you do. I don't do that. So that's why I have to always say, and they'll be like, oh, you were complimenting a guy. I just want to let them know if you might be, man.
Yeah.
I gotta say that because
Right.
I open up emails that shock me too. Like, yo, I can't believe this dude sent me a picture of his dick.
Yeah. That's wild. That's wild.
No, it's true. But see, here's the mentality, and mainly with women. Like, I put a lot of time on this, and doing this, I just put a lot of time. So it's not like some commercial radio station where you're on for 30 minutes and you're off. Yo, my phone number's out there. It's scrolling across the bottom because I like to deal direct. But you will get them 5% calls where there's some chick masturbating or something or talking to you. So, I mean, it's not going to traumatize you. I'm going to throw the phone. Oh, my God. She showed me her titties.
Right.
Oh, I might be like, yo, all right, we cool, but I might look a little too long or something like that. But that don't shock me. But you have to understand that it's not even always sexual when a woman comes at you sexual. You've become that friend to them. They get to know you. You open yourself up. You tell them a lot about your life. They laugh at things. They feel you could be like an uncle to them, a father to them, a brother to them. There's older ones who think I'm like a son. They have a bond, and they'll tell you, like, I've been listening to you for 10 years. I've been rocking with you from 2001 when you were doing the artwork and all that stuff. And you are a family member to them. And I can understand that, and I enjoy that, and I love knowing that, whether you talk to me or not. Some will reach out to you sometime and say, I would never do this before, but I like what you're doing. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm a real person. And they're like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm not a star, nothing like that. But I understand that, because I communicate sometimes more than their own man do to them.
Yeah. And
they feel a trust, like, I want to ask you something. Okay, cool. I've talked with people, they call me out of nowhere. Look around me, man. We've been on the phone for 4 hours.
Right.
I am long-winded. This is not a lie. Like, you call me, hello. Yes, this is Lance. Damn, he's a different dude. I'm the same dude. People are like, man, you're the same dude you on the show. Duh. I told you.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna always be respectful. I'll talk the way I talk, and it's nice to be able to be yourself and be appreciative of who you are. I know a lot of people who put on a mask when they come on the show. They get all anal or they become this person they're not. The reason why I can be long-winded because this is the way I am. I don't have no heavy mask. I'm tired of holding it, y'all. Let me get out of here. You know what I mean? No. Right. If I want to talk and say something freaky, I'll say it. Or say something I'm mad or want to. If you understand there's many sides, I don't hide no sides.
I heard you say earlier about some books that you was reading. It's a book called Guinea Pigs by Dr. John Hall. Wow. If you can get into, I got it from Amazon some years ago. Mm-hmm. If you can check it out, if you can purchase, the book was on, I got it from Amazon. Mm-hmm. If you get the audio book or maybe just I'm still old school. I still like the paperback.
Yeah, me too.
I'm still old school. So
I gotta have the book in my hand. I don't care if I get little relish stains and a little juice drop in there. I got to have the book.
Yeah, I still like the tangible book, but it's called Guinea Pigs by John Hall. Technologies of Control. Right. And if you get that book, man, that book right there really breaks down the sinister program of gang stalking. Mm-hmm. It's like gang stalking in a nutshell.
Wow.
It talks about the the electronic harassment, people, because I'm pretty sure you heard of the V2K. V2K is called Voice to God technology.
Tell me about that. I heard a little. It was a radio station when I was in America. They were talking about that, and it just zapped out because it was distant, and I lost the signal. And I was like, damn.
Yeah, they can hit a lot of people with V2K. It's like they can make you hear auditory sounds. It's all frequency. Everything is being done by satellite, 4 or 5G towers, 6. It could be 6G towers, but they use signals and frequencies, and they could emit like auditory sounds in your ears. They can make you hear voices, and see the name of the game is to freak you out. That's another reason why that's the book right there.
Yeah.
That's another reason too. They got a lot of people they mixing the religion up with this with this conspiracy. And I always try to tell people, like, leave Christianity out. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can it's some scriptures that, you know, you could quote, but for the most part, like, they want you to think it's almost like the Scooby Dooby Doo, where are you? You know, the cartoon, you know, saying how they was always using, you know, these people having Scooby and Shaggy thinking that it was ghosts and demons chasing them.
Right.
But it was always people at the end of the show, at the end of the cartoon, they always snatched masks, or like, you know what I'm saying, it was always a zombie or a monster guy, but it was always a man underneath the mask.
Underneath all of that. Let me just say thanks, London Star, for your kind words. You know, thank you so much. And I have to admit, it can be looked at as hard work. It's just consistency, but I love what I do.
Right.
Look at it like it's hard.
You have to love it.
Yeah, you got what?
You have to love it.
I love it.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, I love
it. You would have not last this long if you didn't.
Nah, right. You're right. You're right.
You know what I'm saying? If you would hate this shit, if you know, like, this is in your blood. It's the same. It's the same. You know, with my show, like, you know, like I get, you know, I get hooked up sometimes. You know, sometimes, you know, people send me nice donations and stuff like that. But for the most part, you know, all that stuff came late. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how YouTube is. YouTube is something that you got to do for free. You're gonna be doing it for free for a long time before the money start rolling in. Yeah,
and see, there's some people who come on, and that's all what it's about. Like, I think it was 2017, 16, 17. And I've been on YouTube with the channel from 2010. I had another channel that was just, I didn't know what to do with YouTube back then. I was writing and I was drawing. And I saw how people used it to promote, and live streaming didn't happen on YouTube until late 2015. All I did was take the audio that I was doing on Blog Talk Radio, which was crappy, or phone conversations that I recorded in a crude fashion, I mean, with the person's knowledge, like an interview or something, and throw it on YouTube, you know, just to share with the YouTube world. But YouTube wasn't popping like that. Right. It was for certain content creators, but it wasn't as many as it is now. Everybody and their mama, they started a channel. They got all the technology, and it's like, whoa! I started out crude for many years, and it wasn't a thing with me, right? And so I set up for the monetization. No, I'm sorry. I didn't set up for it, but YouTube was accumulating money that came from them showing ads on the channel, but I didn't have it set up to take that money.
Right.
So from 2010 to 2017, for 7 years, like, I got into the live stream at the end of 2015 and doing shows straight up like this with my equipment before everybody got good sound, good graphics, good this, good that. I'm just now getting on the Apple. I got 2 regular PCs. What is this, an HP? I got 2 HP, a laptop, and a tabletop that ain't working right. Ain't none of them working right all the way. My programs, I got to use this can't do this. I got to take it from this. My stuff is breaking down, right? And even still, I'm not like, oh, Cash App, hit it, whatever.
Right.
I'm getting another Cash App soon. The other ones, do not send it on there because I don't control that no more. I don't know what you're giving it money. I don't know where it's going. I know where it's going to, but long story. You know, everybody is not who they say they are. Anyway, I found out about this in 2017. I was like, I got to get this money. I got to set up with the bank accounts so it can come. I had $500 waiting for me, but it was 7 years to accumulate that. I didn't know. I checked it. I kept seeing, no, it was $574.16. I was like, why are they putting this in here?
And that was the AdSense?
There was the AdSense added up over all those years. So if I made almost 600 or 574.16 in a 7-year span, it's less than $100.
Right.
It's less than $100 a year. So I was doing all these shows, all these hours, and that's all I got. But what I'm saying is that I wasn't thinking about like, oh, I'm going to get money from people.
Right.
So people who say that I'm into the money thing,
they don't know what they're talking about.
They know what they're talking about. And I feel bad because it's like that's been a curse, blessing meaning that people know where my heart is, but a lot of people take advantage too. They don't say, hey, let me throw them 10. And I'm not out here paying. See, and then they get the other people who know me, some who know me a little closer, who have been on shows, who don't come around no more. They're like, you moved to Africa. You made all this money on YouTube and you took the money and you ran and yo, I am 60 years old in 8 weeks. I have worked all my life, sometimes off the books, and I've suffered for that, but I made up for it with a lot of work. When I worked in corrections, you know my nickname was? I was the overtime whore. I mean, I was cool with that because I was. There were like about 5 other guys who were like that. You'd go to a briefing, you'd have a supervisor come up to you from a different area. Yo, Lance, what's up? What you doing Wednesday morning, 6 o'clock? Put me down. I got you. People picking me up like a whore, you know what I mean? But the thing was I was dependable and I would always work double shifts, work double shifts every day. If I had a day off, I'd go to the club and bounce, get the little bit of cash money and throw it down like, yo, take this, so and so and so. I never, I didn't splurge. I lived like a monk back then.
Right. Now how long? Now you said you was driving a bus, so you got your CDLs and everything. How long you had your CDLs? I don't say that over the broadcast. I'll tell you private because people try to figure out my timeline with everything. But it's a good while. Oh, okay. You know the funny thing? I don't have it no more. I could have kept it up if I would. I kept putting it off to do it over the computer and keep it in America. It expired, and I was like, man, but I'm not gonna be there anyway. I got my license here. Right. Because I know you don't want to drive out. You don't want to drive no trucks out there, right? No. And I wasn't driving trucks. I was driving the bus. Oh, okay. So it was different levels. To get the truck is a whole different type of CDL. Yeah. But I had Class A. Yeah, the thing in and that's worth. I can get it again. I can do all that, but it's the regulation out here is not. They don't have bus lines out here like that. They have buses that go from one city to the next, but it's not regulated. It's not nothing I want to do out here. And you're not getting paid anything. And there's nothing out here you're gonna get. And at this age, to leave early, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna go back and work for 3 more years, and 4 more years. When I'm gonna get my Social Security in 2 years and take the little bit of money I got, and just chill. Right. I can do things on my own. Look, how much am I spending sitting here talking? You know what I mean? It's not like I'm at the club, single, buying drinks. I just girl some drinks, take her to the hotel. Then she get close to me. She want to get her hair done and nails done. Then she want to move in and be my woman. And Mrs. SCURV, Mrs. SCURV goes up to the property and brings down meals. I got these pineapples, I got this, and we got this vegetable and that vegetable. Even now, before everything is like growing the way it should grow. She's planting now for the rainy season, so things can be up by the end of the year. And next year and the subsequent years, as mangoes, tree grows big, 2 and 3 stories high, there'll be more than we can eat. We got like 6 mango trees up there already growing. It grows quick. You just got to keep them watered in the dry season. So it's not like we got to wait all year to get. No, you got different types of stuff. Right. You have things in season, things that are out of season. Your backyard would be your grocery. You cannot be 2 people. It's not like in America when you have this little garden. We had tomatoes. That was like, tastes good, didn't it? Now you go back to the store next week. Nah, even in America, there was this lime tree that was probably like about 6 feet high, and this is in Orlando. The bad boy had so much limes on it, we were giving away bags, big bags of lime, and you keep looking at this. It's like every week it kept growing. That's where it's supposed to be. Right. So that's what we want to cultivate. Put a greenhouse, and I'm going to get into it. She knows way more than me, and she's still learning even more stuff. I'm going to get into it deep, real deep. And like I said, it's not like the way I live, I'm spending lots of money.
what did I do? I drank one thing of water. I got one more here. Knocked one off. I drink a lot of water. You know what I mean? I eat at home. Don't have a car to take care of. Don't need it right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like my ego is caught up with, yes, I'm getting the new Lexus for my retirement and care about that.
Right.
Get me a dope drawing table. Get me a dope light over that bad boy so I can be playing my music and drawing my pictures. Maybe do a live stream while I'm drawing. I got a studio, man.
A music
studio. No,
like
I'm just saying it was the space. It's going to be a podcasting studio.
Oh, okay.
I have cameras all around, monitors, flashing lights if need be. It'll be a party every night.
You don't have a recording studio like.
No, I'm not. I mean, the stuff that I bought years ago that may be obsolete now for podcasting is perfect for it. I got the mixes and everything.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not really interested in that, but I think I'm going to go in that direction also, because the space that I have, I can throw a small event there, man. And it's like a club. It's gonna be like a club. We already got the furniture and everything. And when I paint up and do it fancy, and it's gonna be like a sports bar. Look, I'm in an apartment right now. I painted behind me green. Landlord, no problem, we'll just replace it afterwards. I said, listen, this is what I do. I need to have I got a green screen I can fold up and take with me. I had to paint the whole wall that way. Get the special green for that. This is what I do. So this is like my send-off. This is like my retirement. Like I can do this until I got a little nook area in there, and the bathroom's going to be big. The whole bottom floor is mine, my whole man cave, which is like a daggone apartment. But it don't have to, I mean, we got the whole place. You know, me, Mr. SCURV, we're going to be, you know, we have our rooms, bedrooms, kitchen, all that stuff. And she has a big kitchen coming, a huge kitchen. That's her thing, cooking. Well, both of us will have our thing that we do that complements the other, because when she starts doing videos, look, I'm the best guy to be with, to get your stuff out online. And what am I charging you? You're my wife, right? And then when I'm throwing events, she's making these good dishes and bringing them downstairs. Then we might get into catering. We might get into, there's a lot of things to do. The gardening and the showing and sharing. Now, that's where the YouTube money would come in. Gardening is, more popular than some middle-aged black man who's just talking on a podcast. I do appreciate everything I receive because it does help. But there are people out there whispering and saying, see that big house he's building? It came from equity, fool.
Right.
We paid in so much into the system. And if we extracted that to use to do that, ask me how much I have left over. You might want to cry. I can't believe how some people think.
It's amazing, ain't it?
Right, but they see me now doing this way. Oh, he got money. I was doing this before. Y'all forgot about the 22 years? This month made 22 years since I've been online. YouTube came around in 2005. I've been on there for 2010. But I already have a full, go to the site and dig. I tell everybody, 5 years, day and night, read, watch the videos, look at the drawings, all this stuff. You can't do it in 5 years. It's too much. Look at this show. We already been on for 5 hours and 7 minutes. I thought I was going to do an hour and 15 minutes. We start talking about Jezebels. We done forgot about the Jezebels.
Right.
But that's okay, because I start out and we free flow. It's a natural conversation. We didn't script this.
Nah.
I can talk my ass all day long. That's the way I do.
Yeah. That's what I tell people every day on my channel. Like I tell people, I'm like, look, when I feel it, I just hit record. And then I put the video together. I do my, I put my magic touch to it. You know what I'm saying? Like when I do my little editing skill to it, and then I just post it. But everything is raw, ain't nothing written down. And I'm not knocking or dissing anybody that writes shit down.
I keep this up my bag all the time. It's my little Zoom digital recorder.
Oh, okay.
Small handheld mic I keep with me if I want to keep it with me. Sometimes I'm going out like I know I ain't got the time for that. This picks up better audio than the other modules that I have. I keep this with me.
And right? You can just talk through it?
Talk right into it. No, the mics are not in there. I have a mic right there on the stand. I didn't want to pull it off, but I have a little handheld mic. Just does a whole lot. I have other things portable. I have other things that are big that I can't carry with me. I just have to think about the type of shooting that I want, or the potential of what I would record when I'm away from the house. When I'm here at home, I can say, yo, listen, I'm gonna run to the bathroom, put on some music or something, come back. I'm home. I mean, I'm home. It's not like I have to go somewhere.
Right.
It's a temporary home, it's an apartment. But when I get up there in the space that I have, there'll be people. Everybody's not gonna come in there either. It's a VI. You got to be into something. I got to know you. Like you got to be into something. So there's photographers that I've met, models that I've met, interesting people in government, high up in government. I've met a lot of connections. Say, listen, if you want to get on or whatever, this is going to be better than your local radio station, the way I have it set up, the way we're going to have. I'm an artist. I know what to do. That whole space, the way it's set up, it was built just for that. And that's my gift to me. And that's my gift to the world. It's not a me thing. I can just put in more work and just, boy. And if there are other people who are living here who want to get into it, they can come. They're just going to have to, build the platform more. Let them come on and you can get your name out there. I'm going to have all the equipment and stuff. And it's the old stuff that I have, I still have to do, hey, you don't want to throw a little something my way. It goes right back to this. What do I do? It's not like people say, well, you got some rims on your car. Listen, I ain't even got no car. You know what I mean? Right. I eat a certain way or whatever, I live a certain way. And Mrs. SCURV is not like, listen, Lance, I'm trying to sleep. You're too loud. No, she knows. She's back in the room and she hears me. She knows. I may be talking something crazy. It's not, well, what were you talking about? Something sexual. It might be anything. And for me, I don't always plan to do super long shows, but this is not going to warrant me like big money or whatever. It's just we vibing. Sometimes it'll be shorter, but I love it. And doing it this way, where it's at the end of my night, where I can either get up a little early, like I do have to get up early, but it's just to do a little short run to help out with lifting some of this stuff and come on back. I don't mind that because I'm equipped for that. I enjoy it, and every now and then you want to do this stuff. And there's variety. Like I said, I didn't even hit this button for the rooftop yet. What am I thinking? We're sitting here 5 minutes. I was trying to do this before we even started the show. But it's okay. I got everything all set up right. Let me just make sure this is fading in right. All right, let's see. A lot of times I multitask like crazy. It is what it is. It's in my blood. There's sometimes like I like to, and I make the phrase that I like to always keep something cooking on the computers. There was a dude on the van from New York City. I didn't know, I was speaking to Mrs. SCURV. She was sitting on the other side of me. I said, yeah. I said, we got to go. I was talking about footage. I said, man, we got to go home and cook this up. He's like, like I was talking about crack or something like that, And he was like, huh?
It's a movie called, I think it's called Surrogates with Bruce Willis. Have you ever seen that? It came out in 2009.
There's a lot of movies I got to catch up on.
Yeah. I've been doing my best to do a lot of catch up on these movies. That movie, I never even heard of that movie before. Somebody had brought it to my attention, and then I ran and looked it up. It came out 2009. It's spelled SURROGATES. Surrogates. And what it's about, I'm trying to tell you, when you watch it, Lance, you already woke. So you when you watch it, I mean, we are in this day of time right now because it's basically everybody was just robots and NPCs, man, and they got us caught up in this virtual reality. You know what I'm saying? It's wild how they put so much of this truth. You know what I'm saying? Like I said before, all these movies, man, they live. The Matrix, they're all documentaries, man. They're just not movies at all. Surrogates,
it's telling you.
I can go on and on and on. I had just watched Total Recall. I like part 1, but I seen they had a new one that came out in 2012, I believe, and that was a real good one. You know what I'm saying? Like how this dude he forgot that he was chosen from the past. You know what I'm saying? And what they do is they erase our memories. We don't remember who we are. You know what I'm saying? As chosen gods, you know what I'm saying? We came down to fight this battle. So that's why I watch these movies, man, because these movies give you the answers.
But I wonder about that sometimes, because sometimes I'm not going to say it's just imagination, but it's almost like you catch a glimpse of something that wasn't erased. You know what I mean? It's like you catch a glimpse of something that is in your past on a different level that got by the erasure. Maybe it's just me, but that's the way I think. Because I know, and this is not he thinks so highly of himself, because you get a lot of low self-esteem people that will come at you. They just got low self-esteem.
And they try to project that on you.
Well, they try to project on you that you're either a narcissist or you think too highly of yourself. No, I do not think of any more than what I'm made to be. You have the Christians, I'm blessed and highly favored, made by the Most High. Well, listen, I'm made by the best, and I'm durable, and I'm built for what it is. My purpose is in this world. And when you say that outside of the Christian way of talking, no, listen. In this life, I've been put through a lot of tests, y'all, and I don't want to go through those same tests or whatever. But I'm built for this, and after a while, that you're good for this. When you learn how to ride a bike and you bust up your knees after a while, and you're like, oh man, I'm gonna get back on the bike. Now you're riding the bike. Now you ride with no hands, just ride.
You're doing a wheelie.
Exactly. We're doing wheelies. I'm riding unicycles now. You know what I mean? I always did from 11 years old. No, like 7, 8 years old. I stopped at 11. So if I tell you I can get on that one-wheel bike and ride it, why are you gonna get mad when there's something I know I can do? If you know how to fly jets and you've been doing this for years, and you say, no, I never flew that one, but I can fly that one. I can't get mad at your confidence, because we have a lot of people that actually get mad at the fact that you have earned your confidence. It's not like some cockiness and you're not a proven product. No, you've earned this. If I say we're going to do a show a certain way, if I say I'm going to get on here, we're going to talk for 5 hours, and we do it, he can't really talk for 5 hours. If it's going to be interesting enough, that's up to you, and you judge me if you want to be here and hear what I have to say. But I know I can do it. I've done it before. My longest show, believe it or not, and it wasn't on YouTube. I put it on and I uploaded it to YouTube. It was a recording platform that I had that I got rid of because I don't need it no more. But I spoke. We all spoke. For how long? 14 hours.
I believe you.
14 hours.
I know Bobby Hemming. He used to do some lectures. He'd do 8-10 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
he keeps it interesting too, right?
Yeah. I love some Bobby Hemming, man.
Yeah. He was talking about somebody sent me a clip, and it was something I'm going to speak about more on an adult show. But he was speaking about oral sex. He was speaking about men performing oral sex on women, and not just, hi, how you doing? What's your name? Come over here. Let me give you some head. No, not like that, but somebody you're dealing with, right?
Right.
He was saying that there are a lot of people who would say, you shouldn't be doing that. That's waste coming out. That don't mean you're going to go on a period or whatever, but like, I just believe that what he said, that is something that it enhances you. It's something that, we know what it's for, and you put your penis and you get the girl pregnant or whatever have you, but when you're pleasuring her, you're going through lovemaking or whatever, there's something about that like he was saying, that's the portal of life. And you have this woman excited, and her fluids are coming down, and you're swallowing them, whatever, and you're pleasuring her, and the energy burst that comes from her orgasm. And if you're truly in tune with her, it feels like you're having some sort of orgasm too, not between your legs, but it's taking you there because you're taking her there. It's a closeness.
Right.
The fluids and the spiritual connection and the mental thing, it's powerful. Right. And he was basically saying that's the fountain of youth. I was listening to it. I'm like, you know what? I lean toward it. I always felt that. And so, Master, you're doing that. Why are you doing that?
People understand sex is very spiritual. That's why you got to be careful who you lay down with.
Yes.
Yes. Because you can pick up entities from your partner. You know, like, you know, especially if you out, you know, I've seen Lance do a 10-hour show. Yeah.
We did. I forgot, right? That was 10 hours. That was 4 hours. And I left it because I was feeling a little beat because I had other things to do. But if I started earlier, a daggone 20-hour show. Because I'll be sitting here doing stuff. If it's a banner up and I mute myself, I'm listening. I come in when I want to come in. There's other people talking. I'll stay right there except to use the bathroom, answer the door, phone call, or something like that. I'll sit there because lots of times I sit down for, if there's no show, but there's usually a show or something I record, I put in a lot of hours each day sitting right here. 14, 15, 16 hours sitting. People don't know that. I may say, I want to do a different, like, see, since I don't have the Cash App, I'm going to get a new one. I don't want people to send me anything to the other Cash Apps, whatever. I may do another banner that takes that out and whatever. I have all kind of things, overlays and different things for that purpose alone. You know what I mean? So it's very interesting. You know, there's vast worlds. There's new programs I'm going to be working with, and I'm studying them now. I'm like a baby on them. I don't know what to do. It's like all backward. I had to Google how to, because on the Mac things, the commands are a little different. How do I copy and paste? I've been trying to hit Control C. I didn't know it was Command C. I had to Google the bad boy. Something simple. Right. You know what I mean? I'm not used to a Mac. I got no problem admitting that, you know. But wow. Yeah, Master Glenn, that was a funny show. Kimberly and Miko. I was there, but they took off. Now, I started out with Kimberly and me, and I let her do a talking and stuff. Then Miko eventually, once Miko came in, just boom, 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 it took off to a whole different level. And they were talking some funny stuff. Look, I can't wait no more. I gotta get them on within the next few days. I know Miko came in and she got out. I'm not sure if she's still here. Yeah, that show, Sanira, easy. But this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sign off in a few because I gotta get this together. Now, this ain't gonna be ready until I probably wake up, because I probably gotta wake up in 3 hours anyway. Gotta do something, come back to bed, sleep a little bit, and I'll start the process all over again. Tomorrow night will be, or for tonight for me, because it's 3:25. For everybody else, it's the 8th of February, but I'm in February 9th already, right? It'll be a churchified show. Master Glam, I'll make the title. I definitely want you to come on and talk. And brother, if you want to come back, we get down, but it's going to be talking about different things, family and the church and the shame. Yes, Master Glam. Yes. So I'd like to see you there. And this is
I haven't been to church in a long time, man. They got the gang stalkers in the church too.
Oh yeah.
They got the gang stalkers up in the church, boy, praising God. You know what I mean?
Watching you too.
Watching with their cell phones. Got their cell phones aimed. That's all they do. They aim their cell phones at you.
Yeah, act like they watching or talking, or they'll even act like they talking in the cell phone. And
they just stare at it.
Yeah.
They just stare at the cell phone.
Right.
It's like robots, man.
I just whipped. No, I had a dude do that to me, and it was like, oh, I see this guy LANCESCURV. It's just like he was just trying to annoy somebody. He didn't know. I whipped out a camera, had a monopod put up high up, sitting back, hitting him back, and he just walked away. He was like, this guy's crazy, you know. He didn't know. It was here, the table. I got all kinds of stuff. Here we go. It's one of the monopods I had. See that? How short? It's short, right? But guess what? It flips out. Right? Look at that. Flips out again. Look at that. Flips out again to 6 feet. Now if I'm almost hit the fan. I can hold this bad boy up. I can't even show you how long it is.
Right.
Hitting the wall and everything. Shoot. I can hold this thing over a crowd. Like when I went down there to the festival, the Black Star Festival. That's all I had to bring. I didn't want to bring a tripod and be stuck to one area. I got two of these. It's so light to carry. what I have my camera on now is a shorter version. It has a little tripod. I can put it at the table. If I go to the mall, I may want to sit there and do a little recording or something like that, interview somebody. So I have to think about where I'm going. This stuff shrinks up like our bigger bags, whatever. So I'm always ready. I'm always ready. You know, but brother, it's been good.
Hey man, I appreciate you. I appreciate the fact that you even give me the opportunity to come on the show, man. This was unexpected too, because I had just turned you. I knew you was live, and I just happened to stop on in. I didn't even. This was not planned at all.
But that's the best conversations.
Right.
And see, I didn't even think the fact that, you know, I gotta get up a certain time. It's only like 10 minutes. I'm going to be up and I have to go back to bed. But in the name of the cause, it's a show. You know, the show got to go on, man.
Right. This was definitely destiny.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. This was you know.
Yeah. Okay, let me see what Sanera said.
I appreciate you, man. You know, so you know, we'll definitely link back up again.
Yeah, no, definitely, man. All my particulars are down below, and it's all on the site. Go to LANCESCURV.com or any show. And the number, the email, everything is down there. And thank you, Sanera Hall. Wow. Yeah, we still going. We ain't gonna stop. You know what I mean? And the time that I do have to transition, I should feel good about it, because it's like it's too much to like just go through one shot. You'll kind of get a feel of what I'm about by all these shows and all the writings, all the stuff. That and I'm not gory about it, because we all have to transition, but let that be my tombstone. All I ask is keep LANCESCURV.com going. Because you got to pay that every year, right? So if I have a tombstone, it'll be LANCESCURV.com. You know, 1963, whatever, right? And people will go there and they'll be like, oh, this is what this guy's about. I don't want no dash between 2 years and just a name. Nah, that's the way I am. Then I'll be haunting you. Listen, y'all got to donate them $200 short on this year's payment on the site. Other than that, we good. It's all love.
It's all love, man.
You know what I mean,
I appreciate you, brother.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, I thank you, man. I thank you for all. You know, I want to give people their flowers, man. You definitely deserve your flowers now. You know.
Thank you so much, brother. Sanera Hall. That's funny. Pretty much, it might be that way, right? Like, yo, this guy don't age. We know that he said he does something he likes to do to women that keep him young looking. No, I'm just joking. Yo, no, I'm not joking. That's for real. But I'm a comedian too. You got to bear with me.
Hey, you know? And you got to find a way to laugh, you know, through this adversity.
Tell me about it.
You got to find a way to laugh, man. You got to, you know, I mean, what they say? They say I laugh to keep from crying. You know, because this world is a sad place. Is, you know. And what they doing with humanity, you know, it's just unbelievable. You know what I'm saying? And what makes it even more is what makes it even more sinister is that the people, the masses don't even know what's going on. They thinking everything's fine and dandy. They think they free.
Yeah.
Right. They think they free. They think everything is all good. They don't even know that the walls is caving in.
They don't know.
You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, Ayala. Much love to you. Always.
The walls is caving in, man. So are you taking on another caller, or are you done for the night?
Good. If somebody wants to come in and say hi or something real quick, I mean, I'm not going to stop it. You know what I mean?
Oh,
I mean, you know, like I said, you know, from my point of view, like I'm gonna say this one little story or whatever, one or two little stories, but I had somebody call me on the phone, and they were like, "Yo, Lance, we want to thank you," or whatever they wanted to say, you know, and I said, well, you know, it's a general thanks, but they said, no, there's a reason for this. And I said, well, what's up? They said, you did a show 5 or 6 years ago, and you were talking to my brother. And this woman wasn't a spring chicken. I could hear it in her voice. And I remember the show. And the guy was like in his late 60s, early 70s. You know, because once you pass a certain age, it's all how you kept yourself, and, you know, you can go anytime. But they had stopped talking for decades. I think something happened where maybe he was accused of doing something to one of the younger family members, and it wasn't true. And there were other things in there. I think they proved that it wasn't like that, but still the stigma was there. The words that were shared Many decades went by and they didn't talk. Well, on the show, he was just speaking about life, and he was speaking about, he didn't know. He was speaking about what happened with him and how he was cut off from his family. But he spoke so nicely to them and how much he missed them, how much he loved them. He named names. He was crying at some point. He just let it all out. And she's calling me to thank me. And I'm like, okay, did y'all get back in connection together? She said, no. He died right after you did the show. I was like, whoa. And she's like, it was just last week that a friend of mine caught that one particular show and realized it was him and sent it to me. And then she broke down. She said, I feel so bad. I feel so bad we didn't talk. And to hear his voice and to get closure on all of that, years after he passed on, she's like, Lance, how else would I have gotten this? You didn't know, but you're always willing to talk to people. I've been, listening to you aside from her sending me that, but I didn't catch that one. So I said, you were listening before? She said, yeah. It was long after he passed away, but she was like, listen to this, because I put her onto this, and she went into the old ones, and I was like, whoa, that messed me up in a good way. I was like, I'm glad I did that. It wasn't like I knew, like, I'm doing this because something's, but when you find out that something you did something good for somebody else, it might be this show, something we said that somebody took to heart and did something you don't know about. I still get emails from shows that I did from many, many years ago. I still get emails from shows that I did before YouTube was around, even not on Blog Talk, but those platforms that you call this number, hit this code, and we're all on this call together, and you can download it. They don't even have those around anymore. I used to get a lot of interviews for my artwork, but I've always made the conversation interesting and high energy and made it something. It's not like, well, I started drawing when I was 4 years old. And no, I'm not doing that. I'm going to make it interesting. I'm always going to throw something new that even people that follow normally, like, oh, I didn't know that about you. I have a lot of that to throw out, right. But you just never know when you use this plan. And I did not come out here to do this. I'm not regretting it. I'm just saying, like, this is a great thing to be able to connect with so many people on a sincere level. And I didn't know.
Right.
I didn't know when I bought that computer in 2001 that I would get on, and I was so happy I found the on button, and it came on. I was calling friends of mine. I just moved down to Florida, like, yo, I got the computer, and I put it on. I was like, no, Negro, you called me 3 o'clock in the morning to tell me that?
Yeah. I
didn't know jack. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You don't know life where it's taking you.
Right.
And the effects of so all these stories that I had and experiences that I had that I wondered, like, I never knew it was like more than usual. So some of us are given a double dose of certain things. I didn't know. I didn't know that I would experience all these different things and absorbed it and remembered it, because there's a time when I was going to come back and spit it back. So I'm not looking for more experiences. Let me go out and see. I did enough of that in New York City and other places that I lived. I did a lot of that and learned from it. So I got years and years of more stories to tell, bouncing and vibing off of people like yourself. You came on, you didn't plan it, but we having a good time. That's how we do. And that's a good retirement for me.
Right.
I'll work if somebody says, hey man, I'll pay you to do that. I'm retired now, I'll never do it. No. It would be dumb to look for work out here because I'm not going to really make, you know what I mean? I'm not against that.
Right.
But this is my thing. And whatever comes out of it, I'll be good with it. But one thing I just don't do, hey y'all, I need this. There's things I really need that I can't afford right now out of my budget. I'm not gonna put that on people because it ain't easy. A lot of folks out here, this is their get high. They didn't come here to be like, damn, you keep harassing me for money. I'm not trying to be no pastor. There's 6 offerings. You come late thinking like, I ain't gonna pay. He come a plate. Oh, damn.
And that's the sad thing about it too, because the people they be quick to give the pastor some money, and the pastor telling you lies and bullshit. The pastor ain't trying to set you free, but you'll hand over your purse or your wallet to that pastor. But then you don't want to give somebody that's actually trying to educate you and wake you about the matrix. Right, you don't want to give them nothing.
Let me tell you something. And if really something happened where I really, really needed, not bullying around, and I don't bull around people. If I said, yo, I got a bad situation over here, this is the goal, I really need this, I know people will come through. But I'm not on that for no jibber. I sacrifice. I've worked, and I do sacrifice, and I work now to live below my means.
Right.
And to continue doing what I'm like. If a meteor flew through the window and killed all my computers, and I'm like, I can't afford to get this right now. Like, yo, if y'all want to see some more shows or whatever, you need to hook me up or something, and I'd prove it. It wouldn't be some old crocodile tears, because I've known people, I won't say any names, there's certain platforms that are still around. People have acted like they were homeless, living out their car. I don't have no food, and getting all this money, and like, come to find out, they got busted and got nerve to show their face again. I know there's a lot that comes my way being in this position, doing this, that people that do this same stuff or have rocked with me for many years, like, yo, Lance, check this out. Don't say that. And I don't say nothing. Like, yo, they got some frauds out here. You know what I mean? And you know, and I do feel some kind of way. Like, and I'm not in nobody else's pocket, but like, man, person got about $1,000 off this live stream. Damn. You know what I mean? Like, damn, it makes me feel bad for the people. But they don't even know. But that's not my position. That's not my place to even, but you observe these things, you think like, okay, they ain't trying to give nothing back. Like I say, if somebody has a story to tell or something they want to get out there in whichever way they want to get it out there, I'll do it. I'm like the secured credit card of the internet. If they won't put you on, Lance will. I do have to make sure that frauds don't come through anymore, because a lot of frauds have come through.
Oh yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, and a lot will come on or call me for some real foolishness.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, what's up with these rap dudes, man? What's up with these old ass 60-year-old rap dudes talk about their mixtape dropping? There's a whole lot of them out there. Yo, SCURV, if you put me on, right? And I'm like, okay, maybe I'm 60. Look, I'm gonna make some rap music with rhymes for fun.
Right.
I'm 60 years old, damn near. I gotta stop what I am. I grew up in New York City, man, where a lot of stuff originated. But I'm not seriously trying to do this to make money and be this next star. I'd be a fool. But I'm gonna do stuff for fun. Yeah. I'm gonna do some of them funny acting skits for fun. That's something I want to do, because I can write those things up good. I got good ideas. If I was in the States, it would be easy to find folks. The Ghanaian mindset, you know, some of them do it, but their humor is not our humor in a way, unless it's something universal. But I want to do them little 3-minute, 4-minute skits and just come back. I'm not trying to be famous. I got a lot in my head. I got to this point and there's things I say, man, I can do that. Some funny stuff is in my head. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And just put it out there. And when you put it out there, it's not like when this show is over, oh, we was on there for damn near 6 hours and let me see the hits. Most people who see this, they're going to see the time that I was on there. I ain't watching all that.
Oh, yeah.
This is something you do when you know, doing your laundry, you put it on, you listen to it, and you clean or whatever, or you're a truck driver driving from one state to the next. They love those, you know?
Right.
You know? Yeah. Yeah, the old rap dudes. Know what I'm saying? Sure, man. We're going to drop this tape and we're going to rock it and do a homemade video with some 20-year-olds, 19, 20, 21-year-olds. Some girls look at them like they love them. You only paid to have that.
Right.
You know what I mean? Do something. If you're going to do it at that age, do something real.
And if you're going to do it at that age, you better be saying something to educate people.
There you go. That's the only way I'll give you a pass.
Right.
Talking about guns and drugs and money and ass, you know, and sex. And no, I don't want to hear that, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, you too old for that.
You're making your midlife crisis public. That's all you're doing.
Right.
You know? No, never that. I might spoof them. I might be the 60-year-old rapper making fun of the 60-year-old rappers with a cane trying to run after some young girl with jiggling some Viagra, you know what I mean, or something, you know. But it wouldn't be like I'm trying to be serious that way, because, you know, no.
Right.
There's so much creatively to do, and I love it. And in this phase of my life, I'm just blessed to be able to be in position for whatever time that I have left to just throw myself into this and leave something that will still throw back vibrations when I'm gone. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's something that's very powerful. I mean, you can read a book that's like 300 years old. It may be a different culture, different mindset, but it may have you laughing if you understand it. It may motivate you when you see it. And we have so many means of social media now and preserving our energy that, you know, I say crazy things, but as my kids get older, I mean, they're grown, but as they get older in those other phases, and if I'm gone, they'll be like, oh, I really understand what he was. You know what I mean? I know I could hear his voice. I could see him. You pass that down. My great-great-grandkids will see this. I mean, if, like I said, if YouTube gets nuked, we're through. You know what I mean? But we all carry within us a certain energy and a connectedness, even if we use these technological means to do so. You know, that we touched each other, we remember each other, we gave to each other. It's just like before the days of all of this and smartphones, and all we had was Polaroid cameras. And we see that sometimes you leave the Polaroid picture in the photo album in the plastic sticks, and you pull it up and you rip off the face of a loved one. Now you don't have another picture, but it's in your heart. I can hear my mother's voice. I can hear my father's voice. I can see them sitting there. Look, so I absorb this maybe a little more than other people, but that's the part when I tell my stories, I can spit back anything. I've always absorbed, you know. Man, we going on strong. Let me get out of here, man, and do this thing and set this up, because you see how I am. I am long with it. That's
right. I wanted to ask you one more question before you leave. Are you connected with what is called BitChute?
You mean that's the other?
It's like another platform that I hear a lot of people. I'm not on it, but I hear a lot of people are leaving YouTube and they're going to BitChute.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've gone there. I don't know. Did I upload? Yo, I'm all over the place.
Right.
There's like platforms from years ago. I'm not saying this from years ago, but there's some platforms that are not even around, or they're like dead, but you still got the login. You still got it. And I was like, dang, I put that on there. Right. Which I really focus on certain ones, but I'm going to go back there and check and see if I have any content there, because there's ways with some of these platforms that you can mass import your stuff to these other platforms. And the more you can be on, especially with this video, the better, because YouTube is the prima donna of all of them. They know that you make money here. You know, the people come here, we have dominated. So the other ones that come around, they kind of hover around, but YouTube is still the sugar, honey, iced tea, and they're getting more and more strict. They got it like that, right? But it's good to upload your stuff on other platforms, at least just to save your stuff, you know? If YouTube gets, people will use those other ones big time, even more so. Yeah. You know? But I'm not against the other ones, and I'm considering going into some other things. I've found platforms that had on my videos. I'm like, who put this here? You know? But they just used it to start stuff up. They didn't have anybody with my name per se.
Right.
Some weird whatever that, if you want to join, you can, take over or whatnot. There's a lot. And the technology is going to grow. And as strong as YouTube is right now, one day soon, if it doesn't get nuked, there'll be other things. Like, okay, say for example, and I'll go after this, right? Say for example, Toyota Corolla was the premier econobox. Small vehicle, enough, you can get little luxury items on it, but it was cheap. It got you around. And Nissan's like, you think so? They came with their own version. And this one came with their own version. I was reading an article where at one point, Clubhouse, the Clubhouse app, was a threat to YouTube, because people thought, well, wow, a lot of people still come on YouTube to see the visual tutorials and different things. Nothing whips that. You want to see an old boxing match? You don't want to hear it on Clubhouse. You know what I mean? You want to see it. Right. So they have a strong hold with participation and just a worldwide. How much people? Over 1 billion people have YouTube channels or access to YouTube, and more than that watch it. So it's going to take something, but things always change. Even when you think they're set, you go back to the 50s and the 60s and the 70s, early 70s, and you had Detroit and the Big Three. They were worldwide and they were strong and we had so many jobs and American, buy American. Where is it now? You see what I mean? So anything that's a monster of a force in any category and you think it's there, it may not always be there. There's always another idea. Generations change, needs change. And that's just the way it is.
Right.
You know? It's just the way it is.
I mean, whatever happened to MySpace? You know?
I went on my old MySpace. It has a name, it has things, it has a few little things, and there's nothing on there. They took everything off.
Yeah, it's crazy.
One or two pictures over there, and I'm like, whoa. And it just died. My MySpace with the younger kids, especially.
Yeah.
And that was a big thing. That was kind of thing. I mean, I was on it. I mean, and people that don't know the depth of how long I've been doing this and stuff. Hey man, ain't you a bit too old to be on YouTube like that? They don't even know how much, but they're like, if I say yeah, and I don't talk to people like that. If I don't know them at a party, a gathering, hey, I'm a YouTube. No, I don't do that. They may walk out. I might have had a 2-hour conversation with them, you know, and they see me another time. They're like, yo, man, when you left, homegirl came to me and said, oh, check him out. You didn't know he does this? This is not the backbone of my existence. I utilize it. I share stuff I create, but I'm having a real conversation here. So I don't look at it like, well, this is a presentation. I'm trying to be famous. And no, I'm sitting here. I don't drink, but symbolically, we like at the bar, a restaurant. We just kicking it.
Right.
I did this in real life growing up. Folks would come over, my friends would front stoop, whatever. And all of a sudden you hear the birds. You're like, well, damn, the sky's getting light. That's the era I come from. You know, a lot of these, I'm not knocking the youngsters. I'm not making it a generational thing. But a lot of them are so much just into sitting right next to them, they texting somebody.
Yeah,
what happened? A great conversation.
It's just, I'm trying to tell you, you watch that movie of Surrogates, you will see it. It's starring Bruce Willis. If you can get a chance to watch it tonight.
Oh, tonight I'll be back here in the same spot.
Next time we do, I asked you, did you check it out?
Yeah.
Huh?
No, I said this time tomorrow night or earlier. I know I probably won't do a 6-hour show tomorrow night, but you never know, right? I'll definitely check it out before, you know.
And also don't forget that book if you're interested in that book.
I gotta save the guinea pigs, right? Yeah, I got to save the side because that's another way for me to fill in my time.
Because there's loads of books, man, and information on gang stalking on Amazon. It's unbelievable.
But see,
at the same time, they still trying to say this program don't exist. It's just a figment of our imagination.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you got tons of books online about it.
That's right.
And I think I got like 4 or maybe 5 different gang stalking books that I have. You know what I'm saying? I just recommended you that one because I don't want to, you know, I know you're a busy man, so I could just give you one.
Yeah. No, I know, but I'm gonna get heavy into the book watching and the movie watching, the ones that can teach me something.
Right.
But it's just that, you know, there are friends of mine who sent me links and you go on this link, you can watch any movie you want type thing. I'm gonna get more into that, but remember, even though it's been a while since we left America, you know, coming out here to Mr. SCURV, having to go back for a father's funeral and to stay out there for a little while and come back and construction and agents out here and me laying low. You know, I would front sometime like Mrs. SCURV is right here, but she gone. Not that if somebody comes in here to do something, I'm not expecting her to push me aside. I'm going to defend you. No, it's going to be me. But to know and move a certain way, because people would come at you a certain way. They know that you're in a new country by yourself. So what if I went and I was gallivanting across town at some honeypot's place and she meant to kill me and she kills me? Who's going to know?
Right.
When my wife was gone. You just won't see no videos. You ring my phone, there's no answer.
Yep, you just be gone, just vanish.
Fed me to the crocodiles.
Yeah.
See, so I had to be careful. Now there's the ego part of me is like, let somebody try something. But I'm not going to be over there at the honeypot's place, right? I'm not that dumb. You just never know. So I stayed in a lot. There's sometimes I stayed in like 5-6 days straight, didn't come out, just went up on the roof to the rooftop, got sun up there, ate, went to a late night supermarket somewhere way off in the tourist area that's open 24 hours, shopped, came in an Uber, and people were like, yo, did you go back to America? And I'm like, nah. After she came back, we didn't see you that much. You must have. I was right here. Why are you watching me like that? You know?
Yeah.
So, you know, that's what it is. You just have to know your surroundings, know how to move, because we have the supreme navigation system from which to derive our orders and how we have to move. The main thing is not to get distracted by the things that are out there, not get too emotional. And I will feign emotion sometime to get people away from me. You know what I mean? I'm an actor. I'm a good actor. I'll make you believe. You know what I mean? Yo, he mad. He angry. I'm cracking up inside. I know how to do that. That's another, I'm not going to say regret, but that's something that I always want to take up and get into some acting. I just didn't want to go through no corny drama schools. Like, I want to do it the YouTube way. I got my camera. Let me do what I do. You judge me.
And you can do it. You can do it too. I mean, because I tried that thing too. I always wanted to. I took a couple classes years ago.
Right.
So I wanted to. I was really chasing that limelight, that Hollywood light, and then the universe just steered me in another direction.
It's a good thing.
Yeah.
Because who wants to? That's crazy. I remember watching this podcast. What is it? I watch a lot of little podcasts that interest me. I mean, I'm into bodybuilding and boxing, but there's other things. It's the guests that some of these podcasts have on. I love interviews. And this one guy was saying how there was a guy that left where they lived. I think it was in Philadelphia, and went out to Hollywood. He had been acting and doing different things, but he went out there to live his dream. And they lost contact with him. And they ended up out there. Not to look for him, they just ended up, and it wasn't even a Hollywood acting thing. These other guys that do the podcast, they were just out there for other things, but they went on the strip or whatever they say it was, whatever. There's prostitution and all this stuff, and it's still flashy stuff. People that don't make it end up there or somewhere, and they walking down the street, and they saw a dude that got up from laying down, by the building, and he was real bummy and stink. I'm not saying to put him down, but he was like, "Whoo, God!" And he walked up to them. He's like, "Hey, man, because I'm not gonna lie, I'm a crackhead, and I need it. Please help me." And they were like, "Oh, shoot, that was a dude that left Philadelphia and came out there to live his dreams."
Right.
This was years later, and he was out there, a crackhead. Homeless, stinking, like, you have some crackheads who have family support that, the family might know they don't bring that stuff around the house, but I'll let you live here. So they get the food that the family gets. They got a washer and dryer. So, they wash their clothes, and they're a crackhead, and all you notice is that they might be losing weight, but they hold it down because the family got food and everything. But if you have no support system, you're going to fall quick, because most often, you're going to want that crack more than you want that meal.
Right.
And it's going to show on you. You're going to want that. You say, well, listen, I don't need to pay rent. I can live out here and get all the crack I want. How you going to make money? You're not making money. So that's
one thing about crackhead though. Like, I don't know. Is it a lot of crackheads out there in Ghana?
It was really bad, they say, and they still have it, but it's here. It's just not visible.
Oh, okay.
Like, it's not as visible. Put it this way. When I lived in New York, it was visible.
Right.
When I lived in Orlando, Florida, it was visible, but it's warm most of the year. So it's easy to be homeless, cracked out, because you don't have the cold. You don't have this. Out here, you can be a crackhead and go up just right up in the mountains and go find some mangoes and eat them. You know what I mean? It's warm.
Right.
You can lay out wherever you want to lay out.
Right.
You can go into these buildings that are halfway built. Like, there's an apartment over there across, a big one next door. They're moving slow, and there's another one over there, like 4 or 5 stories. And even though it's just cinder block and that's it, no lights, whatever, the rain don't have to touch you. You can get a sleeping bag and crawl up in half of these places and sleep. It rains, if you depend on the rain, You know, it rains hard out here when it rains. You could jump out there with some soap and be like,
right.
Put your clothes somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of homeless people, when I drove the bus, those would have been some good interviews, but I have them in me. I remember them. One guy was telling me, people don't understand what homeless go through. And I said, well, I try to, and I see you all out here at the time, and I have a heart. They said, no. What do you think? One of the biggest, Miko, we got to get you on with Kimberly again. But yeah, one of the biggest things to a person who's homeless is, guess what? I said, I don't know, find a place to sleep. No. I said, what? I said, keeping your stuff. Where do you put your stuff? Right. You see guys with shopping carts and it's piled up. The less stuff you have, the better. But when you find a place to put your stuff and you got to go find some dumpster to get something to eat, you're scared when you come back because another homeless person that would have rummaged through your stuff and took your stuff. Mm-hmm. I'm thinking like, well, it's just a bunch of, I'm thinking this, I didn't say a bunch of musty clothes, but you may have like your blade, your toothbrush. I said, just throw your toothbrush, I don't care. You may have some money or something valuable that could be, you take it to the pawn shop or whatever. But they get petty on that level. Little things become big. You see what I mean? It might be your clothes or whatever. And there are people out there that have learned to survive. And me, especially when I was driving the bus, observing them, talking with them, and the things they taught me, I really learned a lot on how to survive in an urban area out in the street. Not that I want that, but all knowledge is good knowledge. You see what I mean? So all knowledge is good knowledge. I used to see how some were cool with me, right? They'd take their shades, and I had a really long bus route to 21, downtown all the way out to Turkey Lake Road, past Universal, and they were telling you not to let people, you have homeless people on there. And I hated to run them, but after a while, you like 15 people in the back of the bus that didn't get off. You know what I mean? It's like, you can't do that. They farting and all this stuff. And, you have 20 people collectively farting, and that scent comes up to the front of the bus and right up under your nose. It's like, yo, I got a fart combo. That's even worse than one stink fart. 20 people. But there was one lady, oh God, what's her name? It'll come to me. She told me that she didn't want to rent an apartment. She was getting some help from the government, but she wanted to save it and save up for a better place and save it to get out of Orlando. She had a tiny pension. It wasn't much, but all of that helped her, and she chose to sleep in the street. She had a walker, and she would sit near downtown and put the thing over her, and she'd sit. And I told her, I said, listen, she was really a nice person. Really, really nice and considerate also. So she used to drive or ride with me from downtown and go to Universal Studios, and she would go, there were restrooms for the public and restrooms for the public, but they were hidden away and they were bigger and wheelchair accessible. She didn't have a wheelchair. She had a walker, but she told me how the wheelchair accessible bathrooms were really dope for her because she didn't have access to a shower. She did not want to go into a homeless shelter. She had no drug problems, but it was too dangerous in there. That's what a lot of people were telling me. I learned that when I was working in the jail, and the folks that were homeless were like, no, man, I'd rather come to jail than come to the homeless joint. I was like, whoa, is that bad? So it was a sink that she would go under, and it was tiled floors and a big drain there. So she would go in there, take off all her clothes, plug up the sink, turn on the water, and get under it. And now she had a shower. So she'd roll around in the ground and get a long towel and get her back and everything like that. So the way my schedule was, when I dropped her there and I had a layover to come back, it was a little too quick. So she's like, could you hold it back for 10 minutes? I said, sure. I was the last bus anyway coming in, and the people knew, and it's better for them. Because when I would pass Sand Lake Road, coming up Turkey Lake Road, you slow down and you see the people coming from International Drive. Like, oh, don't leave me. It's the last bus. And I'd be like, bam, bam. I open the door, be like, yo, take your time. I'll wait here for you. I'd even go more near the corner and have people look out. Is anybody else coming? They love me. I didn't have to worry about food. Even things I wasn't eating. I had buckets of chicken, pizza, all of this stuff. Good restaurants, Italian food. And I'd give it out to some of the homeless when I got downtown, or even some people who wanted that. Man, I always wanted to eat at that restaurant. You know, restaurant workers, cooks and waitresses, they would share food amongst each other. You know what I mean? So you learn a lot how people survive. And by the time I came back, I'd see her. What's her name? Deborah? I'm not sure. Something like that. Even one night, I had some food, but I drank all the drink. And the way my bus route was, I couldn't stop and go to any one of the stores on one of the layovers. So I was screwed. So she was sitting there. Deborah was the name, for real. And she's like, Lance, you don't have nothing to drink. I said, I drank everything earlier. My throat is dry. Maybe I wait down till I get downtown and get some water or something out the machine, which I don't want to do. And she walked off, went somewhere before I took off, and spent her own money. Brought me a big thing of orange juice. I was like, whoa, thank you so much. Homeless, and she had a heart to do that for me, who was making money, making pretty good money. You know what I mean? So I learned to look out for her and whatever extras, whatever. I'd sit and talk with her. Even on my days off, I'm walking around. So we go down there and look for her and say hi to her and slip her a few bucks or bring her something, you know, or even still, you know, I mean, she wasn't 20 years old, but she wasn't 45 either. She just had a rough life. You know, I'd go down there sometime and bring her female stuff that she might need. She was always thankful. Sweet woman, you know. If I ever come back to Orlando, I'll look for some of these people. I know a lot of them will be gone. I know a lot of people passed away, but some of the most sincere people that I've met have been through that road of being homeless. Some crazy ones too now. Okay. But I've had conversations with them and they love to get on the bus with me. It was like a talk show, especially that 9/15/21 outbound around the years 2008, 2009. Boy, we had some good conversations. It was like one big family. I mean, we even hung out sometimes, or, you know, let's meet up downtown. And it was like that. Boy, if I was really deep into what I'm doing now, it would have been some memories caught. Because that route was like family, you know, and there was a trust there. There was a white man who worked at Universal for so many years. I will tell you, this guy, I figured it out. This guy this was a white man who I would say was naive to like racism from him. He knew about it. We talked about things. But this guy, he had a wife that was sick. She could walk around, but she had some mental issues, and he would work the night shift. And this guy was like a victim of the system. He had cancer and some other issues, and it killed him financially. And he went right on back to work at Universal. He had a real bad limp, and he had aged. He was much older than me anyway. And he had such a kind heart. So I can't shit on everybody. Oh, you're a cracker, you're racist. No, this guy, we had some long talks. And I remember he was coming on a day off to go to Walmart. And we all had each other's number. And so he got up to get off at Walmart. And there was a sister, I got to tell it like it is. When he got up, his wallet fell on to the seat. She quickly got up and sat on it because he's off the bus now. So she's sitting on the wallet like, I hope nobody saw me sit on this thing. He's gone. She's going to wait till everybody got off the bus or ride down, because I knew what stop she was going to get off on, but she kept riding, right? Now, he called me, right? And I didn't know she sat on this thing because I would have caught that quick. So he called me. And we could talk on the phones. Back in that time, it wasn't like illegal to do so. You just didn't get caught. But the supervisor working in the area, he didn't mind me. I'm driving. So he's like, Lance, my wallet, it dropped out. I looked, traced my steps back. Nobody was around me. It's got to be on the bus in the seat. So I said, okay. I turned around. The girl was nervous. She worked in a fast food joint. She was sitting there nervous. I pulled the bus over and I looked. I said to her, I said, listen, can I ask you to stand up? And she was like, okay. She stood up. I took the wallet, put it in my pocket. And then he was still on the phone. He says, Lance, my rent is in there and I got credit cards. Please check for me. I pulled everything out. Like, yo, you got $2,500 here. You got 5 credit cards. You got this, you got that. Oh, God, thank you. Listen, I was up all night working. It's my day off. I'm going to go home and sleep. I am so tired, but I have to go get some medicine for my wife, bring some things in. I'll see you later. I'll come out later. I know what time, whatever. I said, no problem. I got it. It's safe with me. He felt so good. He came out. I gave him the stuff. It's those kind of bonds and those kind of, I know this guy. I know maybe if you had to choose the side of what line he had to fight on, if something broke out, I know what side, but this guy was like the most, this guy had a heart. And after a while, he was bringing me things and, hey, man, you want this? You want that? I said, don't worry about it, man. Got you. I knew he wasn't making much money. Then his wife died. That killed him. And he moved away to some other family, younger family, kids, whatever. And it was like, it broke him. So every now and then he'd call me and send me a little email. He didn't know about all of that stuff. So he'd have somebody say, hey, Ted was his name, I think. Ted's okay. And he said, hi. Well, you're still on the bus route, And then I left and he was like, oh man, Africa, you got to tell me about it. So I took a few pictures a few weeks after that, sent it to him, and the son called and said, or sent an email and said, he passed away, but he was so glad to see that you moved. You always wanted to leave the country. So much in my head, so much human nature and experiences that we all have them, right? It don't mean that I have more than anybody else, but it's just like, damn, Lance, you got so many stories. And I realized like, this is what I'm made for. And to have that understanding, and still there's things I've got to learn. There's levels I've got to reach. I'm still not there yet. I have a lot more learning to do, but I have no problem sharing little insights and motivating people for certain things. And it brings me great joy. On that note,
oh, no.
When Mrs. SCURV wakes me up, I'll be, oh, no. Listen, my brother, I don't know if you fell asleep or you muted out or whatever, but I'm going to sign off. You still with me? Woo! This is a feeling like drinking somebody under the table. I don't drink. Brother, man probably fell asleep. It's okay. I usually do that to people lots of times. Who would have thought I'd be talking on this thing for 6 hours and 6 minutes? Tomorrow we're going to do it all over again, but it ain't going to be that long. Master Glam, if you still out there, I'm not going to do the link now. Usually I do the link now the night before, set up the show we will be back 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But after this thing renders up, I'm hitting the sack. I'll put it up on YouTube and go to bed. It's a short rooftop. But if you don't see the show for the night in the morning, I'm going to do it. But, we're going to keep it a certain way. Anyway, I'm going to sign off. Gang stalking simulation, if you're still there, you probably fell asleep. I usually do that to people. And it's been all good. All good, y'all. Much love to you all. Sanira Holt, thank you. Nico, I know you're there. Sister Oyala, Master Glam. And if I scroll up the chat room, there's 50 million names, but I saw you all here tonight, and this mosquito is still trying to bother me. I'm going to get him. Thank you. Nagel 12. Yes, Raw Reality. And yeah, we put in the work. This is good connection, especially when we're in a world now, we don't feel the warmth of another person. It's text messages and Instagram. And nothing wrong with Instagram, but just the fake plastic things. I am who I am. I got thirsty. My lips are dry. Look at my lips getting all white like a crackhead. Don't disrespect anybody. Our heels use crack. You know what I mean? It's all love. Thank you. Indigo King. Tracy J, you're still here. Yes, good vibes. And putting time in. There's nothing like putting time in. Listen, when I do the short shows and have to go, you all will understand They're all not going to be 10 hours or 6 hours, whatever have you. But every now and then we get these nuggets where the planets line up. I was about ready to sign off, and I just said, anybody want to come on in? And he came in, and the energy hyped me up. That's the way it is. But I definitely want you here, Master Glam. And Miko, we definitely got to do a little, we won't say comedy show. We'll just do what we do. We'll make that one long as y'all want it. Maybe start a little early, depending on your schedule. I'll reach out to you tomorrow also. Master Glam, I'm going to make that link. We have another Churchified show. I want to see you there. You know, wow. Nagel been watching since 103 minutes. Let me see what she said here, because you know, Mr. Lance, so gonna have to stay quiet. Thank you for the good words. And make sure to download the app. You know, I'm working on it. You know, Miko, you got your own little thing on the app, though, right? You know that, right? Let me see if I could. If you go to LANCESCURV, or you download LANCESCURV from Google Play, the App Store, Amazon, I made it where, let me see if I can show it. Maybe so much of a reflection you don't see it because I got so many bright lights on. Let me see. Okay, open it up. It's old, slow phone. Yes, definitely tomorrow, Master Glam. Oh, you do? So you saw it already. I'm going to show it. Okay, let me see. Oh, you won't be able to see it, really, if I show it. You see all the little tilted back. Hema, you see Hala. There's Miko right there. There's Miko right here. If you want me to change that photo, you let me know. And look, you're right next to Kimberly. And look at that, right? There you go. You got Sister Yala right there. Everybody. Ambience. Mrs. SCURV is in there. Everybody. So scrolls up a little bit. You see, got a little news tab on there. So yeah, you know, you can have fun with that. I have a few more people to put up and everything. So it's a work in progress. And doing that stuff and resizing the photos and linking this to this and resize. Oh man, y'all don't know, but I love it. This is the party time for me, you know, but the work behind the scenes is pleasurable also. Anyway, let me get out of here because I'll talk to Mrs. SCURV, wake up, and you know, she's like, damn, I'm not even going to tell her how long this show was. Right? She's going to go in there. You were talking for 6 hours and 10 minutes, 11 minutes, or whatever. You know, yeah. But thank you so much. Let me get out of here, y'all. I'm not being rude, but put a little time in tonight, right? Right? And homeboy, my brother there, he fell out, and I don't blame him, right? We started out this way with the Jezebel thing, and we ended up to something so far out, you know? So we're going to do what we do. Anyway, much love to you all. We hit a little music here, and I'll just, okay. This wireless thing here is so, yeah, I'm looking a little rough now, y'all. I'm looking a little rough. That happens after a full shift. Let me out of here, y'all. Peace.
Oh, no.
get away, feeling too good to me. Chilling all day, all in your space is where I wanna be. Here in this room, what did you do? I just can't get enough. Too caught up in your love. I've been trying to forget, but you won't let me. Something in my brain wants you. I've been hanging by myself, asking for help, but nothing seems to work on you. Yeah, you always make me feel like home. Yeah, you never leave my thoughts alone. Yeah, you're the reason I'm going out my mind. I just can't stop thinking about you. All that I crave when you're away, nights are sleepless. Do we need space? Yeah, maybe you're brave, boy, you're my weakness. Give and we take, the love that we make, it's my favorite drug. Too caught up in your love. I've been trying to forget, but you won't let me. Something in my brain wants you. I've been hanging by myself, asking for help, but nothing seems to work on you. Yeah, you always make me feel like home. Yeah, you never leave my thoughts alone. Yeah, you're the reason I'm going out my mind. I just can't stop thinking about